faculty and delegates. I, Shubhi Kamthan, and I, Snegdha Pratap Singh, PhD students from the Department of Pathology, SGPGI MS, take great pleasure in welcoming you all for the CME on the guidelines for clinical trials and good clinical practices. This program is built with an intent of active and interactive learning organized by Institutional Ethics Committee and Bioethics Cell, SGPGI MS. We have both online and offline delegates joining us today. Director Dr. R.K. Dhiman sir has expressed his wishes for the CME and he is not able to join us due to some important meeting. We are honored to have amongst us Dr. S.P. Ambesh, Dean SGPGI MS. Sir, we welcome you on the dais. Professor U.C. Ghoshal, Faculty in Charge Research. Sir, we welcome you. Dr. Chandeshwar Nath, Chairman IEC. Sir, we welcome you on the dais. Professor Vinita Agrawal, Department of Pathology, Member Secretary, IEC and Bioethics Cell. We are also honored to have Professor M.K. Mitra and senior faculties and other IC members. We are joined online by distinguished faculty, including Dr. Vasanta Muthuswamy, Dr. Nandini Kumar, Dr. Veli Mathur, and other eminent members. Thank you all for gracing this occasion. Now I welcome dear Professor S.P. Ambesh by a symbol of life. I also welcome Dr. U.C. Ghoshal, FIR, SGPGI MS by a symbol of life. I welcome Dr. Chandeshwar Nath by a symbol of life. I welcome Dr. Vinita Agrawal by a symbol of life. We express our deep gratitude to Chairman Dr. Chandeshwar Nath for gracing this occasion. We are blessed to have a very senior and revered teacher, Professor M.K. Mitra, and we welcome him as well. Thank you all for gracing the occasion. Now, I would like to invite Professor S.P. Ambesh, Dean SGPGI MS, for a brief introduction to the CME.
ये थोड़ा कट रहा है ऊपर से, देखो क्या है इसका। उसको कैमरे को थोड़ा सा सेट करो, वहां से स्क्रीन कट रहा है, उधर उस पे स्क्रीन पे नहीं आ रहा है। ये साइन आउट, ये क्या है, हो जाएगा, ठीक है। A very good morning to everyone. So what a pleasant day, very good, sunny, nice temperature outside after having 3 or 4 days continuous rain. So it's quite pleasing and yeah. I guess what I said. So today's CME is organized by Professor Vinita Agrawal and her team is about the guidelines for clinical trials and good clinical practice, or GCP. Actually, it's an excellent topic because ours is a tertiary care super specialty institute, and one of the very important pillar is the research and innovations, apart from clinical practice, training and teaching. और जब मैं कहूँ कि किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूट की जो वर्थ होती है वो पहचानी जाती है उसकी ट्रेनिंग ऑफ कोर्स, बट हाउ मच important material in terms of research and innovations the institute is giving to the world, and that too of clinical and scientific importance. मेरा मानना है, और यहाँ पे विद्वान लोग बैठे हुए हैं, मैं पहले तो सबसे पहले सभी का एज ए डीन एंड एज ए डायरेक्टर आप सभी का स्वागत करूंगा। प्रोफेसर मित्रा हमारे साथ हैं, एक्स हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ मेडिसिन फ्रॉम KGMU, and there are so many dignitaries here, and there are so many dignitaries and speakers connected through online Zoom, and out of those what I can see is Dr. Nandini Kumar, Dr. Vasant Mithu Swami, Dr. Urmila Thate, Dr. Rili Mathur, Dr. Suchita Banerjee and Dr. BT Kaul. मैं आप सभी का हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, और मुझे मालूम है कि आप बड़े रिनाउंड स्पीकर हैं, यू आर अथॉरिटी एंड ब्रांड इन द फील्ड ऑफ रिसर्च एंड गुड मेडिकल प्रैक्टिस, और जो भी आप यहाँ पे हमारे श्रोतागणों को देंगे, जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन वो बड़ी यूजफुल होगी आगे स्टडीज डिजाइन करने में, हाउ टू डू द ड्रग ट्रायल्स इन ह्यूमन बीइंग। सो एनीहाउ नॉट गोइंग ऑन दैट फ्रंट, मैं अपना जो मैं सोचता हूँ दो चीजें हैं कि दुनिया में there are two very important factors. One is the morality and second is the ethics. Many times people confuse what is immoral or what is unethical, or what is unethical as well as immoral. There are things which may be correct ethically, but they are wrong morally. There are many things which are incorrect morally, but they are correct ethically. And there are things which are correct morally as well as unethically, and they are incorrect morally as well as unethically. So this is very important ki how to differentiate which is immoral or which is unethical. Because जो चीजें unethical है उसके लिए you can be tried, you may be punished. But there are many things which may be immoral, but ethically they are right. Like say मैं example देता हूँ आपको. Sacrificing the animal. If you sacrifice the animal on any ritual or religious ground, that is morally अगर आप बात करो ना और ethically बात करो, दोनों का फर्क है. You cannot be tried. That is not unethical. Okay, because आपका जब आप किसी वर्शिप के लिए जाते हो वहां पर मंदिर में जब आप जो भी सेक्रीफाइस करता है, बट मोरली डिफरेंसेस ऑफ ओपिनियन हो सकते हैं. फॉर मी इट मे बी इमोरल, बट फॉर द पर्सन, फॉर द कल्चर, जो इस रिलीजियस कल्चर को फॉलो करते हैं उनके लिए मोरल है, मेरे लिए इमोरल हो सकता है. तो जो इमोरल डिपेंड्स ऑन द रिलीजन, ऑन द टाइप ऑफ एटमॉस्फेयर यू हैव ग्रोन अप, on the culture of the society, that decide the morality. But ethics is basically written frame of guidelines and instructions. Under that framework one has to work. If the thing is unethical, whether it is moral or immoral, you will be tried in the court of law. Because ethics is a written framework of set of rules. That set of rules has to be followed by every person, whether it is moral or immoral. Nothing matters. But morality changes. Okay, so that is the purpose of ethics. अगर हम बात करें पुराने समय की, बहुत पहले की, जब say around Hippocratic oath, that was the longest. अगर हमें कभी कोई बात मिलती है ethics और unethics की, तो ये बात हम करते हैं Hippocratic oath की, और उससे पहले का कोई लिटरेचर हमें नहीं मिलता है. But Hippocratic oath में क्या है? कुछ लोग कहते हैं it is the ethical oath, and some people say it is the moral oath. Because had it been an ethical oath, then people should have been tried if they have committed the crime. If they have, I mean, अगर किसी डॉक्टर की वजह से या किसी हकीम वैद्य के गड़बड़ की वजह से अगर कुछ हो गया होता है उस पीरियड में, तो there is no, I would say example, there is no evidence that people have been tried during the Hippocratic period. They were treated, the physicians were treated like gods. Whatever they did, बस ये था कि विश्वास है हमको. I will take a couple of minutes more because डायरेक्ट साहब नहीं है, तो इसलिए मैं वो पीरियड नहीं लूंगा, just to explain the things. तो वो हमारा एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग था that people were not being tried, the physicians were not being tried on the basis of Hippocratic oath. फिर उसके बाद में क्या हुआ, चीजें चलती रही, थोड़ा बहुत लोग सोसाइटी के हिसाब से चेंज करते रहे, कैसे क्या करना चाहिए, there has to be some restriction. But later on, you see lot of crimes were done on the prisoners, and physicians, surgeons, they did lot of experiments without keeping the things and ethics in mind. And they did lot of crimes, and one of the important thing, of course, gas chamber death is the heinous crime that is done. But many people, I remember somewhere 3.5 million people were sterilized of particular race. Apart from 60 lakhs Jews were killed in the gas chamber, that is a different issue. But 3.5 million people were sterilized during the World War II. That was unethical and that was immoral. And after that, once the World War II was khatam ho gaya, so I think Truman was the president of America at that time. And Truman, he said that there should be some ethical rules. One has to follow. Physicians cannot do anything like this on the pretext of experimentation and trials. तो उस समय जो आया तो नॉर्मबर्ग कोड इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ, और ये नवंबर 1945 में नॉर्मबर्ग कोड, that was the first ethical written ethical code that was instituted. और उसमें कुछ सेट गाइडलाइंस बनाई, बट उसमें सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम ये था कि मेनली जो हमारे अलाइड फोर्सेस थे उन कंट्रीज के सब मेंबर्स थे. जर्मनी was first in because Germany got defeated. तो उसके बाद में नॉर्मबर्ग कोड आया, बट उसमें because of the certain reservations people said it will not be offense. यहाँ तक आपको हम ये कहते हैं कि आप करिए and you be in the set framework, but you will not be punished and it will not be binding. ये थोड़ा सा उसमें क्लॉज रखा गया for some years. और उसके बाद में नॉर्मबर्ग कोड के बाद में जो नेक्स्ट चीज आई थी, that was the Declaration of Helsinki. That was in 1964. और Declaration Helsinki में क्या हुआ था कि World Medical Association, a group of physicians they met under the umbrella of World Medical Association, and then they refreshed those, redesigned those rules, the ethical rules. And again, these rules were not legally binding. That was again the drawback. Later on, the report was signed in 1979, और उसमें कुछ जुडिशियल के लोग उसमें रखे गए, और उसमें फिर रखा है we have to respect the will of the patient and do the justice. That was just the do the justice, nothing like punishing as such. फिर उसके बाद में international guidelines for biomedical research involving human subject, that was framed under the umbrella of WHO. That was in 1982. In fact, the good medical practice जो हम आज बात करते हैं वो 1990 में इसका फ्रेमवर्क तैयार हुआ था, और उसमें सेट गाइडलाइंस कुछ बनाई हुई, बट later on it was implemented and it was circulated for implementation in 1996. और ये जो गुड मेडिकल प्रैक्टिस की गाइडलाइंस थी उसमें ऐसा सोचा गया था कि पहले ये गाइडलाइंस खाली डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज के लिए थी, एंड नॉन डेवलप्ड यानी कि अनडेवलप्ड कंट्रीज और डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज जो है अभी भी अनएथिकल ट्रायल्स कर रहे हैं. सो these guidelines were circulated with the mandate that all the developed or undeveloped countries have to follow these guidelines. And इसमें कई बॉडीज थी, नंबर ऑफ बॉडीज, और 1996 के बाद से गुड मेडिकल प्रैक्टिस गाइडलाइंस जो है वो हैं। उसमें 30 इंपॉर्टेंट प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, वो आप लोग सब डिस्कस करेंगे, मैं उसमें नहीं जाऊंगा। और उनमें से वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज द एथिक्स। वी हैव टू ऑल, जो भी हम स्टडी करते हैं, हमें एथिक्स को फॉलो करना है। एथिक्स मीन्स अ सेट गाइडलाइंस प्रिंटेड, दे आर द सब्जेक्टिव, दे आर द ऑब्जेक्टिव गाइडलाइन। Morality is a subjective thing. It may be, for me, it may be moral, for you, it may be immoral. Like say, for example, मैं ये बात कहूँ कि बच्चा है, भूखा है और बगल में रोटी बन रही है, 3 दिन से उसने खाना नहीं खाया है, तो वो रोटी लेकर के वहां से भाग गया क्योंकि वो भूखा है। बगल में पुलिस वाला खड़ा था, उसने देखा और वो उसके पीछे दौड़ा और उसने जाकर के उसको 4-6 थप्पड़ मार दिए। So basically what policeman did, he did ethically right, because उसने चोरी की और वो भागा उसके पीछे। जब दूसरा आदमी आया और उसने उससे पुलिस वाले को रोका कि भाई क्यों मार रहे, बच्चा भूखा है, let him eat. So that was the moral, he was right. So ethical things and moral things, they are different. There is clear demarcation, but various places there is a gray area also. तो हम अभी यहाँ पे बात कर रहे हैं एथिक्स की, जिसमें सिर्फ रिटन गाइडलाइंस हैं, रिटन फ्रेमवर्क है। उस रिटन फ्रेमवर्क के पीछे हमें बात करनी है, जिससे कि हमारा जो जिसके ऊपर आप ट्रायल कर रहे हो, ह्यूमन बीइंग और एनिमल, उसके साथ कोई इनजस्टिस ना हो, और अगर वो होता है तो हमें कैसे उसको रीपे करना है, या हाउ दैट लॉस और एडवर्स इफेक्ट टू बी कंपनसेटेड। So there are so many things. यहाँ पे बड़े दिग्गज लोग बैठे हैं, advanced in the field of medical practice and law, ethics, morality. तो मैं just मुझे जो limited knowledge है, मैं उसके दायरे में आपको बोला हूँ। मैं ज्यादा वक्त नहीं लूंगा आप सबका, और मुझे खुशी है डॉक्टर विनीता अग्रवाल और उनकी टीम जिस तरह से ये ethics and she is our, I would say, chairman of ethical committee of SGPGI. And she is working so hard to see the things that they are in the right direction, and the protocol जो है जब ही अप्रूव हो, जब वो all ethical points are clear. So madam, thank you so much for inviting me here. It was a really wonderful and pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you so much, and I wish you all a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your enlightening words. Now I would like to invite Dr. UC Ghoshal, Faculty in Charge Research, SGPGIMS, to say a few words regarding the research activities in the institute.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It is really a pleasure to be here to talk about the research activities of the institute. You see, NIH in one of the quotes said that actual vitality of the patient care is in research. You know why? The reason is I'm a busy clinician. Now suppose for me, suppose I have been in the OPD for last, let us say, 8 hours, and a new patient comes to me. What is the human reaction? Arey, patient aa gaya, main to bhuka hu. But suppose if I'm into research, and now I get a patient whom I'm working on, which disease I'm working also, oh, I got another patient. So it is like half glass empty or half glass full. What is the amount of discipline the country may make to make the doctor work? I'll tell you, these are difficult to be successful. Until the institute integrate research into the culture. Because research is like a religion. We actually start believing on it, we become passionate on it, and we start caring for our patient better. When we care for our patient, we realize what is written in the books does not really apply to the patient in true sense. Then you question what is available in the books and you try to challenge that. And that gives rise to research. And this is application of translational research. So it is great that SGPGI put in this research culture since its inception. And as early as 2000, actually a research shell was started. So SGPGI came up in 1989, and now, or maybe 88, but really it started functioning in 89. So in about a decade, the research shell started, which was a very great job done. So our predecessors were really thoughtful. They realized what is the need of the hour. And if you see the research activity of the institute published almost 9,000 papers till date. So institute is in existence almost for 30 years. That means in 30 years, 9,000 means almost 3,000 per year. You can imagine, this is a big number. It is a big number. So question is, not only that SGPGI is rated as an institute which is high in its impact on research, but low in number. You see, if you compare with those institutes such as All India Institute of Medical Science or PGI Chandigarh will be a little lower in number. But if you look at the impact of citation, SGPGI citation is tremendous. That means we have produced impactful research. I'll give an example. When I was a resident, that means it was in 1991, Kanpur had an epidemic of hepatitis C. A lot of people developed jaundice, lethal jaundice, potentially lethal, and a lot of people died. And in fact, we all know in hepatitis C, if it affects a pregnant mother, 20% is the death rate. So you are losing 2 lives. SGPGI just came up. And Dr. Nayak gave a leadership to investigate this epidemic. And what they found is there was a break in the sewage line and the water line, drinking water line. And that led to fecal contamination of drinking water. And there was a reduction in the chlorination because people used to complain of chlorine, and that led to the epidemic. So the solution was found. So actually the epidemic was abated. But at the same time, this led to a publication in Lancet, and SGPGI just came up in a remote place in Lucknow, relatively remote. Now, question is, what is this institute? Published Lancet paper and led to so many lives actually getting saved. So that is the impact of research. So SGPGI has tremendous impact of research. Now, you know, last year, Stanford University in USA, they do an audit, 2% world research. And SGPGI did very well. In fact, last year, if you see, there were 38 people who were included in this Stanford list, which include Dr. Rakesh Agarwal, myself, also our director, Professor Dhiman, Dr. U.K. Misra, Dr. Jayanti Kalita, Dr. Narayan Prasad, Dr. R.K. Gupta, Dr. V.K. Kapoor, Dr. Rohit Sinha, Dr. Ujjwal Podda, Dr. Arvind Kumar, and Dr. Sarita Agarwal, and Dr. Gaurav Agarwal. Yesterday, or day before yesterday, again, new list has been released, and in that list, 4 more person got added. So SGPGI has impact in the research. If you look at the H index of the institute, it is about 80. 80 is a big number as an H index. And what I'm saying is in the last 5 years, according to our record, the research shall handle 140 crores rupees as research grant. So you can imagine the 140 crores in 5 years. This is the amount of research grant. So one thing into consideration. The thing which you have to take into consideration is if you compare the number of papers that AIIMS publishes or PGI Chandigarh publishes, look at the faculty number, the number of faculties. AIIMS should only have 400 to 500 faculty members, whereas we have 150 faculty members, almost less than 1/3. So these 100 faculty members, less number, produce 9,000 papers is a big number. We are happy that now the number of faculty members has increased, And obviously for us, we have worked in this institute for almost 25 years. Maybe I'll count my days when I retire. But actually, we want to see this institute in the top. Yesterday, governor said, why should we not be the first? Why should we be the seventh? He's right. So actually, young generation has to really work hard in spite of all the challenges we have. And the good thing is that research cannot be done without ethics. So we have also a very good internationally acclaimed ethics cell or ethics committee working hand in hand with research cell. And Dr. Vinita has been member secretary for maybe last 6 or 8, 7 years. And we have Dr. Nath as the chairperson, and they did a big job. While the number of projects submitted is enormous, and always there are challenges of manpower, infrastructure, space. But in spite of that, we could handle all these ethically. And what I'm saying is I'm very happy that they are organizing this meeting. We used to see more such meeting, and we want to see the SGPGI really going to the top. Thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. We are honored to have with us Dr. Vasanta Muttaswamy, former Senior Deputy Director General, ICMR, and President for Forum for Ethics Review Committees in India. We request ma'am to say a few words.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I think you can hear me now. I think
Ma'am, you're not
I was
audible.
muted all this time.
Ma'am, you're not audible.
Yes. Please unmute me. It says the host is not allowing you to
And you have
unmute.
to unmute at your end.
I'm able to hear ma'am clearly. I'm able to hear her.
I am also able to hear.
Yeah. I have unmuted myself.
Yes, ma'am, now we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you now, ma'am. Please.
Yeah. You can hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you now.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Vinita. Thank you, the organizers, the director, dean of SGPGI. It's a great pleasure for all of us to be here today for the CME on clinical trials and GCP. We have been involved with the development of the bioethics cell and the whole department and activities in SGPGI from the beginning, when Dr. B.N. Dhawan was chair and he involved us. And I think till date, we are continuously involved in this, and I'm thankful that you have invited all of us. Yes, it's something which is very, very important at the moment, and then is the right time you're organizing it. As we listen to the speakers of the day, you'll know that how important it is for everybody, not just the researchers. More important than the researchers is the institutional authorities, the sponsors, and the regulators who are all here to understand what's happening globally and why this CME is important for everybody to know. Because when we talk of GCP, we just don't talk about researchers. A GCP is a code of conduct for the entire stakeholders in research. So everybody is involved and everybody has to understand what is the current, because the whole world is now going through a great stress of lack of public trust among the researchers and in the pharma industry to come out with the new products. This mistrust or distrust has to be broken, and we'll have to come back in full strength to show that yes, what we are doing, what we mean is only good for the public. We are not doing anything wrong, which is anything unethical. We are not doing, and for that it is necessary that everybody has to be trained. And so I'm so happy this is being organized and we are all here. I'm sure that during the day with all the illustrious speakers who have been talking almost sometimes even one after the other all over the country, And we are trying to get all those speakers today. And I'm happy, I'm thankful to all the speakers for having agreed that they'll be here today. So I don't want to take much of your time. I thank the organizers and the leaders of the SGPGI for thinking about it at the right time. Sometimes people have just a half-day workshop for the sake of having this training, which is absolutely not enough, because at least unless you have a full-day program like this, where the doubts which everybody has can be clarified with the people who are dealing with that, is much more important than having just a training program where you just keep listening to people and then note it down. So I'm happy that Dr. Vinita has organized a day's program, and I'm sure that everybody will be benefited by the deliberations which is going to happen. Yes, as the initial Dr. Dima, the first speaker, said that medical practice is something different when we come to medical research. All of us have a tremendous sense of responsibility we should have, because patients come to us for treatment. Patients don't come to us for research. We invite them to participate in research. So we have a moral responsibility to protect them, to protect their welfare. And that's where the responsibility of all stakeholders come. And so when we go along the day and talk about the GCP and its requirement, we'll realize there's another issue which I always have been talking for the last 25 years, which I still like to speak for the next many years as long as I'm there. When we talk of medical research, 80% of medical research is nothing to do with the clinical trials. It's basic biomedical and socio-behavioral research constitutes 80% of research. We always concentrate on clinical trials. We always think about pharma industry, which is not a major part of medical research at all. I'm so happy to hear from the dean and the director about the great leaps done by SGPGI. And of course, we have been witnessing last so many years how far the SGPGI has advanced to so much. So the basic biomedical and social behavioral research constitute 80% of the research. It's nothing to do with the regulators. It is nothing to do with the pharma industry. When we come to the rest of the 20% of research, 80% of the research is the clinical trial is non-regulatory clinical trials, again, which has nothing to do with our regulators. So that 80% are academic clinical trials where we don't even need the permission of regulators, but the ethics committees and the institutions and the other stakeholders have such a major responsibilities. And only that 20% of that 20% is where the regulators come in. And of course, we are all more worried about the regulators. We are more worried about the industry, which is a very small component of the GCP. So it's necessary that everybody understand that why we talk about ICMR guidelines, why we are talking about the GCP code of conduct. And of course, the regulations are important because regulation is binding on us. If we do something wrong, regulators can punish us. While if you don't do anything, if not following code of conduct, nobody is going to punish us. And that's why many of the unethical things happen. Of course, we'll talk about it during the course of the day. And I'm so happy this is being organized. So although we call it for clinical trials, I want everybody to understand that clinical trials, especially regulatory trial, where the regulators are involved, is a very strong component of our biomedical research component. If people do understand this and follow the guidelines, national or international, and then of course the regulations which are coming, I'm so happy now the ICMR guidelines has indirectly become also the law of the land, which we have been trying for many years. It didn't become a separate bill. Now it's part of the drug regulations. At least that has given that legal status to that guideline, so that if you don't follow, of course, one can be penalized if they do intentionally. Of course, I always feel that most of the wrong is done unintentionally, not intentionally. It's more ignorance which is causing things to happen, wrong things to happen. So it's necessary that we go through these training programs. And thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak at the opening session. And thank you, Dr. Vinita, and thank you all of you.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us. Now I request Dr. Vinita Agrawal, Professor, Department of Pathology, and Member Secretary, Institutional Ethics Committee, for a vote of thanks.
I think Dr. Chandeshwar sir, please, Chairman sir, please address the audience.
Namaskar. Good morning to everyone present in the auditorium and present on the Zoom platform online. This Dr. Navnita Swami has
explained it very well importance and earlier speaker. I just want to say one thing. Sometimes the investigator says that we are scientifically correct. Why there is objection? Does not mean scientific correct is always ethically correct. Very simple example, I may give you the selection of population. Suppose you want healthy volunteers, and if you are selecting this healthy volunteer from prisoners who have no this freedom to give this consent, all your subordinates, that is an ethical issue. So just I want to request all participants realize that there is scientific element is important as well as ethical element. And any ideal research, biomedical research, both should be included and both should be acceptable level. And one more request to all this among the participants, there are several members of IC committees and then the secretary, they must go through the ICMR guidelines and NDCT rules, which are the base and crux of our ethical guidelines in our country. So with that request, please attend this address. You will find this CME, which has been organized by SGPGI management, and I thanks to Bharatiya Research Cell under leadership of Vinita. They have done very well job. And as chairman of this committee, I give thanks. The SGPGI, they have provided all the times to us all the support for doing the meetings and following the this investigators. They have been very cooperative to follow our instruction and suggestions. So I thank you all, and just learn and enrich yourself with the wisdoms of the speakers. We have stalwarts in the speakers for their knowledge in the ethical guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my privilege and pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Bioethics Cell and the Institutional Ethics Committee. I thank the Dean and Director, Professor S.P. Ambesh, Head Department of Anesthesiology, for gracing the occasion. I also thank FIR Research, Dr. U.C. Ghoshal, for his contributions and support to organize this meeting. Dr. Chandeshwar Nath, sir, who is the chairman of our IC, and all members of the Institutional Ethics Committee at SGPGI, who have contributed and supported our endeavor to make our ethics committee as one of the best in the institute. Our ethics committee was formed as far as 1988. Dr. U.C. Ghoshal talked about the activities, the clinical activities started somewhere in 1988-89, and that is when the leaders at that point of time in SGPGI realized it, and the ethics committee was formed as early as 1988. And since then, we have been trying to have the highest standards of ethical conduct in our research activities in the institute. Thank you so much. I will also like to thank all the distinguished faculty who have agreed to participate in this CME, besides their busy schedules that they have, and all the delegates. Many of them are joined online, and they are from different institutes from the city and also from UP. So thank you so much for joining. I hope this CME will be beneficial for all. I acknowledge and thank for the support from the Bioethics Cell, our staff on the Bioethics Cell, Mr. Anand Srivastava, who is the Senior Administrative Officer, Mr. Ashfaqullah Khan, Mr. Raju, and all the staff in the research cell, the administration, the vehicle cell, the photography unit, and especially the telemedicine facility, without whose support we have been conducting the CMEs often, and we have been conducting our meetings online, even during the COVID. There was not even a single meeting which was left, just because of the support that we got from the telemedicine facility. A big hands of applause for them, and thank you so much. I'll also acknowledge the support of Dr. Mohan. He has been sharing the responsibilities to organize the CME. Thank you so much. I hope you will enjoy the meeting, and please ask questions and let it be as interactive as it can be. Thank you so much.
And now we begin the scientific program for today. We have with us renowned experts from various fields whose knowledge and experience will serve as great opportunity to understand the aspects of ethics in research. Kindly keep your mic mute and video turned off during this session. and keep your phone silent. Without further ado, just check Dr. Without further ado, we would like to invite the chairperson for the first session, Dr. Vasanta Muthuswamy, former Senior Deputy Director General, ICMR, and President, Forum for Ethics Review Committees in India, Dr. Chandeshwar Nath, retired Chief Scientist, CDRI, and Chairman, Institutional Ethics Committee, Dr. Vinita Das, ex-consultant of St. Gyne KGME. We request Dr. Chandeshwar Nath, sir, to introduce the first speaker for this session, Shri A.K. Pradhan.
Well, good morning and welcome to the first session of the CME. And we are very fortunate to have a speaker, Mr. A.K. Pradhan, who is the Joint Drug Controller, India. This CDSO and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. He is one among the regulators and all clinical trials. You know the importance of that. And I have been very fortunate to be associated with him in the IND committee for about 11 years. He is a very active, enthusiastic person, and we have been actively involved in training of regulatory guidelines and rules. And the Pradhan, is this online? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Well, we are not visible. Because I was
yeah. I'm online. Yes.
you're visible. Oh yes. Okay. So see you after 2-3 years after.
Yes, because of COVID and
Then
all these things, that physical meeting there has been restriction.
Yes.
So now everything is coming to normal. Yes.
So it's so nice to see you here. Because he is going to be on a very important topic on drug and clinical trials too. So I will just invite him to enrich us all participants with his wisdom in the area of new regulatory guidelines regarding the clinical trials in India. So Dr. Pradhan, please.
Thank you, sir, for kind introduction. And let me share my slide first. I think the slides are visible.
Yes.
There is some problem, I think. Yeah, now it is visible. So, sir, first of all, good morning to all, and I'm happy to see all, seniors, experts like Dr. Vasanta Muthuswamy, Dr. Nath, and all other experts here. And first of all, I would like to, congratulate Dr. Vinita ma'am and SGPGI for organizing this event, which is very much, important. Such events actually provides opportunities for all of us to update our knowledge and, other issues related to clinical research, which includes biomedical health research as well as clinical trials. So just I will take you through the details of new drugs and clinical trial rules that was published by Government of India in March 2019, and with some background also how this rule was actually came into place. So as we all know that research in the area of drug discovery is an important tool to ensure availability of newer, safer and efficacious drugs for benefit of humanity. And we all know clinical trial is the only way to assess the safety, efficacy of any new drug before actually approval of the new drug for marketing or for for the patient. However, I think there is some somebody has to mute. I think some disturbance is there. Yeah. So clinical trial is absolutely necessary to establish safety efficacy of any new drug before its approval. But it is of paramount importance that in all clinical trials, right, safety, well-being of trial subjects are protected, and the data generated is scientifically valid and authentic. So whole these purpose of rules, regulation, guidelines is this, that whatever research is done, whether it is clinical trial or biomedical health research, the two things are to be ensured. The right safety and well-being of trial subjects are to be protected, and also to ensure that the data which is generated is scientifically valid and authentic, whether it is positive results or negative results. So, so far as clinical trial is concerned, because as Dr. Basantha Mathuswamy ma'am has already mentioned, that clinical trial only a limited, percentage of whole research, clinical research that is conducted. So clinical trial specifically, because it has been, separated out from other types of clinical research, and definition and other things have been prescribed in the new drugs and clinical trial rules, and also the earlier it was defined in drugs and cosmetics rules. So clinical trial of a new drug can be initiated only after obtaining permission from Central Licensing Authority and approval of the respective ethics committee. And licensing authorities have to be informed of the approval of respective ethics committee, as also the sites selected for the trials. Now, just to give a brief background about the regulatory evolution of for clinical trial. That regulation before 19 March 2019, clinical trials are regulated under drugs and cosmetics rules, and we all are familiar very much about the Schedule Y, because wherever we used to discuss, everybody used to talk about Schedule Y. Schedule Y is the guidelines and requirements for regulation of trials. So, but from 19th March 2019, the clinical trials are regulated under the new rules, that is New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rules 2019. The new rule contains various provisions, means new provisions also as compared to earlier rules and regulations, for improving transparency, accountability, and also promoting ethical and scientific clinical research and development of new drugs. At the same time, there are provisions for ensuring the protection of rights, safety, and of the trial participants. So just to give a background, because I think many of us may be aware that earlier in 2010 and 12, there are a lot of concerns in our country regarding conduct of clinical trials, and specifically there are a lot of media reports, and government was disturbed. And we used to actually provide the feedback to the government that what is the issue and how all those things are being addressed. Because specifically the concerns were raised on ethics committee review, but because that time I remember there was a one day in Times of India, a whole one-page article highlighting the issues regarding ethics committee review and how the ethics committees were functioning in our country while approving the clinical trials or clinical research. And also the concerns were about informed consent of subjects, and issues and concerns were also raised regarding compensation for participation, compensation for accidental injury, and also how the clinical trial applications are reviewed and approved, and also monitoring of clinical trials and analysis of serious adverse events. Those were serious concerns that was raised. in 2010, 11, 12, 13. And these concerns were raised in media, in parliament, in various courts of the country, including Supreme Court. There was a PIL filed in 2012, and that was actually Supreme Court took it very strongly and asked the government repeatedly that what you are doing, please tell us all these concerns, because many patients were because the allegation was that patients are clinical trial and they are not all these issues, that how ethics committee is functioning and how the informed consent are being taken, what about the serious adverse events that are happening, and many other things. So therefore, immediately after that, because of all these issues, there are three amendments in the drugs and cosmetics rules, that is old rules. The first amendment was to incorporate provisions for examination of serious adverse events occurring during clinical trial, and also provision for payment of compensation in case of injury or in clinical trials. And second amendment was basically made to incorporating the authority for clinical trial inspections of clinical trial, means inspection at the clinical trial site or ethics committees or sponsor site also, and actions, what action can be taken in case of non-compliance. And third amendment was that this was the first time that was incorporated in drugs and cosmetics rules, that ethics committee who will be reviewing and according approval to clinical trial protocol, they have to be registered with the licensing authority, central regulators. So these are the three main amendments which was there in drugs and cosmetics rule in 2010 because of various concerns raised, primarily concerns raised in Supreme Court, PIL. And subsequently, because earlier, this regulation of clinical trial or new drug, all those were part of drugs and cosmetics rules. Drugs and cosmetics rules actually earlier was there, and in the drugs and cosmetics rule provisions for manufacture, marketing of cosmetics, manufacture, marketing of medical device, and also clinical trial, new drugs, everything was there under drugs and cosmetics rules. So government thought that we should have separate set of rules for each and every such areas. And therefore, the first, separate rules for medical device was notified by government in 2007, that is medical device rule 2007. And also this new drugs and clinical trial rules 2019 was published on 19th March 2019, which is actually a set of comprehensive rules regarding conduct of clinical trial or new approval of new drugs, and all these things, how is to be regulated, including the regulation on ethics committees. So this was the background, how these new drugs clinical trial rules came into existence. So the scope of these new drugs and clinical trial rules is this as follows, that these rules apply to new drugs, investigational new drugs for human use, because that Schedule Y and other related regulation in drugs and cosmetics rules are still there, but those are now applicable for conducting clinical study, or you can say that field trials on animals, because we regulate the drugs both for human as well as for animals. Veterinary drugs are also regulated under the drugs and cosmetics. Therefore, as on today, that Schedule Y and old provisions are not applicable for any clinical trial or any approval of new drugs for human use, but those are still applicable for veterinary drugs and field trials on animals. So these rules apply to, because in these rules separately the definition of new drugs, definition of IND, and many other new definitions have been incorporated. And clinical trial, viability, bioequivalence study, and regulation of ethics committee related to clinical trial, bioequivalence study, viability study, and also biomedical health research, because these new drugs clinical trial rules this is a new area that incorporates some sort of regulation, we can say, on biomedical and health research other than clinical trials, because there is also a background how this was incorporated in new drugs clinical trial rules, because as Dr. Vasanta Muthuswamy ma'am has rightly mentioned that we generally talk more about regulation of clinical trials, but many 80% of the research may be biomedical health research other than clinical trial, non-regulated clinical trials. So before this NDCT rule 2019, there are no regulation or no rules for kind of regulation for biomedical health research other than clinical trials. So earlier ICMR came out with a draft bill, because that time there was a proposal that a new act should be enacted for regulation of biomedical health research other than clinical trial, because clinical trial are being regulated under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules. So there should be another act for regulating biomedical and health research other than clinical trial. But after a lot of deliberation and at the highest level, it was decided that no, we may not go for another act. So some kind of provisions can be incorporated in the Drugs and Cosmetics Act for regulating biomedical and health research. And therefore, these actually provisions came into the new drugs and clinical trial rules in 2019. So there is a separate chapter specifically for provision for biomedical health research, where there is a requirement that those ethics committees who are involved in approving the biomedical health research other than clinical trials, they are also required to be registered with Department of Health. So this was the background how this was incorporated. This is the first time it was incorporated. And in the new drugs and clinical trial rules, there are many certain new things have also been incorporated. Novel drug delivery system, living modified organism, monoclonal antibody, stem cell derived product, gene therapeutic products, and xenografts. These are also now regulated under the drugs and new drugs and clinical trial rules, because earlier there was no clarity, because earlier there was only the drugs, new drugs, and those things. Whether this xenograft or gene therapeutic products are included or not, there are some confusion and some ambiguity. So in these new drugs and clinical trial rules, these are also included and clearly mentioned. Now, definition of new drugs are already there in new drugs and clinical trial rules, but I would just like to highlight some new aspects that has been incorporated in the definition. That earlier, that new drug was simple because it includes any new chemical or molecular entity or biological entities, including fixed dose combination or new strength, new dosage form of any approved drugs. All those were there. And also the modified release, sustained release, or novel drug delivery systems of any drug approved by licensing authority. But one thing has been incorporated here, that as per new drugs and clinical trial rules, any sustained release or modified release or novel drug delivery system of a drug will always be considered as new drug. What does it mean actually? Because as per our definition, which is a peculiar in our country, that a new drug, if it is approved today, it will be considered new drug for the next 4 years. It is general, except biological, like vaccines or RDNA products or monoclonal antibodies and stem cell. Those are always new drugs. But in this new drug clinical trial rules, in addition to that, that any sustained release or modified release or any novel drug delivery system will always be considered as new drug, even if it is approved 10 years back or 20 years back. What is the impact of that? Because as we all know, that in case of new drugs, if anybody wants to manufacture and market or import and market, then if it is a new drug, then first permission is required to be taken from DCGI, our office. And then they can go to the concerned state where their manufacturing site is located and take the manufacturing license, and then they can market. But if it is not a new drug, then the manufacturer can straight away go to the concerned state licensing authority and take the license, and they can manufacture the product. So this is the impact, therefore. So next, I'll just talk some more aspects which are actually there in new drugs and clinical trial rules, because first time we incorporated a definition of orphan drugs, because there are a lot of concerns about accessibility, affordability of drugs for rare disease, that is orphan drugs. So we deliberated and considered that some kind of definition should be included to give some kind of provision which may encourage the manufacturer to manufacture orphan drug, because in such type of drugs generally the manufacturer does not venture into their process, and they are not so much interested to manufacture and market the drug which has actually a very limited market, which are orphan drugs. So therefore, as per definition, a drug intended to treat a condition which affects less than 5 lakh persons in India, we consider that as orphan drug. And in case of orphan drug, for conduct of clinical trial, no fee is required to be submitted to the government or paid to the government. And provision for accelerated and expedited approval process are also there for orphan drugs. And as I have already mentioned that earlier, there was no regulation on biomedical and health research. Now there is a separate chapter, and the main main aspects of this new regulation of biomedical health research is that actually everything has to be done as per national ethical guidelines, ICMR guidelines, which has been published and updated from time to time. That is a guidelines which is required to be followed by the applicant, by the ethics committee, by the investigator or the site or sponsor, everybody who is involved in biomedical and health research. That is clearly mentioned in the rules now, that biomedical and health research are to be conducted in accordance with the national ethical guidelines for biomedical and health research involving human participants. And ethics committee for biomedical and health research is required to be registered with Department of Health Research of the ministry. And these actually are the regulation which deals about non-regulatory studies or trials, and ethics committee has to oversee the study. And serious adverse events and compensation in such type of research are to be analyzed and dealt by ethics committee for biomedical health research guidelines. Because if it is a clinical trial and if there is any serious adverse events, injury or death, then there is separate provisions regarding how to analyze, how to establish the causality, and what kind of compensation has to be provided or not to be provided, whether it is related or not related, etc. Therefore, but in case of serious adverse events or injury or death in biomedical and health research, then everything has to be done as per biomedical and health research guideline. And here the ethics committee is a very important role, because ethics committee is independently empowered under these guidelines to actually analyze serious adverse events and give recommendation and to ensure that compensation is paid. Here no regulatory authority actually has a role to play, because ethics committee is empowered under these guidelines. This is very important because it is a huge responsibility for all the ethics committees who are involved in according the reviewing the and approving the biomedical health research protocol. So ethics committee for clinical trial, it is separate, and it deals with regulatory clinical trial as well as academic clinical trial and bioequivalence viability studies. There are certain new aspects which were incorporated in NDCT rules, which was not there earlier in the ethics committee registration related provisions in under drugs and cosmetics rules. That constitution will be such that minimum 50% of the members should be from outside the institute that has constituted the ethics committee. And chairman obviously should be from outside. Member secretary should be from the institute. And serious adverse events reporting, causality and compensation has to be monitored, and all the stakeholders, all the key players, be it regulators, be it ethics committee, investigators and the sponsors or monitor, whoever is involved in any clinical trials, everybody has to play their role and responsibilities as per the regulatory provisions, which are there separately, specific provisions, how to report serious adverse event, how to analyze, and how to recommend for compensation, and then how to issue the order for payment of compensation by the regulators. And ultimately, regulator has to ensure that wherever the serious adverse event is related to clinical trial, then the compensation is paid. And also in case of academic clinical trial, how again the compensation and other ethical issues have been clearly mentioned in the rules, that if the study is an academic clinical trial, because academic clinical trial has also been defined in the new drug and clinical trial rules, then everything and all the ethical issue has to be as per national ethical guidelines for biomedical and health research involving human participants published by ICMR. This is also another important point. If it is academic clinical trial, then everything, all these examination of serious events and rights, safety, well-being of the trial participants, everything has to be done in accordance with the guidelines of ICMR. Now, ethics committee for clinical trial regarding registration, as we all aware that if a ethics committee is involved in reviewing and according approval to any clinical trial protocol, then that ethics committee has to be registered with CDSO, and registration is valid for 5 years. And members, this is also very important, that all members, because in new drugs clinical trial rules, specifically this has been mentioned, that members has to undergo the training, and they must be aware and trained about the new drugs and cosmetics rules, new drugs and clinical trial rules, and good clinical practice guidelines, and all sort of guidelines which are related to clinical trial. And in the rules, this is also clearly mentioned. If a member is not trained properly, then he may be disqualified also. These provisions are also there in the new drugs and clinical trial rules. So independent ethics, because before these new drugs and clinical trial rules 2019, there are some kind of differentiation, that one is independent ethics committee, which are the ethics committee which are constituted outside any institute, and institutional ethics committee. And there are some because of issues, concerns raised earlier, there are some restrictions that independent ethics committee should not review any clinical trial protocol. They, however, can review the protocol of bioequivalence, bioavailability studies of new drugs. So, but after this publication of new drugs and clinical trial rules, and there is no such limitation as such, because provisions are same for independent ethics committee or for institutional ethics committee, because right now there is no such distinction or any kind of different definition for independent ethics committee or institutional ethics committee, because all provisions are applicable for both. Therefore, now independent ethics committee can also review and approve clinical trial protocol if a particular site does not have its own ethics committee. Then they can also review the clinical trial protocol to be conducted in that particular site. However, that the ethics committee has to be located in the same city or within 50-kilometer radius of the clinical trial sites, and they take responsibility of patients' rights, safety, and well-being. And obviously, the SAE reporting and its examination, etc., will be as per the timelines which are prescribed in the NDCT rules. So this is also important. If the same ethics committee is in for reviewing and according approval to clinical trial as well as to biomedical and health research other than clinical trial, then as per the existing provisions, they have to be registered at the both authority. Means for clinical trial, they have to register with CDSU, and for biomedical and health research, they have to be registered with the DHR, even if it is the same committee. And academic clinical trial, as already I have mentioned, this is one point to be kept in mind, that academic clinical trial means a clinical trial of an approved drug. This is the very important, because we receive many applications from many institutions considering that the requesting to consider academic clinical trial, where actually a drug which is involved or investigational drug which is not approved in our country. So in that case, it cannot be considered as academic. If the molecule is not approved, then any study on that molecule cannot be considered as academic clinical trial under any circumstances. Therefore, specifically it is mentioned that academic clinical trial means a clinical trial of an approved drug which is intended solely for academic research purpose, for some new indication or for some assessment of the drug through some new route of administration or new dosage form, etc. Then that can be considered academic clinical trial, and the results of such clinical trials are not for promotional purpose and will not be submitted to regulatory authority anywhere in the world. Means those data is not applicable for assessment by regulatory authority for the purpose of approval of a new drug or a drug for new indication or new strength or new dosage form. That is very clear. Therefore, academic clinical trial is different from the regulatory clinical trial, which are conducted for the purpose of approval of new drug. And post-trial access, this is also a new provisions that was incorporated in the new drug clinical trial rules. That in case a trial participant benefits from a clinical trial of an investigational product, and the investigator recommends that this patient, after the clinical trial, this patient should be continued with the investigational therapy, then there is a procedure, there is a provision under which the sponsor is required to provide the treatment free of cost as part of post-trial access of the investigational new drug or the new drug. But obviously, in this case, there is a procedure that investigator has to recommend, and if he consider that the trial participants are benefiting from the study and this study is for a disease for which there is no alternative therapy, and then he can recommend, and then ethics committee has to review and approve, and also the patient has to give in writing that for any kind of any harm or any kind of side effects or anything, the sponsor will not be responsible, because the drug is under trial development stage. Therefore, if any side effects is there, and because of that, if the patient is harmed, then sponsor may not be liable. So that kind of procedure is already there for providing post-trial access of investigational new drug or new drug. Now, compensation, as already I have mentioned, that compensation in case of injury in academic, clinical, and biomedical health research, it will be as per the guidelines of ICMR. And in this case, ethics committee is solely responsible. No other regulatory body is involved to oversee or ensure that the trial participant who has suffered injury or who has died, that compensation is provided. But ethics committee has to ensure, and he has to take all necessary action as appropriate. So compensation and medical management in case of clinical trial, there is clearly, detailed provisions are there. When a serious adverse event is reported, what is the role and responsibilities of investigator, roles and responsibilities of ethics committees, role and responsibility of the sponsor. Everything is clearly defined, and how to examine those serious adverse events, and who will recommend and who will ultimately issue the order for payment of compensation in case of clinical trial related injury or death, and how to determine the quantum of compensation formula is also there. There is a separate schedule under the new drugs clinical trial rules, formula for death, and also formula for case of injury other than death. So all these things are clearly mentioned in the, this is actually rule now. Earlier, those formulas and all these things were there, and but it was part of administrative guidelines. Now it is actually part of these rules. So timeline for application of clinical trial, now these are for regulators specifically, because to ensure accountability and transparency in these new drugs and clinical trial rules, various provisions have been incorporated. One of the important thing is that timelines for review of application and disposal of application has been prescribed under these new drugs and clinical trial rules. So one provision is there that if a investigational new drug is developed in India, researched in India, and this is intended to be manufactured and marketing in India, then clinical trial of such investigational product, clinical trial application of such investigational product has to be disposed of within 30 days by the by our office, GCI. And there is also provision that if no reply is received from the regulator within 30 days, 30 working days, then it will be considered deemed approved. And in that case, the applicant has to intimate to the regulatory authority that this is my application, I had submitted on this, and 30 days is over, so I am going ahead for initiating the clinical trials. That provision is there already. And now what has happened recently also, government or ministry, because we have already published a draft, no final, it has now become final also recently, very recently, that deemed approval provision will be there for many other application also, not only for the investigational product which is discovered and researched in India, it is for all. And that provisions are also there. It will be implemented very soon, because in that case, after conduct of phase 1 clinical trial, if they submit the reports of phase 1 and they ask for phase 2, then there also that timeline is 90 days, 90 working days. But if no reply is received, then it will be considered deemed approved, and in that case, the applicant has to inform the ethics committee. Similarly, for phase 3 clinical trial, after conduct of phase 2, they will submit the application. If no reply is received from the regulator within 90 working days, then also that will be considered deemed approved, and they can go ahead for initiating the study by intimating the same to the regulator. So those provisions are also there. And import of unapproved new drug, this is also a provision for patient who is suffering from life-threatening disease or disease causing serious permanent disability or for unmet need. There is a provision that if the drug is not approved in India, but is approved in other country, say USA or UK or anywhere, then the medical officer of a government hospital, they can prescribe and they may import drug for their patients. Maybe for together they can apply for 10%, 20% or 50% for such drug. Then regulatory authority can grant import license for import and treatment of those patients. So similarly, manufacture of unapproved new drug under clinical trial, this is a absolutely new provisions which was incorporated in new drugs and clinical trial rules, because these provisions actually allows regulators to give manufacturing permission of a drug which is under clinical trial in the country, but this drug is indicated for a patient who is suffering from serious life-threatening disease in government disease, and then based on prescription and also there is a defined procedure, ethics committees and consent and all these things, and then regulatory authority can give manufacturing permission for manufacture of such new drug which is indicated for a serious life-threatening disease in a limited quantity for specifically for treatment of those patients, so many patients. So then approval of new drugs, manufacture, import or marketing of new drugs, that provisions are also there, and timeline is 90 working days for disposal of any such applications. And there are new provisions also incorporated which are accelerated approval process that has been incorporated. Clearly there are various situations under which the data including local clinical trial can be waived or deferred or relaxed or abbreviated, and also there is provision of expedited review. And similarly, in case of new drugs which are already approved for new indication, approved for some indication, now it is intended to be marketed for new indication or new doses from new strength, then also there is provision that the data may be relaxed depending on the data available from other country. But here also timeline is 90 working days. That is, this application has to be disposed of within 90 working days. And this is also another new things that was incorporated in new drugs clinical trial rules, because earlier our toxicity study requirement, which was there in Schedule Y, it was a little bit stringent as compared to the requirement that is followed internationally. And there are earlier concerns also, and we accordingly amended also to further streamline the requirement of toxicology. What was the, because earlier the toxicity requirement was much more stringent as compared to other international guidelines. So we actually provided a particular clause under this rule that the toxicity studies may be planned, designed and conducted as per ICH guideline. Because even if it is not, because we have general guidelines for toxicity that 2 species, these rodent, non-rodent, these are the number of animals, this has to be done, this study has to be done, that study has to be done. But some can justify that they have planned and designed the study as per ICH guideline. Then also it is applicable even if it is not in line with the general toxicity requirement guidelines which are there in the new drugs clinical. This is a very important development for the applicants and sponsors. They can do and conduct the toxicity study and provide the same as per ICH guideline that will be accepted for conduct of clinical trials or marketing. And then waiver of local clinical trial, already I have mentioned, there are various situations under which accelerated approval process can be adopted and it can be approved. Like say these COVID vaccines, all COVID vaccines have been approved for restricted use under emergency situation under this accelerated approval process. That under these provisions only, we adopted these provisions for considering those COVID vaccines application, not only vaccines, but COVID drugs also. So there are various conditions and situations under which clinical trial data can be relaxed, can be abbreviated, can be deferred, because depending on the severity or rarity and also unmet medical need of the product. And in this case, each and every such request are examined in consultation with the subject experts committees, and then decision is taken to approve or not to approve, or to grant local clinical trial waiver or not. And new provision for predictability of regulatory pathways also. These are also new provisions in new drugs clinical trial rules, because before submission of any application for clinical trial or new drug, applicant can ask for pre-submission meeting by paying the fees to the government. And then formally we communicate to the applicant that if they submit that we want to have a developmental plan, this we want to do this study, that study, this is the toxicity, this is the pharmacology study, based on this we want to go for phase 1 study, whether it is okay, then we can give a regulatory guidelines in writing that will be binding for both the manufacturer or the applicant and also the regulatory authority for future when they submit actually the application for the same. So this is also there. And to promote research by MSME, small medium enterprises and academic research, there is a provision that no fee for MSME, 50% fees for application fees, 50%, and government and autonomous institution, obviously there is no fee is required for conducting any clinical trial. And in these rules, separate schedules are there, like say first schedule that prescribes the general principle and practices for clinical trial, which gives general issues, general principle on preclinical and clinical requirements and clinical data. And then detailed requirement and guidelines are prescribed in the second schedule. And the third schedule talks about the conduct of clinical, where the responsibilities of all the players, means investigator, ethics committee, sponsor, monitor, etc., are already clearly defined, and when to initiate the study and what are the action that can be taken in case of non-compliance, etc. And also the fourth schedule provides the formula to determine the quantum of compensation in case of clinical trial related injury or death. And the fifth schedule prescribes the requirements and guidelines for conduct of BAB studies. And the sixth schedule is on post-marketing assessment of drug. And because in sixth schedule, what we have incorporated, earlier there are a lot of confusion that what is phase 4 study, what is post-marketing study, post-marketing surveillance study, and what is post-marketing surveillance. So where permission is required, where permission is not required, where all the requirements of clinical trial will be applicable, where it will not be applicable. So it has been clearly specified in the schedule that if it is a phase 4 means it will be like phase 3 clinical trial. All liability and all requirements of phase 3 clinical trial will be applicable for the sponsor, investigator, and ethics committee, because these such studies are generally conducted as per advice of the regulators. When there is a application for approval of a new drug with local clinical trial waiver, then that is considered, and a condition is actually stipulated that okay, you maybe your drug may be approved with condition of local clinical trial, but you have to conduct post-marketing trial, phase 4 trial it is called. That means it will be like phase 3 clinical trial only after approval of the product during marketing. So here all the regulatory requirement, all the liability will be there. The investigational drug given free of cost. In case of SAE, the participants or the trial subjects, that wherever there is related injury or death, then compensation has to be paid. Everything will be applicable in case of phase 4 clinical trial. But in case of post-marketing surveillance study or observational study or non-interventional study, this is different from phase 4 study, because in such type of studies, the indication remains same. Although in case of post-marketing phase 4 study, also indication is same. But here the patient will be those who are being treated by the physicians. Means there will be no such clear, eligibility criteria that the patient has to be these inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria. It will be basically the patients who are being treated by the physicians, they are to be involved as such. But under a clinical trial protocol, here also the protocol needs to be approved. And however, all those clinical trial liability will not be applicable because it is observational non-interventional studies. And the third one is post-marketing surveillance. It is a surveillance, and through periodic, because as part of post-marketing surveillance, the manufacturer or importer of new drug, they have to submit periodic safety update reports. And what are the format of the periodic safety update, that is also clearly mentioned, that what are the documents that has to be captured while the drug is in the market, and that has to be submitted. So these are clearly mentioned. So I think with this, I finish my presentation. I'll be happy to interact, and if any questions and anything, I'll be happy to respond. Thank you.
This information from you. This unapproved import of unapproved drug. The condition is that the metro superior government hospital. If the patient is in a private hospital, corporate hospital, what is the condition?
Sir, this issue, when we were actually drafting the new drug clinical trial rules, we had deliberated a lot in the ministry, because one way, yes, there is challenge that for a disease for which there is no therapy or no satisfactory therapy, the patient is in need of a particular drug which is being studied or which is available from other country. But whether that can be allowed for the private hospitals or private healthcare facilities also. But after detailed deliberation, it was decided in the ministry that no, at this moment, it should be limited to the government hospital only, government autonomous institution, and not the private, because there is a chance of misuse, because drug is not approved in the country. There may be side effects, there may be some, although one side, yes, for the patient, there is an unmet need. At the same time, there is other side also, that there may be some issue of side effect or any harm. Then what will happen? And if it is misused, that's why it was considered that no, it should be limited at present for the government hospitals.
Okay, since we are running short on one or two brief questions. Yes. Dr. Vasanta?
Yeah, thank you. I was not able to unmute myself. Thank you, Dr. Pradhan. It's nice listening to you after such a long time. It was a wonderful presentation, updating on everything. I just want to ask you, you have not touched upon your new 2022 rules, and in what way it is going to add on to the 2019 rules? Is it 19 will continue? These are add-on requirements, or is it going to replace 2019? Because 2022 has come and your 45 days, the waiting period is over. So what is about it? I would like to know more about these new rules, because the new rules doesn't talk about ICMR guidelines and all those things. So are you going to remove the entire ICMR guideline regulations, or 2019 still says and 2022 is going to be added? It is something which is very important. It has just come recently, and I think
yes, ma'am,
you have to enlighten us on that,
yeah,
please.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Yeah, because that 22 that legislative provision which you are referring, that is actually a bill. Bill means that is New Drugs, Cosmetics and Medical Device Bill 2022. We have prepared the draft because I was the member of that committee under DCGI, and then we had submitted to the ministry, and that is a bill. Means when it is passed by the parliament, it will be a new act that will replace the existing Drugs and Cosmetics Act. Now, what will happen? The act actually provides a enabling provision for the government to make rules, basically, because act doesn't have all those detailed guidelines of every aspects, each and every aspects of clinical trial or ethics committees. But in this new bill, we have actually proposed for incorporation of certain provisions for ethics committee, certain provisions for clinical trials, and also all these things are already there. And that is on that a large number of comments have been received. Once that bill is passed, because bill will go through a defined procedure. First, ministry will prepare the cabinet note, then cabinet that cabinet note will be circulated to all the ministries of Government of India, and then it will go to cabinet. Once cabinet approves, then it will be placed in Lok Sabha and then Rajya Sabha, and then it will be passed. Once that bill is passed, then that will be a new act which will replace that existing Drugs and Cosmetics Act. And then after that act, then again we will prepare rules, because that although this new drugs clinical trial rule is right now is there, but when the new act will come, again we have to prepare all those rules, new drugs clinical trial rules or medical device rules, cosmetics rules. All these rules will be prepared newly, although existing provision may be taken up as such, or some modification, some revision can be done. So that option is there, that rule, what act is passed, then again we will prepare the rules related or guidelines related to clinical trial, related to ethics committee, and everything. It is like this. So there is no such thing that it is actually nothing will be left or something, because that option is there that we have to do once the act is passed. Then, and another thing, ma'am, you have rightly mentioned that regarding biomedical health research, we have received also comments from ICMR. So we are considering examining those comments, so that whether that provision related to biomedical health research can be incorporated in the act itself. That is a matter to be considered. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Pradhan. It was really a very informative talk for general clinicians and about the new drug and new approved drug, and for doing the clinical trial and highlighting the details of how the bill come into action once, how much time it takes to become the act, and then the rules, and the same thing happened with the PCPNDT and the ART bill and the act. So it really takes a very long time. So, but it was a very informative, and I must congratulate you for highlighting the details of the new drugs and the clinical trial. Especially I liked the clinical trial for the approved drugs. Thank you so much.
Okay, then thank you for Prahan, and we conclude this session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed an informative talk. Thank you, Chairperson, Dr. Vasanta Muthuswamy, Dr. Chandeshwar Nath, and Dr. Vinita Das. Now we came to the end of the first session. We request all of you to join us for the tea and group photograph, and we request everyone to be back by 11:30.
सही तो है।
आप लोग जरा यहाँ खड़े हुए, ठीक है, थोड़ा सेंटर में होके खड़ा हुए करिए तो कम से कम कैमरे के सामने आएंगे आप लोग।
अच्छा ठीक है।
हो गया। इसको ऑन कर दीजिएगा, इसमें इसको ऑन कर दीजिए, माइक ऑन हो जाएगा, ऑफ कर दीजिएगा जब जाएंगे तब, ठीक है। और
वैसे ये तो काम
इस-
कर रहा है ना।
हाँ दोनों काम कर रहे हैं, इसको स्टॉप कर दीजिएगा जैसे मैम का इंट्रोडक्शन हो जाए, इसको ऑफ कर दिएगा क्योंकि उसके बाद मैम अपनी
ठीक है, स्टॉप शेयर, ठीक है।
ठीक है, स्टॉप शेयर कर दीजिएगा। बाकी
नहीं, फोर्टी फाइव। लगी हुई है। Welcome back, everyone. Starting the second session. For the first talk of this session, I would like to welcome the chairpersons, Dr. M.K. Mitra, former HOD, Medicine, KGMU, Lucknow, Dr. Subhash Shadar, Professor, Department of Endocrinology, SGPGI, Mrs. Shalini Mathur, Secretary, Surat, Lucknow. I request Dr. M.K. Mitra sir to introduce the speaker, Dr. Vasanta Muthuswamy.
Good morning. This is the second session. First of all, I would like to congratulate the director, the dean, and of course, Dr. Vinita for hosting such an important meeting in SGPGIMS on the ethics of clinical trial and the good clinical practice. For this, we have a very eminent speaker, Dr. Vasanta Muthuswamy. She is a doyen in this field, and we have heard initially about her. This is the former Senior Deputy Director General Scientist G, Head Division of Basic Medical Sciences, Reproductive Health and Nutrition, ICMR, New Delhi. Retired 2008 after 30 years of service. She is President of FERCI Awards, and there are a lot of achievements and award, recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award for Indo Society for Clinical Research, National Bioethics Conference, FERCAP, and Yonappa University, member of the Ranjit Roy Chaudhary Committee on Policy Issues for Clinical Trials in India, responsible for ICMR Ethical Guidelines 2006, 2017, 2020, and other ICMR guidelines for stem cell research, GM food safety evaluation, GLCP animal experimentation. She is founder, secretary, and steering committee member of FERCAP Bangkok since 2000. It's indeed a pleasure for us to have such an eminent person who will be talking about the clinical trials and GCP.
As far as GCP concerned, it's very well defined in the ICMR bulletin that GCP incorporates ethical and scientific quality standards in conduct, in design, in reporting and recording of the clinical trial in the highest of ethical standards according to the enshrined philosophy of the Helsinki Declaration. So you can imagine by doing this, this gives a lot of faith on the public that the human participants who are getting involved in this research, their dignity, their welfare is being respected. And GCP is not to be only by the clinical team. It has to be by the GCP guidelines have to be followed by the sponsor, by the clinical research team, by the field staff, by the investigators, by the ethical committee, and of course, all regulatory bodies, including the patient. So with this initial comment, it would be my great pleasure to invite Dr. Vasantha Muthuswamy to give a talk on the GCP in clinical research practice to enhance public trust. Over to Dr. Vasantha Muthuswamy, please.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Can I share my screen? Can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's generally, of course, we talk about the good GCP or the GCRP, and I'm thankful to Dr. Vinita for giving me an additional, the topic in this whole GCP about the enhancing the public trust. This is something which is very, very important, that when we are going to, when we talk about all these codes and guidelines and regulations, and what is the basic principle why we are all doing all those things is related to the public trust part of it. Now, what is a trust? A trust is that I have faith in your ability or in your word in any specific area. Best interest in a specific area. Trust suggests that you care about my welfare and safety, and you help me in achieving my goals. And trust can be one-sided, but it is best when it is mutual trust. Trust has to be built over a period of time. It doesn't happen on a single day. And trust can grow continuously. It can also erode between people, and that's what is happening around the globally now. And the trust once lost is very difficult, because we have to do our best to recover the trust and rehabilitate what is the loss which has happened. So the trust is the central part in the whole world of whatever is we are doing, that why we are doing, especially when we are talking of a biomedical research and the clinical trials. As I said in the beginning, this is an area where the patients don't come to us. We seek them to be involved in our project. And if they agree to take part in the projects and be a research participants, the trust in us that all these things are there, that they will believe that we are going to look after their best interests, we are going to take care of their welfare, and we are going to continuously monitor their good rights, safety, well-being, everything which comes in the various guidelines. In the area of research conduct, what do we mean by public? Is it a general public, or is it a specific group or community? It depends on what is the kind of study we are doing. When we're doing epidemiological study or national public health surveillance and whatever happening in the last couple of years, Now, it may be a general public across the country, but we do so many studies and specific groups and communities which have to be taken care of. Now, what is the public expert from the scientists and researchers by way of trust? What do they think we should do? Is something which is very important for us to understand before what we do is what is the confidence which they have in us that they are ready to put their hands in our hands to become research participants. How do these expectations will be met or achieved? And why it is important to meet these expectations? If you don't meet these expectations, what will happen? And why it is important and how it can be. Morning in the inaugural session, the development of the research ethics has gone through so many trials and the tribulations, and the entire regulations of the medical research and the clinical trials was to protect the human subjects and the participants. This was always driven by scandals, both in biomedical and social behavioral research. And then, of course, it reflects upon the social concerns about research involving human beings. Now, these concerns have grown over a period of time, and people started disbelieving or distrusting the researchers and scientists, whether they're really taking care of them. And that's the reason we landed up in a multidisciplinary IRBs or IRCs. The importance of honoring the basic ethical principles remains always, because that, of course, when you're going to hear about the ICMR guidelines and the other things, you'll know what are the basic ethical principles which are there to support the involvement of subjects. I keep using the word subjects and participants because when we talk of GCP, it still uses the word subjects, while an ICMR, in as early as 2006, we decided we'll not call the participants as subjects. We are giving them an inferior status. We'll make them participants because they are equally responsible in research. In fact, they are more important. If there are no participants, there is no research. We have to give them the equal status. And we have been calling it as research participants. And today I was very happy to hear Dr. Pradhan never used the word research subjects, and he was continuously using the word participants. And so it has now percolated into the regulators who are going to revise the Indian GCP, and I'm sure the word subject will not be used anymore. And in India, at least, we will call the research participants as only participants. Because of this mistrust which everybody had and the kinds which have been happening, there's still concerns. Now, over a period of time, these ethics committees have evolved, which are independent. They're very objective in review of research, and it became a multidisciplinary. Because people didn't believe only scientists and doctors, physicians can take care of them. You needed the other specialty also to look into these issues before any decision can be made. And that's why we are in a stage of multidisciplinary committees now. So the whole idea is there is a need to preserve this public trust in research involving human beings. Otherwise, we cannot go ahead with the research. The research participant is not going to join us. And then the whole thing will become a mockery of doing something for the benefit of the researchers and the industry and not for the research participants. Now, this whole complex system that sustains the research is ultimately premised on the trust which people, the participants or the public has on the people who are involved in the research and the organizations. As we just heard from the chairperson just now of this session. Yes, it's the responsibility of the multiple people, multiple stakeholders, organizations to conduct research. It's not the responsibility of researchers alone. In the wake of revelations about lapses in research ethics, this trust must be earned by everybody. It's not automatic. We cannot presume that people have trust in us because we are an educated lot. We seem to know many things, and so people will trust us. Absolutely not. We'll have to earn this trust. And the IRB or the IGC review system is devised to provide an independent, objective review of research involving human beings, so that the privilege of conducting research which we have involving human participants should be maintained. We have a privilege to do it by utilizing the human participants, and we should deserve it, and we should earn that respect from the public to go ahead with the kind of research. And we are planning such huge research in the coming years, in the future. Unless we maintain the public trust, we will be a total failure. There is a very recent article I read, which was written by Aman Khera, who is she's the vice president and the global head of regulatory strategy in an organization called Worldwide Clinical. And what she said is very apt for today's CME. She said the single biggest challenge for clinical trial industry is one of public trust, or rather lack thereof. So we are not now talking about public trust, which is there in the entire community, in the global community. This is caused by disconnect between the public health sector and the drug development industry. Industry has its own purpose, the public health sector has its own needs. There seems to be a lot of mismatch between the two. Well, there are numerous reasons for this widening gap. The upshot is it has unsettled the public. People are very unhappy. People don't trust us anymore, and we have to regain the trust. So what is it which can be done is what we'll have to look into that. Now, if you remember, I'm happy Dr. Pradhan brought the issue of why these new regulations are happening in India from 2013 onwards till 2022. We are changing the regulations because the mistrust or the distrust which happened in our country is something which none of us can forget who have been part of all this entire system. In 2012, we had the Parliamentary Standing Committee of Health and Family Welfare, which came very seriously on the drug control mechanism in this country. And in this 59th report on the CDSO functioning, they came out with a lot of shortcomings, which of course, I don't want to go into the detail now, but then if Dr. Pradhan himself said that the difficult time which he passed through from 2010 onwards, where all these became a public issues. And then in 2013, the Supreme Court came down so heavily on the drug trials which are being done in this country. And they constituted, and then the Ministry of Health constituted what was the Professor Ranjit Rai Chaudhary's expert committee to formulate the policy guidelines for approval of new drugs, clinical trials, and banning of some of the drugs which are no more of use to us. Now, this is a landmark committee in this country. I'm so happy to inform you all that two of us were part of this committee, myself and Professor B.T. Kaul, the Supreme Court lawyer who is going to speak to you later. We are part of this committee. It was a committee which was given responsibility for 3 months. Within 3 months, we submitted the report. The suggestion which was made, there were 25 suggestions made by this committee and the Ministry of Health for the first time, accepted each and every committee and started their action within 1 month of the report being submitted to them, which is absolutely wonderful in a country like ours when everything takes so much of time. And then, of course, the whole changes started happening from 2013 onwards. July 2013, the ministry accepted it in September 2013. And after 2 weeks, the DCGI started actions. And then we have the series of the notification which came, and finally the 2019 rules, and now the 2022 new bill, and everything is happening. And so this is a landmark committee which has happened. This is mainly because of the public mistrust which was prevailing at that point of time, and the parliamentarians and the justice system being so unhappy with what was happening. And so everything is reconstituted and started happening. So we cannot forget history, because I always believe that we have to know the past to know why certain things are happening in present, so that we can plan well for the future. And so the happenings, it happened in the early 2000 up to 2013. And then these committee guidelines which had come out, and then the changes that are going on happening has to be known by people to understand, so that in future such mistakes are not repeated. So when we came to the whole concept of the good clinical practice, all of us know that although it's called GCP, is a misnomer. It is actually good clinical research practice. It doesn't talk about the medical practice itself, because we have the separate guidelines for medical practice, and which is the medical code of conduct for doctors, which is the MCI code of ethics. We have the Hippocratic oath and all those things. We are not talking about all those things. It's a different guideline themselves. But here the GCP is basically for clinical trials. That means the clinical research. And this is what we'll have to understand, because this is the basic of all the regulations and the guidelines which are there. The whole idea was that this was made in '96 by the International Committee on Harmonization to ensure the research is ethical. Whatever is being done in the name of research, it is ethical. It has to be of high quality, and there has to be credibility in the data collection. And then, of course, as was told by the chairperson, it covers the entire area of designing a study, conduct of a study, recording the information, reporting, publication, finally the implementation, everything. So the concept of a good GCP or a good clinical research practice, which came out in 96, it's an international scientific and ethical quality standard. This was to protect the patient safety or protect the rights of participants as well as to ensure credible data. This was, of course, for doing international clinical trial to help the pharmaceutical industry. But as we go along, we'll see that it's just not for clinical trials alone, because whatever is said for clinical trial is good enough for any clinical research, because the majority of the research, what we do is biomedical and health research, and clinical trial is only part of it. So the ICMR came out in 96, and it's an, as I said, it's international ethical and scientific quality standard. Bad science is bad ethics. We can't say that it will be ethically wonderful, but scientifically, if it is wrong, again, it's become bad ethics. If the science part is wonderful, but the ethics part is bad, then again, the science itself has got no validity. And so it has to be international ethical and scientific quality standards. Then the WHO came out with its handbook of GCP in 2005. And it said that here, of course, they use the word to accepted that whatever is there is subjected to all kinds of research, which is being done using human beings, the human participants. And so they called it a clinical research. And of course, that's the time when the Indian GCP guideline also was issued by the CDSCO. Since it's based on ICMR guideline, it still uses the word subjects as of the 2000 guidelines. I understand it is under the process of updating. As I heard from Dr. Pradhan, today I'm sure that when the new GCP guidelines, Indian one comes up, it will use the word participants. So what was the GCP? Of course, their idea was to see that how the national laws and regulations in different countries are all harmonized so that the global drug market becomes easy for the pharmaceutical industry, so that you don't have to repeat multiple things. That was their main aim at that point of time, just to harmonize the regulations and guidelines. And so many of the regulatory agencies took part from all over the world. There were 6 sponsors from each region, and they came out with these harmonized guidelines. If you look at the history of the ICH, it's not just for drugs, it's for drugs, biologicals, it was for medical devices, it was approved by all the member countries, but the basic issue is to public assurance, and that's the public trust part of it. The whole purpose was to give a public assurance that whatever we are doing in the name of a clinical trial, it is to protect the rights, safety, and well-being of the trial subjects and the trial participant, and it will be consistent with the Declaration of Helsinki, which came out in 1964, and also the credible data will be generated. Now, ICH-GCP is just not about clinical trials. It talks about quality of the product. It talked about safety studies, that means the preclinical studies, and it talks about the efficacy studies, which is about the clinical studies or clinical trials in human. And then, of course, they have one terminology standard chapter also in that. What is important to us at the moment when we are talking about GCP and the clinical research part is the efficacy guideline, under which E6, the GCP part, comes in. Of course, it talks about all other things which are related to the clinical trial. But if we look at the GCP principles, it is nothing different from the basic ethical principles which we are all discussing over the last so many years, from 1947 after the Nuremberg Code came out after the Second World War. This is how to conduct trials according to the GCP. How do we weigh the risk benefits? How do we protect the subjects? What is the kind of information which is required? What is the sound protocol? How do you get the IRB, IEC approval? Who can do the research? Who should be the supporting staff? How to obtain informed consent? How to do the recording? How to protect the confidentiality? How do you handle the products? And finally, of course, implement the quality systems in whatever we do. So you can see that when you look at today's agenda, which has been prepared by Dr. Vinita, it covers all these aspects of not only talking about regulations, about the guidelines, about the informed consent, about the protection of participants and their concept and their compensation, the legal issues necessary in whatever we do. So this entire thing, naturally, this is just the responsibility of one person. GCP talks about responsibility of all stakeholders, while the patients and the participants are the central hero or heroine of this entire clinical trial or a clinical research. You have the sponsors, the monitors, the CROs, the investigators, the site staff, the institutions, the ethics committees, the regulatory authorities, everybody is involved. That means that everybody has their own responsibility and they have to understand when do they step in, how do they step in, what do they do, how do they see? Well, for protecting these patients and the participants or the healthy volunteers, what is each individual's responsibility? So when we go along the GCP principle of good practices, so it's nothing but the simple principles which are there and the responsibilities. I'll just quickly go through that because when you're going to hear about all the other lectures, all these will keep coming, repeating. The principle requirement, and it is to only if the benefits justify the risk, one can do that. 3 and 4 says about right safety and well-being of the trial participants, how the interest of science and society should prevail, how the safety of the well-being of the participants should prevail over the interest of science. And so science may be wonderful, but if it is going to cause harm to the trial participant, then you can't take up that science. What is the adequate data to protect and what kind of a clinical and non-clinical information to be generated? The principle 5 and 6 says, how do you do what is the science behind it? How do you develop the protocol? And what is the compliance mechanism to follow the protocol? The principle 7 and 8 talks about who can do the research, what is the responsibility of the investigators, the qualified physicians, what kind of a medical care they will give. And then, of course, we'll have to see that how each individual who is involved, it can be the PI, it can be the site staff, it can be all the other stakeholders, how that each one has to have their own education, training, and experience in doing their responsible, even taking up their responsibilities. The principle 9 and 10 talks about informed consent, how to freely give informed consent and what are the different information which is to be provided, and you are going to have a full talk on it by Dr. Urmila Tatte about the informed consent. And so this was the principle 9 and 10. The principle 11, 12 and 13 talks about quality assurance, the confidentiality, privacy that has to be protected, and about the product safety, product storage, and the GMP and the GLP and the quality issues. And Dr. Sucheta is there to talk about all those things. When you come to the responsibility of different stakeholders, it tells about ethics committee responsibility before the study, during the trial, and after the trial. The word trial you can replace with before research, during research, and after research. So what is the responsibility of the ethics committees? And of course, you will hear more details later. It talks about everybody's qualification agreement, the investigators one who is actually doing the study research, their responsibilities, what kind of adequate resources they should do, what kind of a communication they can have with the ethics committees, what is the agreement they have to sign, and what is the kind of a medical care they should take. How do they compliance with the protocol? How do they take care of the investigational product? What is the entire process of, although if they can give it to somebody else to do the informed consent, main responsibility is with the investigator. And this is not a one-time activity before the study is started. It is before the study, sometimes during the study, even till the publication stage, you may have to go back to the individuals to take consent. Whether it is a written document, what is to be done, what should be the various content of it. And now, of course, we have in this, India is the only country where we talk about audio, video recording of the informed consent, which Dr. Urmila will explain to you. And there are issues regarding reconsenting and things, which are all very specific. What we have to understand that the entire informed consent is the responsibility of the investigators. They have to also do the proper reporting, keeping records, and then, of course, reporting of adverse events, the serious adverse events to the various monitors, the ethics committees, the sponsors, the expert committee of GCI, the timelines they have to maintain. Of course, Dr. Pradhan told you that what are the new changes which have been made in the NCT rules of the timelines, but one has to, each one of them have to understand these timelines. Of course, there is a revision in 2016 of the GCP guidelines where they've added certain more investigators' responsibility as to what do you mean by adequate resources and what do they mean by the source documents, because now we have the digital documents which are there. Many things is being done digitally, and what is the responsibility of maintaining that. And coming to the sponsors, of course, sponsors are responsible for quality assurance, quality control. They have to select the proper, the medical expertise is right or wrong by the people who are doing the trial. The design has to be made by them, the data handling, the record keeping, keep making an independent data monitoring committee wherever it is needed, selecting the right investigator, compensation of subject is something, and especially is unique to this country. You are going to hear it, details from Dr. Nandini about it. And this compensation, which is very unique for this country, was started by us, by the FARSI in collaboration with the ICMR when we made the first draft document and submitted to the GCI, and it was accepted by them. It has become a national regulations now, and which is very unique to this country, and we have to understand why we are doing that and what has been happening. And then, of course, the sponsors have to be in touch with the regulatory authorities, and they have to also have a thing on the what kind of an IRB, which their IRB is able to do work properly. Investigational product is given by them to the investigator. They have to take care of it, and then the monitoring, the auditing, and when they do multi-center trials, they have to see that each site has the necessary capacity and the qualification. They can't simply select sites just because they want to increase the number. It's a major responsibility of the sponsors. There are clinical research coordinators are there. Can you hear me? Yeah. So the responsibility of the monitors. Oh God. And what is the time when the monitors visit? What is the kind of feedback they have to do? So it's a continuous job for monitors to see that what needs improvement, when does it need improvement, and what are the different activities they have to undertake. It also gives a detail about the clinical trial protocol and the protocol amendments when it has to be done. So the entire handle, whatever, how a clinical trial has to be done, what are the different procedures step by step from the beginning till the end, including the publication policy, has been prescribed by the GCP. And this is the new addendum which has come in 2016, because all the global guidelines and codes are getting updated continuously. And the latest of GCP 2016, where they have done that, how do you validate the computerized software, because now everything is getting computerized or digitized. And so they're given details of what kind of a quality management should be done with the computer. So just to tell you that yes, the trust which is important, for which the entire GCP guideline started, it talks the details about how to, it is a global concern now. Whole world we are worried about this public trust. We had participated from firstly in a project internationally. The project itself was called Trust, because this was a project mainly, of course, it was for international collaborative issues, where the ethics dumping which is happening in the developed countries being pushed on to the developing countries, which is ethics dumping in North and South collaborations, to see that globally the trust is maintained between the researchers and the collaborators, was this major project which was undertaken for a period of 3 years. And it was a global collaboration with 13 partners. You can see that almost the entire world we had who participated in this. And that is a kind of learn about the public trust which we are having, not within a country, but also internationally. And here we thought that if we want to talk about ethics, what should we do? We should showcase good practices which are happening, but also we'll have to look into the bad practices and see that what are the lessons learned from the bad practices, so that we improve the good practices and keep on doing the good work. This was the whole purpose of this entire project. And we have come out with a book called Ethics Dumping. It's on the real case studies between the North and the developed and developing country collaboration. There are 15 chapters in this. This is available in the net free of charge. You can buy it for a price from Springer's also. But this is a very good thing, that who are the human guinea pigs around the world, how the unethical studies have been done, why the global trust in the researchers have gone away, and people are worried about international collaboration. So those who have not yet read the book, I would request you to go through this. But what is most important, which came out of this project is a global code of conduct for research in research poor settings by the developed life is honesty, the care which we have to take for the research participants, the respect for the human beings who are involved, and fairness in whatever we do. And these have become the four basic GCP started as a regulatory harmonization to pass on the direct benefit to regulatory authorities, pharma industry, in protecting the public health.
Is not visible.
There is a constant updating. Constant updating is going on, understandable manner. That is the mechanism to build trust. Now also they say the publicly available information ensures transparency, leading to public assurance of the regulatory processes. Education and human research participant protection program that ensures public trust that whatever is being done in an institution is being followed, and the clinical trial registries and the data sharing is a new concept for critical for public trust. Thank you all for the patient hearing.
Thank you.
I don't know, there is a lot of disconnection in between. I'm getting continuously unmuted.
Thank you, Dr. Vasantha, for a very lucid talk. You spoke first about the trust and public trust. Next, the history of ethical research. Then next, you talked about the report of Professor Ranjit Roy Chaudhary to formulate policy and guidelines for approval of the new drug and clinical trial. Then you talked about definition of GCP so that it could instill faith in the public, remembering about the risk-benefit ratio of any trial that we are going to conduct. And you also mentioned that the risk and the benefit to the patient should be beyond science and societal benefits. Early given informed consent, that is a very important part which you should oversee. That, and of course, the post-trial commitments of the ethical committee to see as to what is happening after the trial. After having given approval, the responsibility of the ethical committee doesn't end. It has to be after the post-trial also. And you talked about in length about the responsibility of the sponsor, clinical research responsibility, and monitor responsibilities. I thank you very much. And now I hand over my to my co-chair.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for this excellent talk. No doubt the participants are the most important in clinical trial. So now this session is open for any comments, any questions from the audience or other participants who are connected with the online. Sorry. Yeah. Dr. Vinita, yeah, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was a wonderful lecture and an overview. As you talked about the ICMR guidelines like 2022 or something, which is, so do we have a revision of the ICMR guidelines which will be coming soon, or the 2017 ICMR guidelines hold true now?
See, Dr. Roli is going to speak about ICMR guidelines. She will tell you. Okay. I have not touched upon the ICMR guidelines at all. This is only I spoke about the GCP guidelines and the public trust and GCP. Since Dr. Roli is going to speak on ICMR guidelines, she will tell you about the other revisions and what is happening in the ICMR guideline.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I hope I was audible throughout because I was getting continuously unmuted. I don't know, there is some problem with your system, Vinita, because every time it comes that the host has muted you. So,
Ma'am, there is no problem. So whenever there is a network issue, it automatically unmutes someone who's speaking, and then we need to mute and unmute. So that there was a network problem from some.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, you heard my talk properly. That's because I was worried. Probably I'm not audible to you.
So thank you, madam, once again. So thank you, sir, for chairing the session. So I now hand over the mic to the.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you to all the chairpersons, Dr. M.K. Mitra sir, Dr. Subhash Yadav sir, and Mrs. Shalini. For the next talk on informed consent documents, what a researcher needs to know, we take this opportunity to invite our chairperson, Dr. Amita Agrawal, Professor and Head, Department of Clinical Immunology, SGPGI MS, Dr. A.K. Srivastava, Retired Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Lucknow, Sri Sharad Pradhan, Senior Journalist. Now we request Dr. Amita Agrawal to kindly introduce the next speaker, Dr. Urmila Thatte.
Good afternoon, friends. It's always a pleasure to be in a session on ethics, but that's what it tells the physicians, that we really need to do whatever we do with our full moral responsibility. And informed consent is actually the process where we translate our thing, what we want to do, to the patient. And unless you have an excellent communication and you have been able to tell the patient that what you are doing in what the way they can understand and get their consent, which is absolutely informed, the whole terminology of informed consent actually doesn't carry any weight at all. And we can't have a better speaker than Dr. Urmila, whom I have known for many, many years. And Dr. Urmila was head of the Department of Clinical Pharmacology at KEM Medical College, where she did lots of good work, including work on ethics. And she has lots of things to her credit. She has written so many books and lots of articles. And she has got so many awards. I don't think I should be naming all of them, but to mention her awards on ethics, she's got Farooq Abdullah Oration of SMS Medical College, Jaipur, on her work in ethical issues in clinical research. So it's over to Dr. Urmila.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. Friends, I have conjunctivitis. So if you see my eyes, they're swollen. And I don't know if I can see my own slides. But I'm therefore going to switch off my camera. Not that it can be transmitted through the camera, but it just, I thought that I can't bear you to see me in this way. So I'll switch off my camera if you don't mind. And I will start. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, we can't see it just now. Please try to share.
Can you see it now?
Absolutely perfectly. Just make it full screen.
Yeah. So today I have to talk about informed consent process. Are you all facing the chairpersons? Are you all facing the slides? Do you have to turn around?
We have 2-3 screens here, so we can see them.
Okay, fine. So I'll be talking today to you about the informed consent process, not just about the documents, the whole process. And if you were to read the definition in ICH 1 minute, please. I just need to. It's a process by which a subject voluntarily confirms his or her willingness to participate in a particular trial after having been informed of all aspects of the trial that are relevant to the subject's decision to participate. Now, there are 2-3 things. The ICMR guidelines, for example, says that you must always obtain voluntary written informed consent from any prospective participant for any biomedical and health research involving human participants. And this is based on the principle that competent individuals are entitled to choose freely whether or not to participate or continue to participate in the research. So remember that we are respecting that person's autonomy to choose to participate, to take part in the research or not. And the informed consent, very importantly, is a continuous process and protects the individual's freedom of choice and respects the individual's autonomy. So there are a few things which are put in red which are important. The written informed consent is, operationally speaking, given by an competent individual who has received all the necessary information, has understood this information, having understood this information, arrived at a decision to participate or not, without being under any coercion, undue influence, or inducement or intimidation. And I can see 4 components to this informed consent process. The first is complete information disclosure. Now, complete, when we say this, all the information that the participant needs before he can come to a conclusion or he or she can come to an informed decision is what we should do. We should put in that. Now, the ICMR guidelines box 5.1 or the NDCT rules table 3 of schedule 3 and local IEC SOPs all will give you guidance about what should go into your consent form, and of course, language and style. Provide all relevant information to the participant to make an informed decision, as I have already said. And an informed consent document contains 2 parts. The participant or patient information sheet, which is all the known facts about research which has relevance to participation, and the actual informed consent form, which is the participant acknowledgement that he or she has understood this information given in the PIS and is volunteering to be included in the research. I'm going to skip this because this is pretty much what is there in that. But additional to what is in that box of ICMR guidelines and this, you should also remember alternative procedures must be written. If there is going to be a pre-test and post-test counseling where relevant, for example, with HIV, you always have a pre and post-test counseling. Insurance cover, if any, for research-related adverse effects, and foreseeable extent of information on possible and current and future uses of the biological material and the data. So all this information must go into your consent form. How long will you be storing this data? Now, this we forget at the time when we are writing our consent form. But if you're going to store the sample, you need to take consent then. Because if the participant wants, he can say no to storage of sample for further use anytime. You must take the consent at that time. Whether you're going to share this material, especially if there are international studies, remember, we have to inform them that we are in collaboration and your data, your material will go abroad. Right to prevent, right to use his or her samples such as DNA, cell line, and all the rest. Everything should be taken at this time, including publication plan, including photographs and pedigree charts. You have to take this consent before they start participating in the study. The style in the informed consent is very important. Don't say things like, I fully understand the study. The person cannot understand the study fully. They are not scientists. The participant is a lay person who is participating out of altruism or out of the money that he's getting, or because he's ill and he wants to take part in the study to get benefits of the research. Also, you should avoid saying study has certain benefits. It's not a good idea to say FDA EC approved, because it feels as though that somebody has approved it, so humko chalega. I mean, I can take part in it, without measuring the risks and benefits yourself. Compensation in the form of discounted or free medicine after the study should also not be given and or mentioned. It's best to use an easy style. You will be given this, you will have to do this, or you will be doing this, and we will measure and things like that. The second component of the informed consent process is the decision-making capacity and competence. Let us see what this is. The decision-making capacity is the ability to understand and appreciate the nature and consequences of health decisions, to formulate and communicate decisions concerning healthcare. So it is important for us to understand. It is the ability to understand and appreciate the nature and consequences of health decisions. That is what is primarily the decision-making capacity. And it contains 4 abilities: to understand the information given, to appreciate the situation, to rationally manipulate this information, and communicate the choice. And it depends on the cognitive abilities and voluntarism. Competence, on the other hand, is a legal concept, and it is the individual standard to make healthcare decisions. So a child is legally incompetent, may not be medically so, because if he's 17 years old, he will probably understand everything. What is the difference between 17 and 18? We come to next component, which is voluntarism. That is, the person should have an individual's ability to judge freely, independently, in the absence of coercion, what is good, right, and best, subjected to his or her own situations, values, and prior history. And the last is, of course, authorization. Participants have to communicate their decision taken voluntarily, and usually this is in the form of signing. And the biggest risk that we see in this study should not be the consent form. It should not be so complicated. It should not be so difficult for the participant to understand. I usually have one method to judge. If my lay person in the ethics committee can understand the consent form, then we can say that, yeah, that's all right then, because then others can also, I mean, the participant may likely understand. Now, there are direct stakeholders in the informed consent process, including, of course, the participant, the legally accepted representative, which I'll come to in a minute, the investigator in the site, the sponsor, and indirectly the IC and the regulator. Now, the investigator has to be appropriately qualified. Remember, for example, in the LDCG rules, you might be remembering what Dr. Pradhan told you, that the person has to have postgraduate qualifications in the area that he's doing research in, should have GCP certification, should be trained in site and relevant IC SOPs and act according to them. If not the PI, then the person should have been delegated to take informed consent as per the duty delegation laws. Remember this. This part is not done. Somebody else should not take unless they are delegated by the duty delegation law. Should be written in the duty delegation law. Should ensure the use of latest IC approved versions of ICDs, should be able to read, write, and understand and communicate in the language of the informed consent. Preferably, of course, the participants' language. And as our chairperson told us, you have to have good communication skills. You have to be able to talk to the participant in his language, whatever it is that you want to communicate. The site should have the infrastructure and space to ensure privacy. You know, you can't do an informed consent in the whole OPD with a crowded OPD with everybody sitting around. That's not the place to do an informed consent. It has to be done in an isolated place so that the participant is not afraid to ask questions. In a crowded OPD, he might feel that you're anyway busy, anyway, whatever the doctor says is true. You should be able to conduct the regulatory process conduct the informed consent process according to the local guidelines, which I think Dr. Pradhan has told you all about. Should have the sponsor should have the resources to develop the ICD and prepare vernacular translations. IEC has to have its own SOP to decide how to review an ICD. The non-technical members, especially as I mentioned before, should carefully review this ICD and see if they understand. It is crucial that the layperson understands the ICD. If they do not understand, it is impossible for the participant to understand it. The IEC should monitor the informed consent process, at least review the signed consents and see if there have been mistakes in that. But otherwise, you can actually go and observe a consent process. And the other way is by reviewing the consent videos. Now, always the participant has to sign. If the participant is incompetent in terms of legally incompetent or is mentally incompetent, medically incompetent, then the legally authorized representative, LAR, can sign. And the participant should be explained to the extent possible with his understanding. Like if it's very small children, they won't understand. But older children do understand and they should be partners. Informed consent in children, the parents usually or any other legally authorized representative if the child is less than 18 years of age. Remember, you have to take assent. Approval of older children has to be written from 7 to 18 years. 12 to 18 years is written and verbal from 7 to 12 years. You must explain to the extent the child will understand, and 2 documents are signed, therefore, one from the parents or LAR and one from the child if the child is above 12 years old. And if the child is refusing to participate, you must respect this and you must do accordingly. Signed and dated by the participant or participant's LAR and the person conducting the informed consent. And if the participant is signing in English or the vernacular medium, vernacular consent form, this needs to be written in the directive, which is there associated with the thing that the patient wanted to sign in English. That's okay, that can be done. You have to write it. If the participant is illiterate, then you need a literate impartial witness who will attend the informed consent process and thumb impression of the participant is taken. So why is there an impartial witness? And who can become an impartial witness? These are questions I would have asked you if I was there in life. But why do we need an impartial witness? The impartial witness is supposed to be the one who makes sure that, see, the patient is illiterate, so he can't read the consent form. But has the doctor told him everything that is in the consent form? Therefore, it has to be a literate participant, literate witness, not a illiterate person. A person who can't read cannot be a witness to the process, because he needs to be able to read the consent form and then say yes or no to whatever, to that, or be a proof that the doctor who is giving the informed consent is actually giving all of it, or not doctor alone, any type of investigator. And who can become an impartial witness? Usually not family, because they obviously are not impartial. They are partial. They either want or don't want, and they should not be influencing the person. So it should preferably not even be a study team member. So it should preferably be anybody who is outside the study team. So maybe a relative of another patient in the ward can do this. You should consent the person in the language that is understandable to them, and EC must approve the translated consent document, and it is both the investigators and the IEC's responsibility to ensure that the translation is accurate. We come now to what Vasanta ma'am referred to as the AV consent. In our country, in 2013, 19th November 2013, AV consent became mandatory for all clinical trials. But in 2015, this changed to it was only needed for vulnerable participants in clinical trials of new chemical entity or molecular entity, and audio reading in case of clinical trials of anti-HIV and anti-leprosy drugs. So we wanted to see the impact of AV recording. When before AV recording was introduced, zero consent refusal. Afterwards, 4 of them refused AV consent recording. Although they they wanted to participate in the study, but they said no to the recording. And this was what made us wonder, is it really, are we worried about the confidentiality or not, and what about the justice? So we had one study which we published in National Medical Journal of India, and in which we had a phase 2-3 study of a monoclonal antibody ongoing, and 45 participants had already undergone informed consent process alone, and after the order, 40 more participants underwent the consent process. And when we analyzed the scores of their recall or their ability to remember what was told to them during the consent process, we found that there was a statistically significant percentage improvement of the recall with AV consent. A statistically significant, like p equal 0.001, which I think is reasonably good. Now, if there is a change or if there is new information available during the study, then the informed consent form needs to be revised. EC approval obtained before use, and participants legally accepted representative will be informed in a timely manner. So if there's new information, suppose a new adverse effect comes up in the study, which needs to be communicated because it may change his or her decision to take part in the study, then you need to inform this to the participant. That means you have to revise the consent form, add addendum to it. Or research requires a long-term follow-up or requires an extension, and there is a change in treatment modality or anything, methodology, also you may need to change the consent form or take a fresh consent. If there is a disclosure of, if there's a possibility of disclosure of identity, that also you may need to take fresh consent. A research participant who is unconscious regains consciousness, or who has lost insight regains mental competence, then you have to take a fresh consent. You have to take a fresh consent of that participant who has regained consent. And if a child becomes an adult during the course of the study, again, you have to take consent. Probably Roli madam will tell you more about this, but multiple electronic formats are available to interact with the participant and give electronic consent. This is also being done, especially during pandemic time. And now I want to end with an important concept, and that is about waiver of consent. It should not be taken, and unless the research cannot be practically carried out without the waiver, and the waiver is scientifically justified. For example, in a retrospective study where the participant is de-identified and cannot be contacted, or anonymized biological samples or data, involving surveillance programs and program evaluation studies on data available in the public domain or during humanitarian emergencies. Attempt should be made to obtain the participants' consent at the earliest. Now, many times students ask this question, is it always mandatory? We are doing these studies as a routine, so it's okay. Assume that written informed consent is mandatory by definition. It's only when it is impractical to do the study at all, like for example, the ones that I listed to you, that you will think of waiver of consent. Please, for goodness sake, don't use generic forms. You know, the ones you copy paste what is written in the ethics committee SOP. That is not really what you want. You have to talk about your research. Talk about it. Often the patient information sheet is missing. Only submitted is I volunteer to take part in the study. And HIV studies, confidentiality, informing partners and witness are issues that we need to take into consideration. Witness, for example, we should take the consent of the person, the patient, before involving a witness, because remember that it's their privacy and confidentiality that you will reveal. So I end with informed consent is not a piece of paper, it is not a signature, but it is a process by which we ensure that a patient's right to be informed, right to consent to research is protected, and we document our efforts to protect this participant's right to the satisfaction of I end with this joke. We don't want you to be like this. And so you can publish your theory and become a rich and famous investigator. Thank you so much.
Well, I hope I can be heard. Yeah. First of all, I'm sorry for being late, which was not in my control. There are a few things I'd like to point out on what has been said about informed consent. The whole problem, I think, arises essentially because the investigators treat informed consent very casually. It is seen more as a formality rather than duty, which is the sad part. And despite repeated reminders by the ethics committee, I've been with the ethics committee for several years now, and I find that there are some serial offenders, if I can say it's saying a bit too harsh, I may be sounding a bit too harsh, but yes, they continue to do that. So, which shows that when you continue to repeat the same mistake with impunity, seems that you have very little concern. And that is the reason why you also find another problem, which is with the language. It is not from what was stated just now, that as long as the members of the IEC understand, that lay members, then it should fine. I beg to disagree with that, because members, all members in the IEC, whether they are laymen, they have some basic education and they understand different languages also. But unfortunately, we are living in a country, and particularly in a state, where most of the subjects, the participants, are illiterate. And more than that, there you will find often who don't even understand proper Hindi, because they use a different dialect. So we have to emphasize that it has to be made intelligible, understandable to the subject, that is the participant, which is where we falter, and we tend to, feel it, as I said, more of a formality. Like if you allow a neighbor patient's relative to give consent on behalf of a third person who cannot understand your language. That may not be fair. Because if I am there as a patient's relative with another patient who I want to be attended well, I will feel that it's strategically, politically better that okay, ठीक है, इसकी consent कर देते हैं, ऑफिस यहाँ का डॉक्टर खुश हो जाएगा, तो दे देते हैं, हमें क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है? How does it matter to me? There's some way needs to be found out. I don't think it is that difficult, but to allow a third person to give consent on behalf of a patient, or because the patient's relative is also not in a position to understand. Secondly, when they write these patient information sheet and they translate it, more often than not, we have raised it. Dr. Chandrasekhar Nath and Vinita Agarwal, doctor, would also agree that so many times we have noticed that they are Google translations, which is why also they cannot be understood, because Google translations God alone save. Because you can't blame it on anyone, but as scientists, one has to be ought to be more sincere and committed to at least take little pains. When you and I have been an English journalist all along, and sometimes I don't allow others to translate when they want to write. I say I'll do it myself. Even when I don't get to understand a word, I said, give me the meaning of this word, I'll write it. To just not, and so many times I write for BBC in Hindi, but I like to do my own this thing. So you have to take pains. So I think these are issues which need to be addressed, and I'm sure there'll be some way to find them. And more important than mere lecturing is to see that it is implemented by people who are handling it. That is on ground, those who are hands-on doing it. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, can I just respond to that? I think you misunderstood me when I said that it's okay if the layperson has reviewed it and says it's okay. No, I didn't say it that way. I wanted to say, and I am going to reiterate, at least the layperson should be able to understand the consent form before which you can approve it. It doesn't mean that it is okay. The participant has to understand the stuff, whatever is in that consent form, and at least the layperson should be able to understand it before you can approve it as an ethics committee. That is, as a layperson in the ethics committee. That's what I meant. So please don't misunderstand me.
Thank you. That's well clarified.
No, Dr. Sharad's comments are absolutely right. And because I am on the other side of the table, when we take consent, you have to make very simple consent forms. The patient information sheet should not have any scientific jargon. Like if I am going to do monocytes, cytokines, this, that, if I write that, the patient doesn't understand. So we have to say that we will do something with your blood. We will investigate, some investigations will be done in your blood. And so it has to be not, as Dr. Urmila said very clearly, that if you make volumes, nobody can read. You have to have a patient information sheet which gives the information, but in a small boluses, which patient can understand. Put it in small paragraph. People write those 3 pages which nobody can read. And Dr. Sharad is absolutely right. Most of our fellows will just go and Google Translate, where you can't even understand any word of it. So it has to be written in your own language. It's best to write with your own hand in Hindi rather than even type it. That is a very good thing. You write even 10 lines as point wise, that carries much more weight. And you also need to know that in outpatient, you don't have so much time to read those 10 pages to a patient, unless it's a drug trial, which needs much more differences. But usually most people are collecting blood sample, urine sample, 2 ml, 5 ml. You don't need to have a real detailed consent form. Just give us simple information, why you are doing it, what you will collect, what is patient's responsibility, and you are going to keep it confidential. All information will be kept confidential. Even if you have these 4 or 5 points, I think it serves the purpose. But Dr. Urmila, I just have one question for you. You showed us data for your audio-visual consent.
Yeah.
Side you're gaining by having effectiveness, but on the other side, you're losing by having increased refusals.
Yeah, They were two different studies, and we did get that experience.
It's very
possible that many women particularly didn't want to participate in the research if we were taking a audiovisual recording. This is just part of the experience. I don't know how, but however, the patient's recall was better because I think that the doctor was explaining better because he was on camera. I think this is my interpretation. I have no data to prove or disprove this. But because he was being recorded, I think the doctor was. So I personally would believe that AV recording was better. Also, it gave the ethics committee a chance to review these AV consents videos later on and tell us if that there were, as an investigator, I'm saying that if we were making any mistakes or if there were any issues in the consent form, then also we could take care of them. So I would think that AV consent was much better as it was when it was there. In general, is my interpretation.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Thate, for your excellent presentation. You have covered very small aspects of this topic. You are right when you say that it is a process. It is not just a document when you get it signed and it's over. It is a long process. So your approach should always be very honest and very motivating also. Because at one place you write that you can withdraw anytime. But suppose more persons withdraw them, then what will happen? So it's a problem. So your approach should be very honest and very motivating throughout. And one thing that Mr. Pradhan has said about the translation. Translation is very poorly done. It's a literal translation. We use the word Hindi, bhava anuvād. You just take the spirit of this sentence and then translate it in English. And one more suggestion. If you are working in a Hindi world, you first write in Hindi, then translate it in English. They do better. And you'll be able to communicate with the patient. So our committee has seen so many blunders. So my suggestion is that be careful. It is not only a process, it is a starting point of your research. It is the patient who make you famous as a researcher. So you should be very careful about his interest. That's all. Thank you very much for this nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Just one more. One of my questions remained unanswered, Dr. Urmila, is about the consent being taken from a neighbor patient's relative for the patient.
That is no. Again, you misunderstood totally. No. That person is just the impartial witness. Witness to the consent process for an illiterate participant.
No, but that is almost amounting to giving consent.
No, not at all. Not at all. He does not give the consent at all. Nobody else except the participant gives the consent. This must be very clear. And if it has not been understood, then I'll repeat it for you all. That this is the patient has to always give the consent. The participant has to give the consent. Why don't take a partial witness is because they can influence that patient. We don't want anybody like that. So that's why I said neighboring patient's relative can do it, but her own father or his own mother should not do this activity because they have themselves interest in the patient.
Witness as a mayor, which is the witness also mandatory?
Sorry?
Is a witness mandatory? Is it necessary that
witness is mandatory only if the participant is illiterate and cannot read the consent form himself? Otherwise, ideally, you should give the consent form to the participant to take home, read it, discuss it with his family, and then come back tomorrow and sign it if he is willing to participate.
Well, that is a much better way to do it, in fact. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure to be here, and I have memories of this hall. I'm sorry I couldn't be there personally, but it was great fun. Thank you, Dr. Vinita, for inviting me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, chairpersons, Dr. Amita Agrawal, Dr. A.K. Srivastava, and Sri Sharat Pradhan. Now I would like to invite the chairpersons for the last talk of the second session, that is participant safety, adverse events and compensation in clinical trials. So I invite Dr. Chandeshwar Nath and Dr. Vijay Verma, who is a former district judge and chairman of Upogta Forum, Lucknow, and Dr. Aditya Kapoor, professor and head, Department of Cardiology, SGPGI. Sir, kindly introduce the speaker for this session, Dr. Nandini Kumar.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the second session, last lecture is very important, and we have a very eminent speaker here, Dr. Nandini Kumar. She is former Deputy Director General of ICMR and present Vice President, Forum of Ethics Review Committees, India. She is among the pioneers of the ethics guideline formulation in India. So, now this time, I'll just request Dr. Nandini Kumar, please, your talk and make us enlightened with your wisdom. Okay, please.
At the outset, I think it's going to be afternoon. It's already afternoon, so good afternoon to all of you. And at the outset, I would like to thank SGPGI, especially Vinita and her team. I have good memories about this institution with Dr. Dhawan as the chairperson of the ethics committee. He was so enthusiastic to bring quality to ethics committee functioning. And I'm also, appreciative of Vinita's efforts to rectify many gaps that we found during the last survey of the ethics committee, the Sitkar survey. Now, I'll try to finish off as fast as possible because we are running out of time. So the topic is participant safety, adverse events and compensation clinical trials. When we look at the scenario of the sites from 2021 to 2019 and 2017, we see that the full-time involvement is increasing over the years and the part-time is decreasing. And in the Indian scenario, it is predicted, projected rather, to 2025 from 2014, that this scenario is only going to increase. And these are the various phases represented, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. So you can see that despite the fact that we suffered a lot after 2013, the prediction is towards increasing the market size of clinical trials. In India, drug development pertains to both the synthetic, the genetic genetic-based products and also the traditional medicine. So if you look at the history of adverse drug reactions, the very prominent mention is about sulfonylamide disaster. And thereafter, I'm not going to go through each one now in the interest of time, but we will dwell a little bit on thalidomide disaster. And then, of course, in 1996, we went global because the doors were opened by the government for, the foreign investments and things like that. So when you look at the ADR monitoring program, as Madam had, I think, mentioned, that even ICMR had a project, ADR monitoring, in India. And thereafter, there were other 3 centers which were also doing this ADR monitoring. And further, we actually increased the activity in India, pharmacovigilance, and then a center was established for that. And structured clinical trials started happening after 2005. And then pharmacovigilance plan of India was initiated and implemented in 2010. With regard to safety, the most important aspect that comes to mind is about phocomelia. Thalidomide being given in the first trimester for stopping nausea, etc. And the result was the children who were born did not have, they had flaps for limbs, something like seals. And this was the first time, this was a clear evidence about efficacy and safety being important factors before you introduce the drug into the market for a particular indication. And here, first time, US FDA required that the informed consent should mention that this drug which they are taking is of experimental nature, and you should get the written consent from these participants. There was a study where this word, use of word as research or a study or as experiment. It was found that the participants actually who were given this choice of words, it was experiment which actually raised their alertness, because they felt that, okay, experiment is something they're going to do to study something. But when you say study or research, that feeling doesn't come through so easily. And many a times it's taken as a misconception, therapeutic misconception. So ICA-GCP already details have been talked about, but I would just say that the safety part of it, as you see in the ICA-GCP website, you see these 4 words. So we just have to concentrate on safety. And under safety, you have topic codes. There are so many here, and this number has been increasing of late. We'll not go into details about that. The adverse drug reactions, coming to that, in recent times, after the thalidomide tragedy, most talked about adverse reactions were about Vioxx, causing cardiac problems. But this was under the carpet. This was not revealed, and when patients suffered a lot as a consequence, it came to light, and the company had to pay a huge compensation amount for that. The other important experiment is about the cytokine storm in phase 1 trial of anti-CD28 monoclonal antibody, TGN1412. There were actually 8 people on the trial, in phase 1 trial. 6 healthy males were on therapy, and 2 were on placebo. All the 6 who received the active test had to be taken to the ICU. And it actually went to, you see the picture here. It's a organ failure was, multiple organ failure was there, etc., etc. The point is that the test systems failed to exhibit its toxic potential. So the primate model which was used was given 500 times more a dose compared to what was given to the volunteers. And it was also realized that it works differently. The product works differently between species. In both cases, you can understand that there was a publication bias. So negative or neutral clinical and or non-clinical results may remain unpublished. And as a result of that, you may miss certain important points which reveal themselves when you actually execute the clinical trial. So following this, the microdosing phase, 0 phase, gained more importance as a result of this incident. So when we talk about adverse drug reactions, it's nothing but a response to a drug which is noxious and unintended and occurs at doses normally used in man for the prophylaxis, diagnosis, or therapy of disease, or for the modifications of physiological function. And for that matter, you may consider that no medicine is entirely safe. So there are 5 types of ADRs: dose related, non-dose related, dose and time related, end of dose response, and failure of therapy. So we will not go into details about this, but when we see the reactions as a result of that, the WHO scale actually has the criteria like certain, probable, possible, unlikely, conditional or unclassified, unaccessible or unclassifiable. So we'll not go into detail about the definitions. And the Naranjo scale actually asks you questions. You have to answer as yes, no, or unknown. And the scores range from -1 to +2. And if you get more than 9 as a total, then it is a definite reaction. Probable, possible, unlikely. So generally speaking, it is a WHO scale which is taken into consideration. So what do we assess actually? It's mainly 2 things. Evaluation of likelihood of a particular treatment causing an observed adverse event. The second point is its relationship to the occurrence of the adverse event. Patient's voice is very, very important, which is often ignored because they are able to elaborate much more what they have experienced in clear terms. So that self-reporting is actually to be encouraged whenever possible. And of course, this leads to temporary withdrawal. I will not go into detail about the conditions, examples of the conditions. This is taken from publication in NEJM. The criteria for assessment is what were the risk factors? Is there any possible alternative etiological cause which you were not aware of earlier? Drug levels, what dose? Nature of the reaction, temporal relationship, which is very, very important. And was it de-challenged? What was the reaction on re-challenge? Re-challenge is not very, it's not encouraged much because ethically, you may be causing harm again. And sometimes it may be major harm. Previous reported reaction, if any, the patient may not have told you about that. So you dig into the past and find out previous exposure to the drug and lab evidence. Whenever you do laboratory studies along with that, then you have the evidence for that. Now, there are actually advances and limitations to this. The advances are that there's decreased disagreement between assessors, and it classifies relationship likelihood, and it marks individual case reports and improvement of scientific evaluation or educational aspects. The limitations are that you may not be able to accurately quantify measurement of relationship likelihoods, may not be able to distinguish valid from invalid cases, may not be able to prove the connection between the drug and event, and you may not be able to change uncertainty into certainty. Now, what happens when such a scenario about certain, probable, possible, unlikely aspects of the ADR is presented to the ethics committee? Then the ethics committee is supposed to actually only give 2 decisions, either related or not related. And the decision always goes in favor of the patient if you have doubts. So it goes to this section whenever you have a doubt. Safety evaluation during the trial is by getting the reports of AE, SAE, and SUSARs. Post licensure, that is marketing. This periodic safety update reports. You already heard about this earlier. Active and passive surveillance, observational study, phase 4 study, and pharmacovigilance program, and monitoring for quality of marketed products by pharma company and regulators. There is a national pharmacovigilance program in India. It was initially supported by WHO and World Bank in 2009 and got closed. Then it got restarted in 2010 in collaboration with AIIMS New Delhi. And nationwide ADR monitoring centers were set up under the Ministry of Health and national coordinating centers at Ghaziabad, who can report clinicians, dentists, nurses, pharmacists, interns, and patients. And the data goes to the global database maintained at Uppsala, the WHO center, for the ADR database. Now, you have to report these reactions to all suspected drugs, whether they are old or new, and they are reported as mild, moderate, or severe. And these are the two, emails available where you can actually send them. So till August 2022, there were actually 11,142 case study reports. And you send it in this yellow form, and there is this red form where you have to fill the details. And this is just an example of a state form. This is in Tamil Nadu. They are using, other states also might be using it. I'm not sure. I'm not aware of that. And you have to send the details in table 5 of NDCT, which is given in NDCT rules, instead of the earlier appendix 11 of Schedule Y. Reporting. Within 24 hours, the PI has to report to the LA sponsor. And then this is analyzed within 14 days. And the PI and sponsor send the report to the LA, chairman of EC, and head of the institution. The ethics committee has to analyze it and also talk about the analysis of causality and give their opinion on compensation within 30 days and send it to the licensing authority. The licensing authority forwards the report of PEI sponsor and or its representative and EC to the chairman of expert committee. And they have to give the report within 60 days. Thereafter, the LA has to send the LA examine the causality and the quantum of compensation, has to communicate to the sponsor within 150 days. And the sponsor has to pay back within 30 days. For examining these reported adverse reactions in research, you can constitute a subcommittee for SAE review. This could either be part of the main committee, or it could be some members from the main committee. And because the SAEs would be of different kind, you could call in some experts, subject experts also to that. But this has to be actually recorded in the SOP, the mechanism of how you will function. So that SOP is very important. Generally speaking, chairperson, member, secretary, and one or two appropriate designated members of the main EC will be there. And the report is sent to the full committee. Now, what does ICMR ethical guidelines of 2017 talk about adverse events in SE? They speak the same language as spoken by the regulators, 24 hours, 14 days, and the relatedness of that, the medical management, which is actually spoken of, that you manage it medically till such date that you come to know that it is not related to the clinical trial, and thereafter the participant has to pay for all the costs that accrue after that. So in the NDCT rule, this has one phrase has cropped in, that is till such time the PI reports. So the importance of PI has creeped in this. The PI will have to say that, okay, this is not related to the clinical trial. In addition, compensation must be given if SAE is proven to be related to the trial. That is after the medical management. And this is the mechanism which is actually a gray zone when you talk about, because you have formulas for the regulatory clinical trials, but no such formula exists for academic trials or biomedical and health research. Ancillary care has to be given for non-study or trial-related illnesses arising during the period of the trial. And if SAE occurs in a blinded study, it is imperative in the interest of managing the event to know what the patient was receiving. So unblinding mechanisms should be available to the researcher for such an event, when you won't be groping in the dark as to what you should do in such an instance. What is the ethics committee's role? You already heard Urmila talking about monitoring. The DSMB report also has to come to the ethics committee, and many a times you may have to call in an expedited review. So in the SOP for the expedited review, this will be one of the causes for calling in for seeking such a review. And SAE subcommittee's report also comes to the ethics committee, and they can actually decide what is to be taken as significant reporting, etc. Insurance policy review is also done by ethics committee. And when there is a multiple site, handling of adverse reaction from multiple sites is not a problem. When you are reporting this, the sponsor will do that job. But when it comes to multi-centric trials in the academic arena, so that responsibility has to be actually taken by the ethics committee as a good practice. So what do they see? They see the risk-benefit ratio, the patient should be withdrawn or not, and compensation issues and dissemination of ADR information. What's the sponsor's role? So the protocol and SOPs will describe how you have to report, the provision of infrastructure and training, insurance, audit and compliance. So when you talk about insurance, the date of the policy is very, very important, because by the time you approve that study and it gets implemented, the date would be over. So this is, you have to be vigilant about what date has been given, what period has been described in that insurance. And then, of course, the reporting, severity, seriousness, expectedness, SUSARs, and causality. Many a times it is not reported, so it gets unnoticed by the ethics committee as well as the regulators, and so no action is taken. And this is what happened in the Vioxx study also. With regard to the investigators, they have to be trained. Not only the principal investigator, but also the co-investigators. And for reporting to the sponsor and ethics committee in the prescribed format for the regulatory clinical trials and for the academic research, you have to describe the intensity, seriousness, expectedness, and causality. Follow the adverse event or adverse drug reaction till it is resolved. Coming to compensation. So if you look at the international guidelines, the WHO operational guidelines talked about in 2000. They said that any compensation for study participation should be given to the research participants. And in 2013, Declaration of Helsinki for the first time talked about compensation. That was the 7th version. It is not yet revised. And then in 2002 itself, it was stated that the subjects may be paid for inconvenience and time spent. So that is for participation. And then it talks about they may also receive free medical services, and care should be taken that there is no undue inducement. In New Zealand, there are two ways in which they deal with it. Monetary claims, of course, that compensation comes. But that data is actually analyzed and shared through anonymous form to support improvement in patient safety. The non-monetary part is about complaints. So it is communicated, explanation, apology is actually expected. And if any correction is to be done, that would be effected. And restoration, if required, would be done in the form of compensation or intervention. And also punishment would also result as after the analysis of the whole problem. The President Obama's Commission for the Study of Ethical Issues actually compiled the scenario. And I am proud to tell you all that the member, I was a member of that commission, and during our discussion, one of the American members commented that India, as Dr. Vasanta had already told you, that this compensation issue was discussed much early in India, and FERCI also was part of it. The industry group, the ICMR was also part of it. And a draft was created, which was put on the website. This was taken note of by other countries, especially US. And this person remarked that when India is talking about compensation, we are not talking about it at all. And therefore, an attempt was made to study what is the position across the countries in the world. And they found that insurance was by sponsor in these countries. I'm not going to elaborate on the countries. And in EU for PI and for EC in Italy. Compensation insurance for injury by law was enacted in so many countries. And for the EC, Ireland, New Zealand, Poland, and UK. So coming to the Indian guidelines, it was mentioned, compensation was mentioned in 2000 itself. Again, it was repeated in 2006. But by the time we reached 2017, things became more realistic. Because I remember in 1996, when ICMR was released, there was a call from DCGI's office. DCGI called because Dr. Vasanta was not there. I was there and I attended it. And his query was, in this guidelines, are you mentioning about the ICMR GCP? So I told him, yes, we are mentioning that in the clinical trial chapter. That was repeated again here. But by that time, we already had the regulation coming in 2013. As you heard Pradhan mentioning that was the first amendment that came out about compensation. So based on that area was expanded here, and it came to the notice of many researchers, but it was not noticed here. Some noticed in this, but more noticed in 2017. And of course, after 2019, there's no doubt at all that most of us are aware of that. When we talk of payment and compensation, there are three ways in which it can be talked about. Payment for participation is for the travel expenses, incidental expenses, and the inconvenience that is that has been caused to the participant because of your research. So a certain amount is actually fixed by EC as a policy, 200, 300, 500, and so on. So research-related injury, there's no doubt everybody understands that. But then what is this ancillary care? As I told you earlier, ancillary care is nothing but the care given to complaints which have no relationship to the research objective. And if there is any extra medical services to be had, it should be free. And many a times you see that the LAR position is very doubtful. They are more interested in the money that may come to. And the EC has to be quite vigilant about this. Management of injury, all of you have already heard about that, so I will not describe in detail here. First, whatever the costs you have to medically manage. And when you come to know, or the PI reports that this is not related to the research project, then the patient has to pay for it. Till then, it is free, and ancillary care I've already described. Over and about this medical management, you may have to pay financially for death and injury other than death. We'll talk about this later. Coming to the NDCT rules, what do they say? So you know already about the Supreme Court judgment on 3rd January. And then questions were raised by the court, by the Supreme Court, calling up Ministry of Health saying that, what are you guys sitting and doing for participant protection? So the ministry replied saying that we are developing systems. And this is where Dr. Ranjit Roy Chaudhary and his team, which includes Dr. Vasanta and Dr. Paul, two speakers in this program. So that was the system that they described. Expert committee for adverse events and adverse drug reactions, a technical committee, and apex committee. So, and the important part, which actually already Pradhan had mentioned, that the clause 15 says that any biomedical and health research that is to be undertaken, it has to follow ICMR National Ethical Guidelines. So it has become a law, indirectly though. So table 5 is being used instead of the earlier appendix 11 of schedule Y. Patient details, suspected drug, other treatments, details of SAE, outcome, and investigator details have to be provided in that form. And the reporting is SAE within 24 hours of occurrence. Many a times it may not be, the PI may not be aware of that due to various reasons. Then those reasons have to be described, why it was not reported within 24 hours. And in case of injury or death, the formula is the same as earlier. And this is what I was telling you, that as per the opinion of investigator, the medical management has to be stopped once it is established that the injury is not related to the trial, clinical trial. And the medical treatment and payment details have to be informed to CLA, the Central Licensing Authority, within 30 working days by sponsor after receiving the order. So Rule 43, again, it is about medical management for all biomedical and health research, Chapter 4. And what does the ICMR guidelines say? So this is for BHR, they say go according to what National Ethical Guidelines tell. So what does the guidelines say? It states at 2.6.2 that EC is responsible for reviewing the relatedness of the SAE to the research as reported by the researcher and determining the quantum and type of assistance to be provided to the participants. Now, what are the mechanisms existent to meet this? Because there's no formula here. Group insurance, corpus creation. And the third mechanism is, if the investigator is writing a grant, then that person should include a head for compensation. A reasonable amount has to be placed there. Many institutions have been talking to insurance companies for that, because you have these educational institutions have got postgraduate students, undergraduate students, postgraduate students mostly will undertake the research where there might be some necessity for payment. Most of the institutions that I have asked in the private sector, the PGs themselves have to pay for it, which is not ethical. And then corpus creation is easier. Actually, that can take care of at least some demands in this area. So 7th schedule, I have actually captured the whole thing, the formulae in a single slide. So clinical trial related injury can be death or other than death. The other than death are 4 conditions: permanent disability, congenital anomaly, life-threatening disease, and reversible. So under congenital anomaly, you have stillbirth or early death, or disability, which may be temporary in nature or permanent. So here you have the formula for each one. For death, it is B into F into R. B is the base amount, which is 8 lakhs. F is the factor, workman's compensation factor. And the factors are, those factors range from age 16 to 65. Anybody who is affected below 16, for that, the factor would be 16 only. Anybody affected above the age of 65 will have the factor for 65 only. And R is for the risk factor, which ranges from 0.1, 0.5, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The highest goes to the healthy volunteer. And this is divided by 99.37, which is actually the factor for 65 years of age. And permanent disability, it is D percent, means percentage of the disability. And then for congenital, it is half of base amount. Base amount, as I told you, was 8 lakhs. And here also it is half of base amount plus medical management, as long as it has to be given. For life-threatening disease and reversible reactions, you have the same formula. So that depends on the number of days of hospitalization. So with that, I conclude that the safety of participants is of paramount importance, and the issues relate to science versus ethics and regulations. Indian regulations are stringent, and training and accreditation could minimize these unethical practices. You see the speeding horses here. The technological advancements go at a great speed. And by the time the guidelines are, you have to rein them in. And that is a slow process when it comes to guidelines, even slow when it comes to regulations. But once the regulations are there, then you cannot actually violate that. You'll be penalized for that. With that, I thank for your patient listening.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Nandini Kumarji. You have given a vivid picture of how the compensation is to be provided to the participants, under what circumstances it is to be provided, right from the development of the, say, participants' safety, the measures to be taken for their safety, as well as in case of any AE and SAE, how the compensation is to be given, what is the formula of the compensation, and how it is to be computed, all this in absolutely a brilliant manner. Thanks a lot for that. But I have a question. When you have talked about the insurance review, while reviewing the insurance, what happens is that there is a general insurance with regard to the clinical trials being done in India, supposing. Then what happens is that they include all the trials that are being conducted in India without specifying as to whether this particular trial for which this clinical trial is going on, the research is going on there in SGPGI, whether it is included in that or not is not clear. Then how do we really go about this thing, whether the insurance is okay or not? Well, before you come up with your answer, I would like to say that my view is that we have to be really wary about this thing, that the insurance cover must contain the project, the clinical trial in question. Otherwise, it is not an insurance pertaining to the study in question. Please, your take.
Yeah, were you talking about group insurance?
I'm talking about the study being done by the and there is an insurance of the participants, but it doesn't mention of the specific study that the PGI is taking and the PI is taking.
Actually, when you come to pharma sponsored trials, they very clearly, actually the insurance document very clearly describes that it is covering only for that particular study. They are very clear about it. That's why I asked you, are you talking about group insurance? I have no idea about what the clauses are in the group insurance, because group insurance is for the academic research. So how the wordings go so far, I have not seen in any of the ethics committees that I have dealt with such a document. But for the pharma, what they do is, of course, the main document is there, which is supposed to be read by the legal expert, because we are not experts in that, the clauses, various clauses. But there is a certificate. In that certificate, one-page certificate or something like that, they specify certain important aspects there, and they write there who they are covering. They say PIs, patients, institution. And sometimes they include ethics committee also. If you see ethics committee there, you should refrain from being included, because that will lead to bias. So that is what you have to see as a legal expert. What is the language there? And also the date. Sometimes, for example, today you have ethics committee, and the date there will be given like next month, it is going to expire. So unless you have noticed that, you will not even talk about it. And by the time, after all approval process, everything, when the study is going to be initiated, your insurance is over. Their promise is over. So this is one aspect that one should look at. What is the date there? That's a very easy thing to actually find out. These two factors, who are they and what is the period? That's very important.
Absolutely, I agree that it is job of a legal expert, but I thought maybe you can also spell out something on that. Thank you very much in any case. It's a wonderful lecture, wonderful talk on the compensation matters and the participants' safety. And wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Nipal, and thank you, everyone. So now we may conclude this session. Thank you. Okay. Very nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all the chairpersons, Dr. Chandeshwar Nath, Dr. Vijay Verma. We invite all of you to join us for the lunch, and kindly join us back by 2:10 p.m. for the further sessions.
Mhm. ठीक है।
Ma'am, Dr. Nandini, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah, now its mic is open, so I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, there was, we are
Hello.
yeah, we are going to start the next session. So there was a question.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Well, can you hear us?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, ma'am, there is one of the questions in the chat box which we put in the panel discussion was related with is compensation mandatory for academic clinical trials also. So I think we will start the session and take this question in the panel discussion.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
स्टॉप कर देंगे।
Share the share.
If you permit, can I share my screen and start my presentation? Good afternoon to all.
Heading towards the last session, we take the privilege to invite our chairperson, Dr. V.L. Bhatia, Professor, Department of Endocrinology, SGPGI MS, Dr. Gautam Palit, former Chief Scientist and Head, Department of Pharmacology, CDRI, Lucknow, Dr. Manuka Khanna, Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Lucknow. We request Dr. Gautam Palit and Dr. Manuka Khanna to kindly introduce the speaker for the session, Dr. Roli Mathur.
आप बोलोगे? हाँ हाँ श्योर ये पर तो वहाँ से ऑन कर लीजिए.
Very good afternoon to everybody. We are very fortunate that we have a very esteemed speaker with us, Dr. Roli Mathur, Scientist E, who is also heading the ICMR Bioethics Unit at Bengaluru. As far as her achievements goes, she has the Young Scientist Award from the Indian Society of Human Genetics, the WHO Fellowship in Bioethics and Ethics Committee Administration, which she received from the US. She serves as a member in various prestigious forums across the world, and she has coordinated several ICMR National Task Force studies. She's a lead author for the ICMR guidelines, the ethical part of it, as well as the ones related to COVID. We welcome Dr. Roli Mathur amongst us. I'm sure we're going to get a good insight into the ICMR guidelines through her. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind invitation and for the introduction as well. I'm very happy to be speaking to all of you about the National ICMR National Ethical Guidelines. And of course, we have been hearing wonderful talks since the morning, and some aspects have been already covered. So, but I'll be happy to go through the details of the guidelines and to answer to any questions that you might, the audience might have. So I'll try to cover both of these guidelines in my one presentation, and that is the national guidelines of 2017 and the 2020 guidelines on ethics committees reviewing research during the COVID-19 pandemic. I thought I'll introduce this committee. I just made this slide so that, to acknowledge the great work by our former leaders who have been part of the Central Ethics Committee, and of course our current leader as well. So this is just to show you the glimpse of how ICMR has led the area of bioethics by preparing guidelines right from 1980 onwards under the chairmanship of Justice Khanna, then followed by Justice Venkatacharya. These are the people who have headed the ICMR Central Ethics Committee on Human Research. Dr. Valyathan, Dr. P.N. Tandon, Dr. Madhav Menon, and now Dr. Vasanta Muthuswamy, who's chairing our Central Ethics Committee. And in the second row, you see the pictures of the various DGs of ICMR who have supported these ethics initiative. And we have our latest, our DG, Dr. Rajiv Behel, who has just joined last week, and he was here yesterday. And we had a very busy time, and we have discussed a lot of ethics, our activities and initiatives. And he's very keen that we should do really good work during his period of time. And these are the guidelines, and we hope we'll come up with some more guidelines in the very near future. So this Central Ethics Committee guides the policy making in ICMR, as well as it played a very important role in reviewing research during the pandemic. So coming to the guidelines are based on the general principles, which I'm sure all of you are aware: autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, justice. But what we must see is how these principles are applied to or converted into practical guidance so that they can be implemented in your research study. So one is that how do we make sure as members of ethics committee that the respect for person is maintained in a proposal. So when we review the research, we must do the review in a structured manner so as to see that the proposal is in compliance with these principles. The respect aspect, so how informed consent is going to be taken, or how privacy and confidentiality of information that is collected from these participants is going to be maintained. And coming to the principle of justice, in making sure the right people are selected and they are also getting the benefits out of research, how the results of the research are going to translate back to these people. So we must work with these principles in mind. So of course, researcher will do research, but then ethics committees also need to make sure that these principles are abided to in this study. Now, beneficence, to see how there are additional benefits, advantages, counseling, or what kind of other ancillary care or other provisions that are built into the research in order to make that study worthwhile in terms of patient or individual participants' participation. What are the benefits that he or she may likely get? And similarly, is there a way to minimize these risks and to make sure that the benefits are more than the risk involved? So the scope of the guidelines, I'm sure you all know, it's not only biomedical health research, but also if somebody is doing a socio-behavioral research related to health, then also. Recently, we had a case where there was a complaint that was filed. And when we spoke to the institution, they said, we have done a survey. And in their opinion, they felt that survey is not a research. And it was just a survey where we were collecting some information, interviewing adolescents. Actually, that study was done on adolescent girls. And they were just collecting some information, and they did not find that it was fitting into the criteria. So it's very important to understand that surveys are also research. Any kind of inquiries we make, any kind of collection of data, which is for the purpose of research, or whether it involves taking in samples or just data, it is research and it has to abide by the ICMR guidelines. The 2020 guidelines have discussed some additional requirements that have been put forth to us during the challenging times in the last 2-3 years. And in order to see how we can be open to new methodologies. So ethics committees need to be they have to themselves adopt new technology because we have to meet online. And I'm sorry I could not be in Lucknow. I wish I could have joined you, but we have been busy. So, but I'm so glad that I'm able to join you virtually. So the same way we all have to learn to review papers online, to review it through emails, and be respondent, be in a time-bound manner. We have to respond to, because we have to adopt to these new methodologies in the challenging time, and it requires use of these digital tools and platforms. And similarly, the researchers may be encouraged to adopt new tools of taking consent, for example, or even for conducting research. So we need to be open to these new ideas, but however, ensuring that good quality research can be done following this. And I also feel very happy to tell you that India is amongst the first countries globally to have released the guidelines for ethics committee as early as April 2020. Although I realize that there are some countries other than India also who did it quite early on. And so on your left, you see the sections of the guideline. The main guideline has 12 sections. And on your right-hand side, you see there are 5 sections in the new guidelines, which are add-on principles or add-on requirements that are given in the COVID-19 guidelines. And as you see on the left, the first 6 sections are more general in nature, which apply to a variety of research. But for example, general principles, issues, responsible conduct of research, ethics review, informed consent, dealing with people who are vulnerable. So it applies to a variety of research type. But when we come down to the next 6 sections, they are a little more specific. So if you are doing clinical trials, there's a section specifically for you, or public health research, socio-behavioral research, genetics, or biobanking, and then emergency and disaster research. And the 5 sections of other guidelines have added on some principles. And also there is a standard operating procedure template for emergency meetings, for emergency review of research. In the first section where the principles have been discussed, there are 12 principles. And these are all something that we all as members of ethics committee understand. There has to be a need for research. The research should be scientifically sound, valid. Research has to be conducted by people who are professionally qualified and competent. Their site has required facilities and infrastructure, support staff to conduct that research. And people who get involved in the research have to voluntarily, after fully understanding, agree to be part of it. We must try to see in what ways the benefits can be maximized and risk could be minimized. Institution has to provide all support for running the study, because investigator cannot do much if the institution is not providing adequate support. For example, you may have a grant office, and you have in SGPGI, I know you have your ethics office, bioethics cell, and also it helps to manage the grants and clinical trial agreements and other matters, institutional policies regarding and SOPs. Then also the way research is done, it has to be socially responsible. We must see that research is sensitive to the needs of the community. We are a very diverse country with different languages, religions, caste, creed, color, whatnot. So we must be sensitive to the needs of each community that we are talking about. So we must do it in a responsible manner. The protocol needs to be followed. So we have to follow transparent procedures. Everything needs to be transparent. We cannot change the protocol or amend it, and we have to be accountable for what is the outcome of research. The privacy of an individual and the information that is collected has to be kept confidentially. And we must know who is going to access this, how it can be accessed, with whom it's going to be shared, and how it is going to be utilized. All the stakeholders have responsibility, and which is whether it is institution, whether it is ethics committee, researchers, sponsors, government of India, agencies like ICMR, anybody who's part of that research, whether as a funder or supporter or as a researcher or as a reviewer, we all have our own roles and responsibilities that need to be followed. And environmental protection is the last one which was added, that we must make sure that our resources are protected. We do not do any wasteful things because our limited resources, and we need to protect our environment as well as the funding that is available for biomedical research is quite limited. So the section on general ethical issues has discussed all of these, and very quickly I'll go through them. We have to try to make a benefit risk assessment. There is no mathematical formula, unfortunately, but you have to sort of list out all the benefits, or whether they are direct, whether they are indirect, whether there are no benefits. The benefit is for future research or for the science and society. So all the benefits on one side and risk or discomforts on the other side. Again, similarly, risk could be monetary, or it could be physical, or it could be long-term, it could be social, it could be legal, it could be economical. So what kind of risks or discomforts are there? And is there a way to reduce these and make sure that this balance is equitable, or benefits are more than the risk involved? Then seeing how the information, which is maybe highly sensitive information, because if it's related to infectious diseases, COVID and others, so we must make sure with whom it is going to be shared, how it is going to be kept, we must know that. Then how communities are getting selected in this research. Is it just a convenience sampling? You just find out people who are easy recruits, who are vulnerable, who cannot protect their rights? Or is it a group which is an enlightened group who is going to ask questions? Or is it we are going to communities and there is enough community engagement that is happening, meaningful community engagement with these people to improve the trust, and then they are recruited? So justice expresses it in all these ways, and making sure that those communities or people who have borne the burden of this research are also the ones who should get some benefit out of it. So post-trial or post-research access or benefit sharing plans have to be also reviewed by the ethics committee. Then the other points are about payment for participation and payment of compensation related to research, injury that has happened due to research. So payment for participation are the costs, some extra tests, extra costs, transportation and others that somebody had to incur because of participating in the study. And compensation refers to if somebody has suffered from an injury, and I think Dr. Nandini has very nicely discussed this whole section with you about payment for compensation. And another important area is about conflict of interest, because often we do not recognize that there are conflicts of interest. And as you all know, there are primary interests, and primary interest is our research protocol. But then there are secondary interests, because researchers are in a hurry to publish, to get a promotion or an award, or there are sometimes personal conflicts of interest or academic conflicts of interest, where it is somebody, your colleague's protocol or ethics committee member is also investigator on a protocol, or it is a student's thesis, or it could be just anything, any such secondary interest which can play a role in your independent thinking or decision making. That is a conflict of interest. So any such conflicts of interest have to be declared to the ethics committee, and the members, if they are there, need to leave the room. And that is at the level of ethics committee, but there are other conflicts which exist at the level of investigator as well, because investigator may be getting some financial incentives. The same must be declared to the ethics committee. So ethics committee must proactively ask the investigators also to declare conflicts of interest. And there are institutional conflicts of interest as well, where ethics committee may be pressurized by institutions to take a particular decision. And so it's very important that we do not bog down under those pressures. Then storage of biological material, and that's another area that one must think beforehand. So ethics committees must keep communicating this to the researchers, that they must think about future, because a lot of time investigators will apply to the ethics committee and ask for post facto approval. They've already done the research, they've stored the sample. So what happens to these samples after the research is over? That is a question that everybody needs to answer. Are we going to destroy the sample? Are we going to store the sample? Are we going to share the sample? Is it going to a biobank? Or what happens? Will it be anonymized? Will it be used for future research? And if so, have we thought of informed consent now? So it is important to take all these things into consideration beforehand. encouraging collaboration is very important, because we saw during the pandemic that, one cannot do everything yourself. Research is getting more and more multidisciplinary. We need to engage with people. We need to engage with partner. We need to build in collaboration. And our DG was also saying the same thing yesterday, that, you need to collaborate, you need to partner and to do better and bigger things. Not small goals, you must have big goals and do much better. So these are some of the points that are there in the guidelines also, but we have to practically apply them when we are talking of research or encouraging research in the institution. Then there are other three issues that have been discussed, and that is about public health and socio-behavioral research, role of agencies, governance of research, and biosafety, because all of these became very critical during the pandemic time. The third section of the guideline is on responsible conduct of research, a very important section, because this is the first time this section was introduced in the guidelines of ICMR, where scientists as a responsible member of the society, why and how he has to conduct himself, how policies have to be in place, institutional policies which are there have to be followed, how monitoring has to be done for research, conflict of interest policies need to be developed, and how data is acquired, managed, shared, owned. These details have been discussed, and also about authorship, how publication ethics work, who should get the authorship, how should peer review be done, if there is a research misconduct that has happened, how it needs to be handled, and then collaborative research under MOUs, MTA. So such kind of things have been encouraged in this whole section. The whole idea is to act honestly, accurately, efficiency. We have to improve our efficiency, objectivity, and transparency in research in order to safeguard the participants who are, and also to ensure robust science in the country. The ethics committee has to be, I saw that we do not have a talk on the ethics committee. So I put a few slides on ethics committee, and that is because ethics committee, the first and foremost thing is they have to be independent in their decision making. They should not be working under any pressure. They should be unbiased. They should be competent. A lot of time at ICMR, we keep hearing investigators are continuously complaining against ethics committee. They say ethics committees don't review in timely manner. They are raising unnecessary questions. They are stopping my research, blocking my work, and they are saying this and that, all kinds of things. And so when you really think of it, why is that happening? What is going wrong? Why investigators don't want to come to the ethics committee? Why they just want a thappa of the ethics committee and they just don't want to do anything to do with the ethics committee? So where are we going wrong? So it is very important for ethics committees to work in a facilitatory manner, in a friendly manner, to handhold, support, talk to them, communicate, to build that bridge. And we are not sitting on a higher pedestal than them. And so it is like a very complex matter. But the thing is that, ethics committee have to really work with the investigator. Both researcher as well as ethics committee, both of the parties want good research. They want good outcomes. So basically, they have to be hand in hand, not against each other. And therefore, ethics committees have to do a lot more work than they normally do, is just review, but they must have regular sessions where they meet the people and actually listen to them and ask them what is the problem they are facing, or understanding their perspective, so as to make this process more positive, more facilitatory, and more, it will have more fruitful results for all of us. And ethics committee members have to, therefore, it is not one of the activities. It is really something that one has to devote time to. It is not like, just by seniority that people should be becoming members of ethics committee. The members should be ones who really they feel for it. They want to do ethics review. They are interested in ethics. They're able to give time. They are able to commit their, energies for ethics review process. And that is how we can always improve. I know it's not easy because all of us are very busy in our own work. And ethics committee need to keep themselves abreast with local, scientific, international, national guidelines. So all types of research has to be reviewed before it is initiated. That's the other important thing. Now, during this COVID time, we saw that the importance of alternate members, having alternate members, because if you have to do a meeting quickly, it's a time-bound manner. And if a particular member is not available, you could have alternate members with decision-making power. So these members have to be appointed beforehand. Similarly, some subject experts. So for bigger institutions dealing in multidisciplinary areas, it is important to identify some subject experts so that these are people who can come in and give scientific information, but they are not involved in decision making. They are only to give more information to the members of the ethics committee so as to clarify their doubts. And also another good suggestion in the guideline is about having participant or patient representatives or community representatives on board as special invitees. If you feel that a particular research is going to be done in a community, have we tried to ask the community their needs? Have we tried to seek their opinion? What is their opinion? What is their requirement? So it is important to talk to them and bridge that gap. And even ethics committees can suggest the investigators to have a few members from the community or from that group on board in their study team, or they could ask for setting up community advisory boards if it is a research that involves certain communities. So these are some of the other suggestions. And also having more than one EC, if you are a bigger institute, you need, and also trying to do common reviews of multi-center research is a suggestion that is already there in the guideline. And this is something that has to be adopted in a big way in India. For clinical trials, it may not be possible in the beginning, but for any other kind of biomedical research, which is not involving much risk, one could think of common review by a designated ethics committee, and which could be expeditiously reviewed. I was muted by somebody. Okay, sorry about that. So scientific and then ethics committee has to look at science as well as ethics and carry out a detailed review, evaluate the risks and benefits before, during, and after research. So ethics review is not like a one-time review and approval. One has to continuously review and monitor how the research is happening. Are there any problems or serious violations or amendments or any other participant concerns, something that you have read in the media, something that has been reported. So all these, there has to be a continuous process. It's often considered, like a very part-time kind of an activity, but it's a lot more than that. And that is what I did try to discuss with our DG yesterday, that, ethics committee member secretary has such an important role to play. And they usually are people who are busy, and like Dr. Vinita, we know is busy in her own so much work, and this ethics committee work is often the additional work, and often for many it may be a big burden of work because this requires a lot of effort. So we need to build into this system so as to have people who are available, who have time to commit to this activity, formulate SOPs, do trainings, educate, handhold, support investigators. There's so much to do as a responsibility of the ethics committee. Okay, now I'm not able to change my slides. Okay. So the multidisciplinary composition we are all aware of, and what is important is also that ethics committees make sure that all members are able to express their views. They are not, there is good dynamics within the ethics committee, and especially the non-medical members in many ethics committees are a little less vocal, and it is very important, therefore, for the medical members to make sure that the non-medical members are able to express themselves and they feel responsible, because often we see when, in surveys of ethics committee that they do not feel empowered enough. They feel, the non-medical members sometimes feel that the clinicians know better or know more than them, and therefore they are reluctant to speak up. So this is something we have to all work on this line so as to see all members are equal on that platform. There's nobody higher, lower, or subordinate, or senior, junior, or others. So we all have to work together, and therefore that requires some attention so as to do a good ethics review. Then informed consent is already, Dr. Thatte has taken this topic. So I think I will just very briefly mention that it has to be meaningful informed consent of comprehension, disclosure, comprehension, competence, and then voluntary agree. And these are the elements of the informed consent form. The guidelines of ICMR has suggested that, yes, you can go ahead and plan electronic consent, but what is important is that there is a way of recording this information, how it's going to be recorded, how you make sure and ensure that actually the informed consent is happening, because misuse is very easily possible. In our country, we see that happening quite often. Therefore, wherever electronic consent is taken, how it's going to be documented, one has to review. And also waiver of consent, ethics committees can consider, and investigators can ask with due justification for certain situations as given in the guideline where research cannot practicably be carried out, or it's an emergency, or it is de-identified anonymous samples or data that is going to be used. People who are vulnerable. Now, these are people, there is a whole lot of debate going on whether they should be excluded from research, whether they should be included. So what I'd like to tell you is that the latest guideline and the global debate that's going on is saying that even vulnerable people have to be included in research with additional safeguard, unless that research is highly risky in nature. So for example, clinical trials, where you have a particular age range and everything, you may not be able to recruit them, but why not think of designing trials or studies where the trials can be done in people who are vulnerable? Because if you don't do studies in vulnerable, how are they going to get benefits out of it? So when the drugs or vaccines or other products get available in market, they will not be applicable to these groups of people. So it is very important to start thinking of inclusion. And if you are excluding anybody or including, it has to come with justifications and also with the safeguards. So what are the risk minimization strategies? One has to ensure there's no coercion for participation, set up support systems. The extra help may be needed by these people. Their identity needs to be protected, and ancillary care, whatever may be required to be paid, to be taken care of as well. Then the section of clinical trials, we heard Mr. Pradhan in the morning talk about the NDCT rules. So we all know that clinical trials have to be in compliance with that. But there are other types of research, as he mentioned, the academic clinical trials and any other study which is on approved marketed products, or you're doing comparator studies. So there ICMR ethical guidelines have to be followed. And this is a very long section of the guideline which is discussed in detail about what kind of qualification, site facility, regulatory approvals, SAE reporting, management, compensation, which you've all been hearing since morning. And then there are two sections in the guideline on public health research and social behavioral research, where the gray area of research, often the intersection between public health practice and public health research. So some of these, for example, like I said, example of survey going on, or screening programs, implementation research, registries, demographic studies, program evaluations. So these studies also need ethics approvals. And so one must make sure that, what kind of consent is there, how these people are going to be recruited. In many situations, there may be group consenting also required, or community leader permission and required to enter the community. But what the guidelines have suggested is that individual consent is important, because even if the group leader is saying yes, but still you need to ask for individual consent. But yes, of course, depending on the kind of study design, this has to be seen in detail, and qualitative studies have been discussed in this section as well. Then genetics is another full section where there's a lot of talk about technology, the latest upcoming technology. And also in genetics, it's more a taboo, because just knowing that a person has a genetic illness may really cause stigmatization or discrimination against a person. as well as his family members. So it's very important that information is closely safeguarded to the rightful, authorized people only. And when pedigrees are drawn or history is taken, then again, we have to be very sure about what information is being collected so that the ethical, legal, and social issues are taken care of. The 11th section of the guideline is on biobanking data sets, where samples or data that is collected has to be divided into 3 parts: anonymous or anonymized, or which could be, reversibly anonymized or irreversibly anonymized, which means that there is a code and you can go back, or there is a code but you can't go back. So that is how these categories are there and linked, which are identified samples. So depending on that, one needs to plan the kind of consent that is to be taken. And now when samples are being collected, we must understand that researchers are only custodians and institutions are custodians of that data or information or samples, and the ownership lies with the individual who has given the sample. The last section of the guideline has talked about preemptive preparation. This was before we were hit by the COVID bomb. So it still talked about unscheduled meeting, expedited reviews, waiver of consents, fair selection, risk minimization, preventing stigmatization, and engagement in a culturally sensitive manner. And we saw during the pandemic that all this was true, and we needed this information. SOPs, this is the emergency SOP, which can be adopted by any institution. We are also trying to finalize the whole set of SOPs. Probably by next year, it will be in our ICMR website, so any institution will be able to download and make it their own. And common forms of ethics committees are extremely important. I understand SGPGI is already using some of these forms, and this helps to standardize the submissions to the ethics committee, because if the protocol is incomplete or it does not answer the questions of the ethics committee, which is, for example, how consenting will be done, or where the storage of samples will be done, how long they will be stored, how benefit sharing is going to be done, or post-trial access be provided. So these forms help to answer those questions and save time, because otherwise the ethics committee is going to ask all those questions. Plus, there are 14 other forms which are there, and these are on other aspects, expedited reviews, or it is violation reporting, adverse event reporting, etc., and even the format for CV of investigators. You could just go to our website and download the forms. And also there's a handbook, which is a summary of the ICMR guideline, which was prepared as a former DG, Dr. Balram Bhargav, said that ICMR guideline is a big book. So we want something for students, researchers to quickly, go through. So this is a 20-page booklet. Please do write to us. We'll be happy to send you complimentary copies if you need. And there is a right policy of ICMR. It's actually applicable only to ICMR institutions, but it is very important that every institution builds in a framework for research integrity, ensuring how research is being done as per the protocol, who is monitoring the research, how it is going to be published, what are the authorship issues that are there, and if there is misconduct, how to take care of it. So this policy helps to do that, and it can be downloaded from our website. And then ICMR Bioethics Unit has all this information. There are a lot of international publications also, and we are a WHO collaborating center. We feel proud to share that. And since we are the first one in the area of ethics in the whole of Southeast Asia region. And then we have ICMR has started a course, an EEC course, which is an online course. And I urge everybody to join this course, which is available on the website. And this is our book that was published. Dr. Muthuswamy is here, Dr. Nandini is here. We are all the co-editors of this book, which was brought out on the World Health Day this year. And this is the first of its kind collection of chapters from authors in India talking about biomedical ethics perspectives in the Indian context. You could, if you would like, you could buy it from Amazon or JP, and a Kindle edition also is available on the website. And there are 10 chapters, and we are working on the second volume of this book, and hopefully we'll come up quickly. So if I have time, I think I do have time. I will like to go through the survey of ethics committees that we had carried out, a survey of ethics committee. It was funded by WHO, where some questions were asked from ethics committees. For example, did you face any challenges while you were reviewing COVID-19 or other public health emergency proposals. And we found that most of the ethics committee's members who replied said no to this. So they did not find it much challenging. They were very easily adapting to the newer requirements. Do you believe that it's important to consider specific populations when reviewing vaccine trials? And the answer to this was yes in most of the case ethics committee responses. Then I think this is not question is I did not, it's hiding. So functioning of the ethics committee during the pandemic, do you feel there was a need for a change in priority? And answer of most of them was yes, there was a change in priority. And about the difficulties encountered in ensuring quorum, answer was mostly 80% said no. Was there an increase in the number of deviations, violations? Again, the answer was no in almost 82% cases. And did your ethics committee communicate or collaborate with other ethics committees? The answer was again no. So which is something we would like more for ethics committee to do, is to talk to each other, know more from each other. Then to the question, are there issues with the data, biological material, confidentiality that an ethics committee should consider during the pandemic? There are some issues. The answer was again no in this case, that they did not find any additional issues. And about the question on ability to adapt to meetings and procedures, again, answer was mostly, well done. Basically, they all felt that yes, they were able to adapt well from their perspective. And almost 20% said it was above their expectations. So these results just show that they did well. And then steps to engage with community in the design or conduct of research. And the answer to this was no in most of the cases. So we saw less of community engagement that ideally we would prefer to have. And then whether ethics committees considered medical researchers and healthcare workers to be vulnerable, the answer was yes in most of the responses. Did they feel pressure from sponsors or investigators or organizations? The answer was no in most of the cases, but yes, few said yes, there was some pressure. And did your ethics committee approve, suggest use of electronic consent? The answer to this was yes in 59% of the cases. So we saw that there are some interesting results in our study. However, we have not been, our paper has not been accepted. 2 international journals have rejected our paper. So I'm sorry, I've not been able to publish it, but we are trying to publish this still, and hopefully it will see the light of the day someday. And so the findings from this I've just categorized. So how ethics committees adapted. So mostly, reduced timelines and frequencies, digital meetings, shorter agendas, and looking at science as well as ethics. And then exemptions from review, common review was done, expedited meetings, novel methodologies. This was also done by many committees. And then alternate members having public, patient representative, vulnerabilities, safety of healthcare workers, subject experts were invited. So this was another category of things that people did. And study monitoring, preventing infodemic, psychosocial well-being, storage, collaborations. This was slightly poor. So from top to bottom, that's how things went. And then these are other suggestions that are there, that payments, benefit sharing, community engagement, building trust. These are areas that really need more work upon. Conflict of interest management, preventing coordination of research, clinical trial registry. In that, you need to, register your studies. So these are other difficulties that faced. And electronic recording of minutes, protocol amendment, telephonic follow-up was another set of things that ethics committees did. And I think that was my last slide. So thank you all very much. And please do visit our website or write to us if you have queries. And you would get, because we are trying to develop our website as a resource of national guidelines as well as international guidelines which pertain to ethics. So I do hope you would find it useful if you go through our website. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Vinita, and thank you, chairpersons, for inviting me to be part of this session. Thank you.
Dr. Roli, what a nice lecture you have delivered. So smoothly, every aspect was covered. And the extent you have given it from your side, without saying, I have seen, and everything was clear to us, what are the latest has been come out in the new ICMR guidelines and what we should do being a member of the EC and for others also. So my question is when we will be able to get the latest book on the ICMR guidelines to update ourselves from the previous book.
You mean the biomedical ethics perspectives, the book? Oh, I'll be very happy to send it across to you, sir. It is available, and I'll just request Dr. Vinita if she can forward me some addresses. I'll be happy to mail the copies.
Because and tell me one thing, what is the difference between what are the addition thing you think that should pick up?
Okay. So this is like it's like a book. It's not a guideline. So the ICMR national guidelines are a guideline which is now a kind of a law that needs to be followed. But this is a book. It is an additional reference book, basically, additional reading material, which may be useful to you for improving understanding. It may be useful for teaching purposes. It could be useful for students and researchers to understand. And this has a collection of 10 chapters, which are written by 10 different authors. And so they have presented their real life experiences of actually doing research on ground. So it is not a guideline document. It is a reference book because we realize we don't have literature on ethics from India. Most of the material that we read is from international books are there, but we don't have. So this is the first of its kind from real Indian experience.
What I think that now every college has to have a ethics committee, and especially maybe a government or private. So this small booklet, you have told it is a 40 pages booklet.
Yes, handbook.
Handbook.
Yes.
So it will be more educated to those also because to know about it to basic. The basic thing to know about the ethics and how to implement the committee and what are the things, because sometimes there are lots of confusion.
Yes.
Especially those who are the private, small hospital, like a private hospital, corporate hospital, I have seen it, they are not very much updated with the knowledge. So naturally, there is a lot of confusion between the students and the members and all those things. I think it will entitle with this book, I think.
Yes. So I'm happy to tell you, actually, we have sent all these books to every medical college in India, including the handbook, the recently published this reference book. It has been posted to each and every institution which we could find the list on. So, but of course, it will go to the library. That's what we have sent it to the libraries of institutions. But if there are additional requirements, just write to us with your address and we will be happy to mail them out to you because we have already posted all. We have posted common forms to each institution. We have posted the handbook. In fact, all our publications we have posted to all the institutions that we have a whole list of. But you know, what happens is institutions are big, so where it goes, because let's say we are sending it to the dean, then where it goes, that we can't follow that.
Can it be purchased? Can it be purchased from ICMR site?
Yes, very much. It can be purchased from us. If you write, we are willing to give you complimentary also. You can purchase from us also. And they are downloadable also from the website, except the prize publications, which are basically only 2. The main guidelines is a prize publication, so PDF is not available. And this latest book is also a prize publication, so PDF is not available. But we'll be happy to give you a complimentary copy.
We have to be updated also. Professor V.L. Bhatia is there.
Actually, our DG said, you just send out complimentary copies as many, we should do this service to the nation. So we have printed enormous number of copies. We are happy to send you.
Thank you very much. We are very much enlightened with your knowledge, with your things. It is very much clear now. Thank you very much. And one thing is that we are unable to catch you.
We Lucknow people always try to catch you in different places. We always come personally in different conferences, in ITRCs and other places. And it is very difficult to catch you. I hope in future we will come to Lucknow and grace your places. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Dr. Vinita speaking. Thank you so much for a very nice lecture. My just one small query. We have our SOPs for our ethics committees. But what happens is these new drug and clinical trial rules have come in 2019. Then we will have the new ICMR guidelines. We have the new ICMR COVID guidelines which were there. So what, of course, ICMR guidelines do say that you need to keep on updating your SOPs, but that is almost like a Herculean task to keep on reprinting them. And so what does the guidelines say that how frequently should you, what should be the limit of changes that come in, then you should start thinking that now a new SOP has to be made by the ethics committee?
Dr. Vinita, I would like to just say that we should not think of it as a Herculean task. This is like a dynamic document and it should be a living document. So at least on an annual basis, what is suggested internationally as well, I mean, not just in India, that SOPs should be reviewed. And because we have to be in compliant with the SOPs and what is written is what we need to follow. So it works both the ways. So what the guidelines suggest is that annually we review them. We have a special meeting of ethics committee where we review the SOPs and whatever changes have to be made. So I think with the digital age, we must like not worry about printing and all that. And we should maybe, you could have e-copies that could be circulated. And with that, I'll just like to inform you that, for example, the common forms which we have published on our website. And we have recently, Dr. Sucheta is here. I'd like to inform her also. We have added one form very recently because as and when the requirement comes, we should keep on adding things.
Okay. So if we can manage with an e-copy, then it becomes easier. Because when you have a lot of printed copies, then it becomes difficult to changes very frequently. So if we can do it just on the e-copy and get it signed, so that is good enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an informative talk. And thank you, chairpersons, Dr. V.L. Bhatia, Dr. Gautam Pallit, and Dr. Manuka Khanna. For the next talk on quality management in clinical trials, we invite our chairpersons, Dr. Nandini Kumar, Vice President, FERCI, Forum for Ethics Review Committees in India. She has joined online, and Dr. Suren Srivastava sir, former Senior Research Officer, SGPGI. I request Dr. Nandini Kumar ma'am to introduce Dr. Sucheta Banerjee ma'am.
Sorry, I couldn't speak because I could not unmute myself. It's actually my pleasure to chair a session by Sucheta, whom I know for a number of years now. And she will be talking on quality assurance, auditing, and monitoring in clinical trials, which is a salient part of how we conduct research. GCP, of course, states that you have to get credible data. So for that, you really need to do this this sort of activity to get that credible data. I actually hand over the mic to Dr. Srivastava to introduce Dr. Sucheta.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sucheta.
The sustainability is having the CDSA, the CDSA, Central Development Service Agency, which is involved with the Translational Research, Science and Technology Institute, Development of Biotechnology, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, and Government of India. She has been involved in training of these type of activities and has achieved so many awards in this area. She has been associated with the Quality Council of India. Quality Chairperson Award she got in 2022. Done by the British Council, going Global Partnership in 2021. QCI DL Shah Quality Award she got. And CSI International Travel Award for 2011. And she has been continuously involved in training of these ethical quality council as well as monitoring of the trial and how auditing of these studies, clinical trials. And now I over to Dr. Sujita. Please.
So you will now listen to Sucheta, who is a very good teacher as well. You'll enjoy her slides too. So over to you, Sucheta.
Audible?
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am? Thank you
Yes,
so much. You have raised the bar, and now I will have to strive hard to remain, to match those bars. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the entire organizing team of SGPGI Lucknow, Dr. Vinita Agarwal, for inviting me. I also would like to thank Nandini ma'am. I have learned ABCD of ethics and many things from her, also from Dr. Vasanta Muthuswamy, and I just heard from Dr. Roli, Dr. Urmila Thatte. So all these I have learned from them, and it's always a pleasure to hear them again. This is my first slide. I am responsible for the content of this presentation. It should not be misconstrued as an endorsement by my organization, THSTI, which is under DBT. I am also a FERCI Life member, an NABH and NABL assessor, and a FERCAP Sitka surveyor, apart from being auditor for many things. So this entire presentation is my personal views. As you know, that in quality, what we do is that something complex happens, and then it is done by usually one or two person, and then when it's messed up, many people try to make this. This happened to us several times. It keeps on happening to me, at least I have seen many times. So this is the disclaimer. I will use some of the stories if time allows, and these are all fictitious in nature, although the experience that I share are purely true. And please use the slides only for educational purpose, because my slides do not intend to convey any legal advice. A few days ago, when I heard ICMR, Indian Society for Clinical Research, tweeting that the Indian government machinery is keeping a close eye that India can again become a clinical trial hub, but this time they had mentioned ethical hub. It puts a lot of pressure on the ethics committee to maintain the standard which has been expected. When I see some of the photographs, because I believe in having a pictographic things, I sometimes feel that we struggle always between quality and quantity. But we seldom realize that it's the quality that matters. Having so many tires may not allow this car to move because it is not having a single tire which is functional. When I speak about quality, we expect quality, but we are never taught about quality. We are always expected to deliver something which we have no idea. So it's about something which should be taught. And I think such kind of sensitization sessions will help us. I learned about quality very late in life. I wish I had learned it earlier. I learned that it is about customers' requirement. In clinical trials, our customers are public, you and me, our children, our grandparents. It's about doing things right, especially when no one is watching. It is also sacrosanct in nature, like safety. It doesn't have a holiday, and it's non-negotiable. It is about reducing those variations, consent of one, consent of two. It is also about continually improving ourselves, achieving some kind of gold medal, like excellence, and always sticking to some kind of standards. We heard a standard just now, the ICMR guidelines, which is a standard. We also started with the standard, which is the indicity rules. Our sticking to those standards with Febiquick is close to conformance to standards. So how do we do that? I have followed some formula about it. I have followed something which is called quality cycle. It is called plan, do, check, act. Say what you do what you say, prove it, and improve. We were just now struggling about this SOP business. And SOP also means soap, and soap, you know, is slippery. That means if this SOPs are dynamic, they're slippery. You need to constantly make yourself better. You need to follow whatever exactly you've written in SOP. That's why the SOP has to be updated. And you have to also prove to others, not to yourself, but others, that you are doing it as per the updated report. And when found that it is not correct, you need to be mentally open to improve. So if we ask about quality in clinical trials, it is about absence of errors, which is almost impossible, like finding a perfect groom or a perfect bride. But if you can associate that errors to the decision-making area, which are mainly about the safety and the data's credibility, then you can think of focusing those. The quality in clinical trials can only get better if you concentrate few of them, like the protocol quality, how you are close to the GCP requirements? Are you following the law of the land? Do you have an SOPs which is as per the updated requirements? That will define. If you want to have a good kingdom, your prince and the princess has to be good. So the prince is about all these documents, and the princess is more dearer to a king. So it has more documents. So these documents and several other documents, their quality decides the quality. So quality is not seasoning. It's about the all ingredients that are involved in that. In clinical trials or in many areas where we speak about quality, there are two aspects of quality. The quality control, that is somebody is controlling, like we have blood glucose control. And when you monitor, you can control the blood glucose or a blood pressure, because these are always dynamic in nature. So once you monitor, then you control. That's why quality control in clinical trials is monitoring. You monitor and you control. And when you're very sure about it and you have a random check and find everything is okay, you assure yourself, you assure the society and the public and the media, and that's quality assurance. And that's an audit. So that's very simple to understand about it. So in GCP, the G stands for quality, good. Otherwise, it would have been called as bad quality practice. Very easy to remember is about that QC is about monitoring, and QA, the A word is about auditing. And C, where you control is like blood pressure and blood glucose control. Auditing and monitoring can be also thought about a forest and a plant which has all the trees. If I take a tree and I check its bark, I check its fruit, I check its leaves, I check its buds, then it is monitoring. That's a full-fledged one to do. Whereas auditing is like a forest. I'll check a plant's leaf here, a bark here, a fruit here, a seed here, and that's a auditing function. So there's quite a difference, but many people try to get confused. There's another mode which is seldom told, that's inspection, which is the highest level to check. But inspection is not done frequently. It's done rarely because it's controlled by the regulators, and they do it only when they feel that it is necessary. This monitoring and auditing are usually routine in nature. But if there is some complaint and people come and complain and they do visit, like income tax office visits us sometimes, that's for cause. So you have to be very careful about this. What can be? Should we all do monitoring and auditing? Yes, we shouldn't be afraid of getting checked. Like, should we be taking exams in the college or school? Yes, otherwise we will know whether we have read or not. It is also mandated by the CDSU, which is our Indian Drug Regulatory Agency. The monitoring and the auditing are like this two little ones which wants the physician or somebody to exercise, but as you know, people don't have time, so they don't exercise. Let me see what the time allows to show you.
Huh?
Thank you so much for watching. That was about the monitoring and auditing, who are our two friends, which help us to do the exercise so that we are healthy enough. And that's what's required in a clinical trial. You need to constantly nudge yourself, find out what's going on and whether it's correct or not. We say something which is very, very important in clinical trials, is if it is not documented, it is not necessarily done. Many times when I audit, I always find the documentations are done, but they are not necessarily conducted activities. They're just done. So always remember, like we have evidence-based medicine, we have evidence-based documentation. So if you have done it, you need to prove it with the evidence to that. So that's why what's a secret? The secret is what father of quality say, that it is not enough to do your best. You must know what to do and then do your best. And how will you know that? If you know your standard well, and if you know your rules, regulations well, you will know it. Earlier, when I was early in this field, I always used to ask questions. And then I realized that the guidelines and the standard have already addressed. It is me who has not studied. Because I have not studied, I have used to ask those questions very funnily. And now I realize that reading those standards again and again and discussing is a better way to understand. Otherwise, we have a lot of issues. These are some real stories. But the characters are all fictitious. These are real story which I and my colleagues have faced. In an audit, when we have gone there, we found that the IP was missing. IP is an investigational product. And you need to remember that sometimes the IP, which was an onco product, is very expensive and it can be misused. And we need to have an FIR file for that. Once I went for a study, which the study was closed out visit, and we found that everything was picture perfect. Until the washroom, where I have a habit of going to washroom again and again to wash my hand, I found that the documents were hidden there. And the rest is a history. The sites were never used for many of the other sponsors also. One of the site where this IP got stolen or restolen, they now this times decided to have an advanced mechanism of having RFPI. And they traced after some time that this IP, which was stolen from that hospital and medical college, was found in another country through an illegal route. So it's very, very dangerous because few people make those mischievous activities and the entire country sometimes suffers. Many times when I do assessments of ethics committees, I sometimes find the documents which are supposed to be there are not there, and the documents which are not supposed to be there are there. So please check your box where there can be a box story. If we all are waiting for some mistakes to happen, we all are waiting for some accidents to happen, and the media is very hungry because the nation wants to know what mistake that you did has hampered the nation. Because anything which is very good is seldom understood, but anything which is very catchy, I think everybody wants to harvest from that. If you remember these 3 buckets, it will help us a lot. This bucket will get filled up from the right-hand side, which is the right, safety, and well-being of all study participants. I hate to use the word subject because I feel that it's quite discriminatory to use the word subject to them. They're equal or maybe above the physician or the principal investigator. Because of them, the research works. I also give a huge credit to data because the data makes you work or fail. So the data, like we all have good clinical practice, the data have good documentation practice, which is nothing but Alcoa-C formula: attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, accurate, and complete. If you pick up a data and that answers your Alcoa-C and 5W1H, where, when, why, what, and how, which is the longest, then the data is perfect and your quality can be assured. As I mentioned, GCP is all about quality. We speak about quality, we heard about all those aspects, and compliance to those aspects are about quality. If you see the Indian GCP, which is by the CDSU GCP, you will find that there are 2 areas which are very, very close. And these are also the 10th and the 13th principle of the guidelines. And these are kamzor kadi. They're the weak links, like our informed consent process. And that's the reason they got revised in 2016. 20 years later, they realized the revised necessities. Now, if I found that many of the members who are attending might be from the ethics committees in one way or other. So I found out some quality issues in clinical trials. I hope you'll remember these are my purely personal experience. When I visit an ethics committee for assessments, the ethics committee is exactly like this girl swinging. She feels everything is good and she's doing a wonderful job. But when we start seeing the documents, we have this feeling of this, like, unhone koi atmahatya to nahi kari. So same scenario can be having different repercussions. So please always get checked by somebody else. When we work in clinical trials or clinical research in any setup, we need to work together, just like this ethics committee is working with sponsor and the investigator together, and all ethics committee members working to make the team work. When I see all those people following rules and regulations, it reminds me about this photograph where people follow NDCT rule. Like there was a COVID rule, you're not supposed to sit together. That's why there was a divide. But people were following the divide, but see how they are following it. Many times when I go and visit ethics committees, I pick up their SOPs and I find that they are following other ECs, which is very good. Exactly like this person is following this. So it is very, very important to understand what exactly you're trying to do. Sometimes people plan their work in such a way that they fail miserably. So failing to plan is planning to fail. And in quality, this plays an extremely important role. Planning your ethics committees, managing those, even getting an accreditation is a huge, huge task, but then it has huge, enormous rewards. Let me find out what are the quality issues I face with the activities. Like composition, I ask, is the composition complete? Did all people attend? Do all know their roles and responsibilities? Are all of them trained, initial or continuing, or both? Is the committee very long constituted? Did the members ever change? If you are able to answer those questions to yourself, you know the quality you want, and you can also compare with the quality you are experienced. Always remember that it's very important for us to engage a competent person, like a one who has a knowledge and competency. But it is also equally important to find a person who is competent, has time, and is interested to contribute. This is a rare attribute. It's also important to know in composition that your adequacy is very important. The quorum after your conflict of interest is declared. Do you have a procedure of non-voting members calling them vulnerable member groups representatives? What's your terms of reference? Can you show me your appointment letters, reconstitution, resignations? Can you do a frequent check yourself to find it? Otherwise, you will land that you will come to know that after a long time you have been doing something which is incorrect. The following SOP and its action has always been a challenge to me. These are some photographs which are real from my society, from my institute. I have found no parking. They're parking exactly there. And some diligent student writes, do not write on the wall, and they write back, okay, sir. So SOP versus action is a great challenge. You write, but you don't do it. You do it and you don't write it. And that is a simple thing to solve the problem. The problem is that we don't keep training people. If you enter the field without training and you remain untrained and you do not continually improve yourselves, it will be very, very dangerous, like going to the stock market and trading, and then you come out the way you can see in the cycle. So very, very important. The main problem I face after training personnel is that the motivation starts diminishing as the days passed. So after training, you need to ensure that whatever you have promised, whatever you have trained, you do not go back to that pre-era mode. The biggest problem is that even after training, when we see the response, we always see that people try to go back and behave untrained. So they know the wrong, they know the right, but they do something which is neither of them. The SOP, which just now Dr. Vinita was discussing, remains one of the toughest challenges. Many people do not write the first SOP, which is SOP of SOP. They do not have an SOP list which is updated, which is completed. They do not have a list which says, I have read and understood, and I will follow the SOP. And you have 2 copies, one to the member and one to the secretary. You have an SOP, but there's no action. Remember, the SOP of Delhi is not of Mumbai or Chennai, and you need to write your own SOP. If you don't write a good SOP, you will not do a good action. If you do a good action, you will not be able to find whether there was a non-compliance on it. It is very important for us to write in advance what to write and what not to write. also in protocol, also in SOP, it's very important. Many people do not know the difference between deviation, amendment, and violations. And it becomes it is a struggling time to understand that they have violated many of the activities in SOPs that can cause harm to the participants. Let me cite an example of an ethics committee I was assessing, and they assumed that they had an insurance, and assume is a killer of quality. You need to always ensure that you assure things. They thought they had a CTLI, clinical trial liability insurance, and while reviewing, I found that their insurance was over quite a month ago, and their participants were recruited in a trial, which is a high-risk trial, and did not have an insurance. And the ethics committee were all sleeping very happily, thinking all is well. All is well is only well when you check that all is well. This remains a very big challenge, just now being told that how to stay updated. If time allows, I'll show you software which create and the FERCI has created, which CDS at HSTI now host. It's done with UCL. And if time allows, I'll show you that's a software which will help you to solve all those problems. Have SOP which is updated, have protocol which is updated, train updated, remain updated. Like when you use your phone, the phone updates automatically. If you do not allow at night, it automatically updates. So have your systems and procedures, know what is faulty. Sometimes your hand is faulty, sometimes one machine or two machines. So, but you should know what is faulty to solve those problems. Many ECs have SOPs that are borrowed and they're from the best places, but they have not calibrated their standards to that level. So they perform poorly because the SOP is very high. They do not know that prepared by A, reviewed by B, and C is required. At least prepared by A and reviewed by B is required. This issue date and revision dates, these validated dates are extremely important. It is also important to have an effective date. Effective date is the date you issue on 14th October and it becomes effective on 21st October. Many places I have found same dates. You cannot issue a SOP and expect people to be trained and following those. It's just like asking a person to do a surgery where you have not trained him or her to do that specific surgery. It's very important to know what are the mandatory SOPs you will have. Too much is not good. Always quality is better than quantity. You can start with a list. I think ICMR also has a list. FERCI also has a list. You can get inspired by them. Remember that when you follow SOP, remember that everybody follows SOP the way they want, although the English is same. Same with protocol. So I find deviations from EC to AC, even same EC, one institute has 3 ACs and they use the same SOPs, but the way they follow are different. So how each person follow may not be the same. You have to have that mentality in mind so that you understand the deviations are bound to occur. Always remember that when you read any document, whether it's informed consent or investigator brochure or a protocol, please ask a question. Do you believe what you read? Because sometimes it's written like in the TV, it shows Ukraine में मारे गए छात्र से Prime Minister ने बात की, मर गए छात्र, उससे कैसे मोदी जी बात कर सकते? Understand? It's very important for us to understand. Also ask yourself, do you believe what you see? Sometimes the investigator tells you that I have this, I have that. As an ethics committee member, did you ever take some time to go and meet and see the place, whether he has an IP storage facility, whether that's locked, whether it's a biometric entry, how the data are kept? It's very important to know. Do you believe what you are seeing? So you should be very careful of what you are shown. Sometimes the investigator will say, I have a lot of study participants, and then you will find no participants. Or can be, I have given a lot of time for doing the informed consent process, and then you will find that the nurse is doing, and the nurse is also not delegated that responsibility. Neither is she trained. And there happens the problem starts. Always be careful of what you hear, especially when the investigators speak in ethics committee meeting. You need to hear. I have always felt attending a FERCAP Sitka survey has given me immense benefit to witness such kind of meetings, which is it's a game changer that you hear how ethics committees speak, you learn a lot of things from that. So you have to be very careful of what investigator is speaking or ethics committee members are speaking. It's always better to understand that what each member have understood about the protocol or SOP or informed consent process, what they heard, what are they going to follow after you give them a permission to conduct a trial. This is a film, it will take time, so I'm just keeping it. Remember that when you submit a document to ethics committee, you need to have a checklist. The checklist is a very, very important tool which tells you, did I complete it? Is it attached properly? Many times I see mails which are uploaded on those portals and I see that attachments are missing, the version number is not written, the date is not written. Never ever sign without a date. It is an invitation to disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. Always remember that whatever happens, whenever it happens, rights, safety, and well-being, which I lovingly call it as RSW, is non-negotiable and sacrosanct. It cannot be compared with any time at any cost. Whenever we speak about documents, we say that it is the participants which have rights. But many times I have interviewed participants. I have been also myself a study participant. So I can tell you my story on the other side of the table also. Many times the participants are not aware about their rights and responsibilities. It's very important for us to not assume and ensure. You can have a patient charter, a participant charter, ensure they receive it, ensure they know the number whom they can call and any email address or any contact number, any kind of communications. The informed consent process, the level of language that you use. And I have many times seen the word password is very loosely used, and worst is that it is shared like you shared discussion with many people, because people do not understand the difference. I understood very, very late in life, and I wish I would have understood that privacy is the right of the individual, whereas confidentiality is the obligation of all the researchers which are working there. It's a huge, huge responsibility. Equitable selection of participants, is the ethics committee doing the justice to that? Are we ensuring that the ancillary medical care is there or not? Many times I have seen that the ethics committee has been submitted with advertisement, and the size of the advertisement has not been mentioned. But when I go to the site to see it, I absolutely get astonished to see that not even an A4 page which was shown in a photograph is now a wall, which is how many foot by how many foot, I may not be able to tell you, but it was at least 10 times my size. And so it is very important for us to go as an ethics committee member to those sites where the trials are happening or researches are happening, to have a thing which is called seeing is believing. Always understand that if somebody cannot give you feedback, then you cannot improve. And if you cannot measure, you cannot improve. So you need to have some system and procedures where you can take feedback from you. You can have a 360-degree feedback. You can have feedback from your head of the institute. You can have a feedback from investigators, from ethics committee members, even from participants. And then you can understand what is going wrong and how it is going on. Then if you're open to changes, then only you can change for the better. Always read documents very carefully. I make a lot of mistakes. Sometimes when I get bank documents, insurance documents, they only put a cross because there are 14 places where I should be signing. And I sign, but there is no guarantee that I have read it fully. And maybe they write that आपके सारे पैसे आज से हमारे हो गए और ये जो ऊपर में आप नीचे में जो भी sign किए हैं उसका कोई मतलब नहीं. That means if you have not read your documents properly, you are inviting things to happen or mishap. You are inviting a lot of disasters. I always see that review is done sometimes hurriedly, and review is related to decision making. So was it hurriedly done? If you see the documents tell a story. So always try to speak to your documents. A working document or a dead document, both speak. Whether it was initially reviewed, what were the amendments, who is doing a continuing review, what were discussed during review. What were the periodic review cycle? How many subjects or participants were recruited? How many deviations were there? Were there any violations? What is the procedures for expedited review? Who are exempted from full board review? Many times I have seen ethics committees' permission letters are very funny. Their review letters are funnier. So you need to understand that how these letters are drafted can have repercussions 5 years later. Because you might be audited, you might be inspected, and you may not be able to change later on. So recruitment strategies, I'm sure many people take cognizance about it, they understand that. And this is one of the places where you can miss the bus. Meeting time. Many people do not start on time, have more chai samosas. All people do not attend. Usually the legal person has a legal duty and runs to the court. You do not have a backup person. The backup person who is there, the competency is not exhibited. Exhibited means वो बात ही नहीं कर रहा है. यदि वो बात नहीं कर रहे तो आप कैसे आपके exhibit कर सकते हो? Form भी नहीं भर रहे. So it was just done to show that it wasn't done, and that can be very, very dangerous. Review and decisions have a lot of serious repercussions. So before you give a decision, you must always write the rationale behind it. It is yes, approved because of this, not approved this, it is revoked. I have seen very few revoked sessions. If you revoke, then wo seedhe ho jayenge, because they will know that there is also an option to revoke any permissions. Always remember that the decision-making and post-meeting activities are sluggish activities. Decision-making is fast, but post-meeting, it is a huge stress on the secretariat, especially if the member secretary is having a full-time job, is a very busy person, sometimes clinicians, it becomes very difficult. What happens mainly is that during the meetings, they have not taken a cognizance about documenting that, approving that, signing that, and everything, keeping as a minutes of it. It's a good idea to seek and consent in advance, record them, write very crisp minutes of meeting, and have a tabular form with timeline as a bit. It gives you a good thing then to write the action taken report. So minutes of meeting, action taken report, and SOPs, and the agenda of the ethics committee meetings are something very, very key for a good ethics committee. Monitoring, if you're cooking a biryani or you're brewing a tea, if you take a spoon in between and taste, you are monitoring that, and that will ensure that the quality which is delivered might be better. Same happens with your ethics committee. Same happens with your research and trials. So you need to take those things in your hands. If you're sleeping, then your investigators and the team probably will be sleeping more. So you need to do some quick checks. You may have a small groups, you may have informed, you may have uninformed. It totally depends upon you, but keep a check. Record keeping. I always find record keeping as kamzor kadi. You do not write when it happens, kal kare so kab. And that's the main cause. You write here and there, and then you keep searching, then you concoct, and then you forget. And then you do not have an evidence attached to it. So if I do not put my finger on a biometric, I do not have an evidence that today I have come to office. And that's an evidence of mine here. So everything is required to work in synchronization. Like when you work, start doing documentation then and there. Don't wait for others. When you start working, search for the SOP. So SOP will give you the work will give you the documentation. That's an honest wedding to have a better marriage life. Remember that if you cannot save anything, it's very dangerous. I believe in backup. I'm a very big fan of backup. I have logged in also with a backup device. Backup gives me an assurance. If I log out now from my backup device, at least I'll be able to connect. So in a height of digitalization, try saving documents. Have a backup thing. And remember that your backup also should be secure. Many times in the assessment, I have asked for documents 2019 December. 19th December, I want 3 participants file, they were not able to give. 2020 March file, they were not able to give. So whatever you document, please have a habit to retrieve, check at random. If you do not do that, you will be living in a la-la land where you realize that everything is gone and you are thinking that it's there. And that is a very, very very stressful moment. Remember that if you do not have systematic record keeping, systematic is not random that you have seen and you have kept it. And you're not evaluating yourselves and you have not ensured the confidentiality of the retrieval documents. Many people outsource it to other person, but outsourced person is like you have delegated the roles, but the responsibility still lies with you. The ethics committees, the investigators, all are equally responsible for that. It's a totality of the responsibility. I always tell, if you have a choice, then you choose the best. But if you don't have a choice, then do the best. So nowadays there are accreditations, whether it's NABH, FARCAP, SITCR, or a HARP. This is an accredited ethics committee. I'm aware about it. And I'm very happy and proud that you have achieved that. It is not easy to do that. As an assessor from NABH, as well as a surveyor from a FARCAP, SITCR, I know the pain about how to get it. But I also know the gain that it brings. It brings a huge confidence that tomorrow, if you come in Arnab Goswami or anybody's show, you'll be proudly able to tell that I have done it, and you have some kind of systems and procedures to do that. So accreditation is like an excellence. It's very difficult, but possible. Those who don't have and are attending, remember, you should always pursue excellence. You may or may not achieve it, but you will at least go do better. These are some of my lessons learned. I don't know how much time I have. Please stop me where you find, but I'm very close to that. These are some of my lessons learned that discuss your problem with your management. Sometimes you might find that your management may not hear, may not give you, but it is always better to document them by asking for it. I always say, if the baby doesn't cry, the mother doesn't give milk. So you need to cry, but do not cry all the time. Always remember that we are full of problems. We have to find a solution, and the solution is ours. Choice is ours. Ya to aap bhag lo, run away, ya bhag lo, participate in getting it done. These are few of the quality indicators. If you are able to take care of these 10 indicators, of which the toughest is the self-assessment. खुद को check करना है कि आपको 10 में कितना देना है, खुद को कम marks देना है, and then we'll decide is how good you are. Nobody is going to judge you. Only you can judge yourself better. This is something which is very close to my heart. Having the best EC members who never get time to complete training or attend any EC meeting, does it matter? Having best EC members where they do not exhibit their competencies, does it matter? You have all SOPs, either borrowed or saved as from the best SOPs, and you have put it to direct use. Does it matter? You take investigators and team members who are not aware about their roles and responsibilities. You ask a question, they will go back to the sponsor, take the answers and come back as opposed to an answer. They're extremely busy with their clinical duties, but they are very good investigators and they want to do many trials. How do you handle them? So there are a lot of challenges for this. This is probably my second last slide. And this is a take-home message that quality adds good to the GCP. Without quality, it will be only clinical practice. So please understand this. Always ensure, assume is very dangerous. It is like as of you and me. So it's very, very dangerous. We call it guess, which is a very expensive brand. And guess in clinical trials is extremely dangerous. Compliance is a serious business, and integrity and ethics cannot be taught. It is culture. It is from within. It is innate. You need to document what you have done, and you need to always document what was not done, because human memory is very short. Training is like a train. It has many bogies. So you keep on training yourselves. Remember that doing it right for the first time may take a lot of effort, but that's the only way you can do it better. And that's the only way you can have better. This is probably my last slide. Thank you so much. If you allow me something, I will like to show you some slide which is related to the software. Let me see whether I can go to that. Just stop sharing and go to the slide. It is about the software which create Percy for CAP has it, and I just wanted you to have a glimpse, and maybe that will be a great way for you to understand what are options available. So I have a pure conflict of interest. Where is it? Addition, stop share, and can you see it? Yeah. So I don't know why it is showing this. Yeah. So I have a conflict of interest. I am a life member of Percy. I work for CDS at THST. I am an honorary research fellow for the University College London. This is created by Create Group along with all the people mentioned in the slide. It's an electronic software for ethics committees, and it's a wonderful way to do that. And just now, Dr. Roli Mathur was mentioning about it. It also has the common forms, which she was just mentioning being incorporated. It has been reviewed critically, stringently by many who are attending this meeting today, especially the ICMR group. Also, CDSU has reviewed the content part. So it is one, and it is constantly or continually improving. We are also working with the accreditation agencies to see how best we can do that. This was free till last year, but now from this year, there's a nominal fees for that. You have different access, like principal investigator, you have an access for submission of project, you have member secretary access, you have this ICMR common forms I was just mentioning. You also have all the ways you can see whether it is expedited review, the fees paid, not paid, all the access are present here. So this is a very good way, and I'll leave the slides with Dr. Vinita, and this is the fees which are there. If you have any problem in reaching out to us, please let us know. I'll be very happy to connect you with the people. These are the current users, and this is the subscription plan or details. This is something we have launched with the regulatory agency CDSU. Dr. Nandini K. Kumar is also one of the speakers in that. And the version 3 is now running, and we are around close to 15 to 20,000 people who have attended this course. It is run free of cost in SWAM with IIT Madras. And it's a free course, but if you want a certificate, then you need to go to the IIT Madras centers and give exam. We also have CTRI looked in from ICMR, who has contributed the CTRI chapter in this. We have been very fortunate to launch world's first professional certification scheme in the world in the field of clinical trials. That is GCP Professional Certification Scheme, GCP PCS. And that's a way to say that you deserve that gold medal. Thank you so much for giving your valuable time. Namaskar and Jai Hind.
Well, Sucheta, that was a beautiful presentation, well in time, allotted to you. In fact, you walked us through various aspects of quality control to be observed in running clinical trials. You had so many subjects actually included, GCP, and then the mistakes made while recording, because recording is the most important aspect to get credible data, how it is reviewed, post-marketing activities, then importance of timelines. So many things. And I must say that because I have such a long list, I won't be able to read it out for want of time. But one important aspect is about the ethics committee. Both Rolly and you have actually highlighted different aspects of ethics committee activity and the mechanisms, how to go about it in a quality manner. Use of electronic method is good. It reduces the mistakes that are made. And the EC is about submission of protocol and getting it reviewed. But in that same suite, there is another software which actually, if the investigator actually submits the protocol, it will actually stop at the point where there's a gap. So in that way, you will actually rectify those mistakes, and then that takes lesser time for pointing out mistakes and delaying the decision-making process. Over to you, Dr. Srivastava, if you have any comments. I don't think there are any questions right now.
Thank you, Dr. Sucheta, for an excellent Thank you, Dr. Sucheta, for excellent talk. And especially through pictures and cartoons, I enjoyed very much. Because there's a practical need for all these things. Everything is documented, everything committee is documented very well, defined SOPs, but how much it is implemented, and especially on quality control, monitoring aspects, is very important what you have highlighted for them. And I hope that every ethics committee will take care of it and do implement all this monitoring and quality things, which is a very important factor in the SOPs. So any question or to audience, please?
Hello, I'm Vijayalakshmi Bhatia. I'm a member of the ethics committee in SGPGI. And first of all, I want to again compliment Dr. Sucheta, because when Dr. Nandini Kumar said that she's a very good speaker, I really, I looked around at the audience. We were spent. There was nobody, even I couldn't see anybody breathing. Also, you really know how to deliver very weighty information through such a how to hold the audience attention. Having said that, and I want to make a comment, and it is not to any person, it is not actually only as a result of this lecture, but in both your talks, you and Dr. Rolly Mathur, something makes me dismayed, and that is that knowledge in a developing country especially, we feel empowered by knowledge. When I started off my career in SGPGI as a young faculty member, in the first few years, there was no internet.
We used to go all the way from SGPGI to CDRI because our institution was new. So our library was only 1 year old, and we used to go to CDRI and KGMC to search out the PubMed, Index Medicus, physically, and load ourselves with all those photocopies and come back and read it. And when the web started, life completely was transformed. Everybody knows it. We felt so empowered when knowledge was shared. We came to know where conferences were all over the world. And if governmental agencies in India are charging money for knowledge which they have generated, it makes me so dismayed. So I'm not saying this to any particular person, but I'm just expressing my dismay. And we are now in the era when other journals, international good journals, are all charging like anything. Every few months we find some of the wonderful journals who were, they empowered us to work nicely and deliver the goods to our patients and our colleagues and students, etc. And now we are dismayed how our future generations are going to work and pay all this money, $3,000 for whatever, and etc. And if our own government is doing this, it really, we need some rethink, I feel. Sorry, I'm sure you all must be knowing some more very important things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can I go ahead and answer? Yeah. So thank you so much for the feedback and comments. Thank you so much. It is good to always hear the feedback, because online is very difficult and challenging. So actually, I'll tell you the challenges. That first 2 years, that EEC, I think you were indicating about EEC to me, and some priced publication to Dr. Rowley. I think so. This is my idea. Maybe I'm wrong. You can please correct me. So this EEC, I can only speak about my end, is that this EEC was initially free of cost till 2021 December. And it was circulated and it was given to many people free of cost. Then, at Government of India also, we need to work on something called sustainable development. So our development also has to be sustainable. So when we wanted our server to be at India and not in some other country, when we wanted the data security to be done, when we are demanding that we also want 21 CFR Part 11 type of compliance, then this all cost us money. And although it is heavily funded by us, this may not be the actual cost. If we think about an actual cost and hiring a person, 5,000 rupees per month for an ethics committee, for an organization, may not be that much big. At least I believe, at least now. But if we get a funding or a CSR or a support, we would love to have it. But I have felt over years, at least a decade in government, that anything which is given free is not being valued that much and is not used properly. So if you pay for it, I think it has some kind of responsibilities. So this is what my personal feelings are. Thank you so much.
I would like to actually endorse the statement. We go in for, in such instances where money is the preventive factor, there are actually public-private partnerships which are actually forged to make things easier. In fact, ICMR was actually, it was funding for access to Cochrane Library. So it was free actually for all the Indian researchers for some years. So now I don't know what the position is because I came off from ICMR. So there are certain, those who are visionaries as leaders of funding agencies, they would be in a position to have MOUs where this expense could be actually brought down to the consumer in a cheap manner. And as Sucheta said, whenever you get something free, the value is lost. Even if you have to pay 10 rupees, you will pay more attention to that. So that is why it was thought that let it be free right now for people to understand. And then once they start showing interest, etc., and anybody wants to actually access it, there'll be a small fees to be paid. And even in US, you have the city program. This city program actually is bought by the universities, and for their students it's free. It's something like that, institutions can actually follow, then things are easier for people working under that institution. Any other questions?
No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Namaskar and Jai Hind.
Thank you. And thank you, chairpersons, Dr. Nandini Kumar and Dr. Suresh, sir.
Thank you.
Before starting the upcoming talk, we would like to invite the chairpersons, Shri Vijay Verma, former district judge and chairman, Ubhokta Forum, Lucknow, Dr. C.P. Chaturvedi, associate professor, Department of Hematology and assistant faculty in charge research, SGPGI, Dr. Mohan Gujjar, additional professor, Department of Critical Care Medicine, SGPGI, We request Shri Vijay Verma to introduce Dr. B.T. Kaul, who is the speaker for the session.
Well, we have come to the last but one session of this enlightening program on ethical issues. This particular session pertains to legal aspects. And of course, it is a last session, but I think it's going to be a lasting impression on the entire audience, as we have a very eminent jurist, Dr. B.T. Kaul, who's from the Faculty of Law, Delhi University. His achievements are, in a nutshell, 34 years of teaching, career, criminal law, labor law, intellectual property laws, and interpretation of statutes. UGC Research Fellowship for 6 months, Foreign and Commonwealth Scholarship at ISC London, 1985 to 86. Fellowship for Higher Studies in Australia, WIPO Fellowship. Worked as Director, Placement Council, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi from 2007 to 2010. Editor, National Capital Law Journal, 2005. Editor, Delhi Law Review, 2010-11. Well, so I welcome Professor Kaul in this session to enlighten us on the legal tangles, because what I feel as a judge, a retired judge, is that ultimately what happens is that people get entangled into the legal tangles, which they are not able to diffuse. And this is where I think in the clinical trials, it is very important. And I think your talk on this will be enlightening us all. May I please request Dr. Kaul to please.
I'm very thankful to the organizers of this program. In fact, I know most of the speakers, resource persons in this seminar, but the topics on which they talked about, I am trying to learn about it, but I do not know how much I have understood it. But anyway, I'm trying to deal with the subject, which is, I think, very important from the perspective of rights and obligations that flow. But for drafting a MOU or an agreement, we must understand quite a bit depends upon what is the knowledge about the subject, because unless you first know so what will you do?
Sir, my name is Abhishek Kaushal. I want to share my screen because there is a presentation that Paul sir wants to display. May I be given permission?
Can you allow Mr. Abhishek Kaushal to
You are already the co-host. You can share the screen.
you can share the screen.
I cannot.
So I'm sharing it from his laptop. Can I allow you from here? Can we put it from here? Anyway.
So
Anyway, what I was trying to say, in fact, I wanted to share the screen, but that is from the computer of my researcher, who is Mr. Abhishek Kaushal. Can you allow him to share the screen?
So what is your researcher, sir? We can.
Abhishek Kaushal, ma'am.
Abhishek Kaushal.
So we are making him the co-host. Just a minute.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to say that these are very important agreements which are necessary before a criminal trial is started, because they determine the rights and liabilities of the parties who are parties to the agreements. And if you see the first slide which is going to share, that will give you an idea about what exactly have to be kept in mind while drawing clinical trial agreements. First, I think that one has to look at is the recitals. Now, depending upon the number of the parties, a clinical trial agreement can be of three kinds. Now, it may be a bipartite agreement between the sponsor and the principal investigator, or it can be a tripartite agreement between sponsor, principal investigator, and the clinical trial site, that is the institution, or it can be quadripartite agreement between sponsor, principal investigator, institution, and CRO, which is clinical research organization, which sponsor may use for the purposes of monitoring the clinical trials. Now, for understanding and drafting of the agreements, I think it's very necessary that one should be quite conversant with the new drug and clinical trial rules 2019, which defines some of the important terms which you'll come across in clinical trial agreements. It is, I think, advisable always to include these terms as definition clauses in the agreements. I would certainly recommend that because once you read these terms, you will come to know when you use the sponsor, what do you mean by the sponsor? When you use the word investigator, what do you mean by the investigator? And they must conform to the legal definition of these terms, because these are legal terms which must be understood by all those who are dealing with the subject. Now, clinical trial site, as again I said, is defined in the rules. Similarly, in 2K, we have the clinical trial protocols, which are defined what it means. Like when an ethics committee meets, which comprises people of interdisciplinary areas. So therefore, for them, it may be easy to understand what a protocol means. We have a definition of clinical research organization, which I did not find. Maybe it is there, but I could not find from the 2019 rules, but I borrowed it from the medical device rules of 2017, which defines it as an entity to whom a sponsor may transfer or delegate one or more of functions and duties regarding conduct of the clinical trial investigation or clinical performance evaluation. Now, mostly we find the agreements are in tripartite, followed, which if they are bipartite, then you need an NOC from the institution. But I think generally we have these kinds of agreements that we look at. Now we have, I don't want to delve on it. I think you must have dealt with it quite elaborately during the course of the day, because ethics committee has a very important role, and its role, we have tried to bring it in this slide, which is based upon rule 19, rule 9, rule 13. You will see, and it has a very, very important role, because it has to ensure that the trials are conducted in a scientific manner, keeping due regard to the human rights of the participants, and best ethical practices are followed by all the people involved in conducting the criminal trial. This is sorry, conducting the clinical trial. I'm sorry. I need not to elaborate again. I think for the whole day you have been talking about it, but I think this is very important, because what is important is at appropriate places, times, it must review and see whether the protocols are being followed, and whether the investigation is being carried on in accordance with what are the set protocols or approved protocols. And then it has also to see that the serious adverse events, whether they are happened, and if they have happened, whether it has been informed in time, and what does it think of these serious adverse events that take place. And then wherever there's a case of management or there's a case of compensation, it is very important role that it has to follow. You'll find in chapter 4 of these rules, elaborately in third schedule of the NDC CT rules, that it has been dealt with. These are very important for me, because ultimately, because when we come to the role of the sponsor, we must know what his role under the law is. Because when you come to the drafting of the agreement or MOU, you must keep in mind what is envisaged into the rules as the role of the sponsor. And these are statutory obligations which the sponsor has to follow. There cannot be contracting out of their duties from this set of legal regime that has been prescribed. Therefore, again, I would not like to spend more time. You must have already discussed it. But then there's a brief role of the investigator, but there's a very important role of the investigator, and that is what is expected of an investigator. He must be a qualified person. He must be having all the prescribed qualifications under the rules, and this is where he has to conduct, how he has to conduct the investigation, how he has to report the SAE that may occur, and all those things have been drawn in the, but this is to see that when we talk about MOUs, these are the responsibilities which are talked about when you deal with those responsibilities. Because ultimately, when we'll come to the covenants, that is very important aspect that I would like to talk about. And then we have overall duty, what is the investigator's duty and all that, that is talked about in the third schedule of the NDC rules. Now, when there is a conflict of opinion about the phraseology or the meaning of the words used in the agreement, I think we generally have general rules of interpretation of documents which are applied by the courts, and therefore those will be the guiding principles for interpreting even the clauses of the agreement in the MOUs or tripartite agreement or bipartite agreements. Then we have the statement of annexures as part of the agreements, bipartite, tripartite agreements governing rights and duties of the parties to the clinical trial shall be framed in accordance with NDCT rules 2019 and the good clinical practice guidelines, international and national. Now, any institution, then we say how it has to conduct the institution, what are the requisites, what are the, how it has to proceed. Now, those are Rule 21, Rule 22, Rule 25, 4, Rule 26. Now, I don't need to deal with those you can, you must have already gone through. And these are the continuation of those rules, how it has to be overseen by the clinical trial, by the ethics committee, how the role of the ethics committee becomes important, and all this. If there's a protocol which has to be amended, it has to be approved by the EC and it has to be approved by the CLA, that is the Central Licensing Authority. Now, those are aspects which I think again have to be kept in mind when we are talking about drafting of the covenants in a MOU in clinical trial agreements. Next, please. Now, this is again, I think how the clinical trial has to be conducted. One has to be completely conversant with these rules. And then we go to the most important part of it is all those people who are parties to the agreement, what is the expectations from them? That's why we say these covenants are very important. I think I'll read all three of them. Now, when I say to perform their respective responsibilities, I'm talking about the investigator, I'm talking about the sponsor, and I'm also talking about the rights and duties of the participants in the criminal trial. To perform their respective responsibilities, both in their individual and collective capacity, execute the work in accordance with the terms and conditions of this agreement, and do everything to implement this agreement in achieving the object of this agreement, to work individually, collectively in good faith, cooperate and coordinate with each other to achieve the purpose of the study, strictly follow their respective obligations under the rules governing the conduct of the clinical trial, and discharge to the best of their ability and with due care and diligence their respective obligations flowing under this agreement, rules, GCP guidelines, international and national applicable. Now, this is very important to adopt the best practices and conduct and allow the study to be conducted in accordance with the scientific principles, legal obligations, ethical guidelines, and to protect the rights of the participants. Now, this is very important aspect at every stage of the study, so that there is respect for the human rights of the participants, and in the eventuality of any essay, ensure medical management participant till the causality is established, and ensure that the compensation in trial-related injury or death as envisaged by NCC rules and this agreement is paid by the party. Now, this is again a very important aspect, by the party responsible for making the said payment. Now, therefore, if you see this agreement will at some point of time say responsibility will be of the sponsor, but in what cases the sponsor will not be responsible, I think we'll look at those cases subsequently. Now, not to willfully or otherwise contravene the law governing the conduct of clinical trial, to observe the respective obligations flowing from the agreements and the law applicable, that in the event of a party to the CTA commits any breach of the terms of this agreement, aggrieved party shall be within its right to bring an action under law against the offending party and seek appropriate remedy, including compensation. This will be without prejudice to the action that the authorities may take under the NDCT rules, including Rule 30 of the rules, which talks about in which case they can discontinue and even blacklisting of the investigator, debar the investigator from conduct. Now, there's again you have covenants which may govern monitoring and reporting. Now, this is all which is provided in the rules itself. So you have to draft these covenants in the MOU on the basis of what is the legal position. Like suppose we say the institution and the investigator shall allow the officers of the state authorities to enter the premises and clinical site with or without prior notice to inspect, search and seize records, statistical results, documentation, investigational drug and other related material. Now, this is a part of the law. Sponsors shall be responsible to ensure that the studies are conducted, monitored, and to that effect, sponsor may appoint adequately trained monitors, CROs to supervise the ongoing study. Then again, that how further monitoring has to be ensured. I think this can be brought into the MOUs, which is equally important because it talks about obligations and rights of the parties, and therefore this can be to a greater extent brought into the MOUs itself. Now, then the question comes up, how do we deal with the question of reporting and publication of results? Now, this is where these can be incorporated as part of the MOU. Sponsor is required to submit 6 monthly status report of the trial to the central licensing authority. So therefore, it is one of the obligations that can flow under law and can also flow under the MOU. So these are what are important aspects that can be brought back into the MOUs of the parties. And then, about publication, how reporting has to be done, how publications have to be done, who will have the right to publish what is the scope of the rights of the sponsor, what is the scope of the rights of the investigators. Now, those are some of the aspects that can be taken care of while drafting this. And another very important aspect that I think is at the heart of the matter is a lot of intellectual property rights flow when you are conducting a clinical trial. So who shall be the owner of the IPRs? Those are aspects which we have tried in this slide to incorporate, because mainly if the sponsor is investing the money, like, a publisher is investing money in a book, ordinarily the publisher will like to have the copyright. Similarly, when we talk about here publication issues, we will see that it will be a sponsor who would like to have many of the IPR rights, including right to patent, whatever may be the new in novelty or inventive step that is involved, which is of industrial application and which is of utility to the society at large. Therefore, these are very, very important aspects that can be considered, whether at some point of time the investigator and sponsor can bargain with respect to certain IPR rights to be shared as joint owners of the IPRs. I do not know whether we are in a position to have this kind of an arrangement. But if you look at the IPR copyright law, it does envisage a provision for joint authorship. And there are judgments of the Delhi High Court and also Supreme Court on this issue. Now, this is what I think is one of the areas. With little time, I think we need to look at. These are areas which need to be taken into care when we talk about drafting of MOUs or agreements which are tripartite agreement or bipartite agreement. I have not taken in this work which I have done, these slides, I have not taken the issues relating to the sponsor and the insurance companies, because those are separate agreements which can be talked about. I am sure that must have been talked about in the course of time. But then, sponsors' liability to pay compensation is dependent upon how well you draft the insurance cover. And that is what I think that this committee has a very important duty to see whether the insurance cover adequately covers the situation that may arise under the SAEs. And therefore, I think it should be one of the important functions of the ethics committee before they approve a clinical trial. They should see whether there is an adequate provision made by the insurer in the insurance policy and whether the subjects are covered with respect to management and also with respect to the compensation aspect. Now, this is some which is not a part of this presentation, because that itself is a separate arrangement that can be entered between sponsor and the insurance company. Now, then the other aspect that needs to be taken care of, I think, is one of those fee and compensation. Now, those who are engaged as principal investigators, those people who are employed, and the costs that are involved, how the budget is prepared, how it is approved, when it becomes a part of the annexure of the this MOU, whether it makes a provision for all that, and whether there is a provision of increase or decrease of the costs. So that is something which will depend upon how the agreement is drawn between the parties. Therefore, this aspect is something which is very important. Therefore, the budgeting, therefore, provision for fee, provision for services, provision for compensation, all those aspects are to be taken care of in this MOU. Then, if the MOU is to be terminated, there must be a provision for terminating the MOU. How do you, or if there's a provision for terminating the clinical trial, how do you terminate the clinical trial? What are the situations that can be, and that must be in conformity with the law on the subject. Now, this is another aspect which needs to be taken into account by all. Then there's the indemnity and insurance, as I said, again, this is something which is how sponsor has to indemnify the principal investigator and the institution. And in what cases you may make a provision that the sponsor will not indemnify the institution or public principal investigator. Now, those all terms have to be very clearly brought out General rule is that he must indemnify, but what are the exceptions? In what situations can he escape from this responsibility? I think that will depend largely upon how you are able to draw the agreements to this effect. And then there's a very important aspect that you can look about is the confidentiality. Now, the confidentiality itself is a very important aspect which has to be taken care of at every stage. Therefore, there must be a provision made confidentiality between principal investigator and the people whom he employs in the investigation, and confidentiality between the sponsor and the principal investigator, and then confidentiality in respect of the taking of the data or the information from the participants. Now, all those things we have tried to incorporate in this aspect, and this is something which this clause should be one of the important clauses that should form the basis for one of the basic issues that should be talked about in the MOU. Then, of course, what are the services that are to be provided by the sponsor to the institution and the principal investigator? That must be detailed out properly, and that is also should be one of the important aspects taken care of. Then there's a general provision relating to law and jurisdiction. Court shall have jurisdiction if the differences arise, and whether they should like to refer this matter for arbitration or mediation or whatever is possible under the Arbitration Conciliation Act, and what should be the seat, where shall there be the seat of the arbitration. Now, the purpose is that there should be minimization of whatever the possible conflicts that can arise. You must have a redressal mechanism provided itself in the MOU, which should be taken into account. Then, of course, there may be agreements. Some agreements may be superseded. Some agreements may replace the earlier agreements. Therefore, that provision should also be provided within this. Then there is sometimes, some provisions that you may make. They may be held to be ultra vires the law. Therefore, they may not stand the test of legality. But if there are some other provisions in the agreements which can survive on their own, those conditions can remain, valid in terms of the conditions governing the agreement. Now, that is also a provision that can be made. Then there's a force majeure clause where, in an eventuality over which we have no control, I think one of the earliest examples that we talked about is COVID-19, whether COVID-19 could be said to be a force majeure. I think there was a division of opinion in the courts as to whether it could be treated as a force majeure or not. But I think some illustrations that we have given, acts of God like fire, explosion, disease, weather, war, infection, insurrection, civil strikes, riots, governmental action, power failure, banning of certain drugs, all those questions can, therefore, manufacture of those or research in those areas may not be possible to be conducted after the government has banned that particular activity. So these are some of the aspects that I think need to be taken into account. And then, of course, annexures which need to be added to them is listed here. And in that, you will find that how the informed consent process is adopted, how identified eligible patients for the study are taken up, how they are enrolled, what are the exclusions in the protocol, exclusion inclusion criteria, and then treat study how to treat the study participants as per protocol and adequate follow-up. And then medical history of the patients, how it is taken, physical examination, how symptoms are assessed, responsibility of adverse events, writing of patients, study, summary, completion of sources, documentation. I think all these are to be this part of the annexures, which can be part of the MOUs. I think this is what I thought are some of the areas which need to be taken care of whenever an MOU for conducting a clinical trial is to be entered into between the sponsor principal investigator and other parties who are involved in the process, like CROs, if they are to be inducted in it. And this is institutions where the clinical trials are to be conducted. What generally should be the pattern of the agreements that should be entered, how rights of the public principal investigator have to be protected, how rights of the institutions have to be protected, who shall be liable to pay compensation, who shall be liable to take care of the serious adverse events, and how confidentiality has to be adopted, how do you deal with the intellectual property law. All these aspects need to be dealt with in these agreements. I think that's all I think I would say at this stage, and I'll be happy to answer if you have any questions on this aspect. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor Kaul, for giving an informative and impressive talk, actually, which is an important component of a clinical trial, actually, because as an academician or a practitioner, whenever we want to perform the clinical trials, actually, this is one of the important aspects which has to be kept in the mind. And this is where actually the legal advisors of our committee, they play major role, because they are basically the important component which actually help us in defining these MOUs and what exactly should be the legal components that should be addressed in those MOUs in comparison to the research component or the clinical component. So thank you. And it was an informative talk. And I think any questions from the audience? Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Kaul. That was a very informative presentation. My just one query, maybe it is an add query. So can we have a clinical trial agreement between a CRO and the investigator? Sometimes the sponsor tells the CRO to be taking part of the clinic. So can we have a agreement?
There can be two, as I said, it could be, you could have four parties: sponsor, investigator, institution, and CRO.
Right.
All can be party, or you can have a separate agreement between investigator and CRO. Because if the sponsor wants the delegation of the duties to the CRO with respect to the monitoring and assessing of the clinical trial, I think this can be a tripartite agreement. It can be a bipartite agreement, but there can be an agreement, and CRO, I think, plays a. I think it's become almost very common to engage now CROs. That's what my understanding in ethics committees and my experience at ethics committees is, that it is something which they will become very professional bodies, and therefore they are the people who services can be engaged in. But then you have to understand, you have to monitor how the CROs are functioning, and you must be able to control that activities, and inspection and all those things must be taken care of.
So the monitoring lies, the job of the monitoring lies with the sponsor, or the investigator has to then.
No, I think it lies with the, it's like suppose sponsor can delegate. There's a acts as a delegate of the sponsor. Like suppose in an agreement with when the sponsor wants CRO, he would definitely like to take him in the main agreement. But if he is not able at that time to decide, but subsequently wants, I think it's better for the investigator to bring in the sponsor as well as the investigator and the CRO together for that limited work that is assigned to the CRO and the sponsor, monitoring or delegating the power to the investigator.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kaul.
Well, in continuation of what the question was put by Dr. Vinita, I have a question, Professor Saab. What happens, many of the cases that I've seen so far, there is an agreement, clinical trial agreement, between the sponsor, between the CRO appointed by the sponsor, as you said very rightly, delegated, and the PI and the institute. That is the sponsor. On the first party is the CRO, and second party is the site, that is the institution, and the peer. Now, in that agreement, more often than not, I find the sponsor has also to discharge certain functions. There is also another clause in that agreement, which is a beneficiary clause, where the sponsor can bring an action against any other parties being a beneficiary of that particular agreement. But on the contrary, if certain functions which are to be done by the sponsor only, and I'm repeating once again, but the sponsor only.
That's why in the beginning, when I said under this law, first we must understand what are the duties of the sponsor, and a sponsor cannot contract out his duty which is imposed on him by law. So therefore, his overwhelming support or control will always be there. But that is why I said it is always better that if you enter into such agreements, you must also have a sponsor as a party in that agreement.
Yes, I've seen where there is a sponsor who is a party, is no problem at all, because we can always bring an action against the sponsor in case there is a breach of infringement of any provisions of the agreement, so far as the sponsor is concerned. But where there is an agreement between the sponsor and the CRO for this sort of project or study to be done, then this particular problem comes where the sponsor is not discharging its function, and we can't bring an action against the sponsor.
Sir, my purpose is that today we are staying here. Therefore, we say to all PIs and to please, when you enter this kind of agreement, don't leave the sponsor out.
That's okay. Thank you very much for this talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And thank you all the chairpersons, Shri Vijay Verma, Dr. C.P. Chaturvedi, and Dr. Mohan Gutsa. So we come to the last session of the day.
Yeah.
So I will request the chairpersons of this, the moderators of the session, Dr. Chandeshwar sir, we are the panelists. Dr. Vasanta ma'am is online. Dr. Nandini Kumar, who is again online. Dr. Urmila Thatte, who is online, and Dr. Roli Mathur. I hope you can unmute yourselves. If not, we'll ask the controller. Yeah. So what we have done is that we have circulated a form for the faculty to ask what are their queries related to clinical trials. So first of all, let me ask a question which was asked in the session when we were talking about compensation. Someone had in the chat box about the question whether compensation is required in academic trials. So, Dr. Nandini Kumar, will you like to answer this query?
Are you asking me?
Dr. Nandini, yes, ma'am.
Your
I'm not
voice
able
is
to
coming
hear you.
broken. Yeah,
we
it's
are not
coming
able to hear
broken,
you.
sir. Are you talking about compensation? That question that was there in the chat box?
Yes, ma'am. There was a chat box.
Okay.
Was required.
Right. So compensation was talked about in a big way after the Supreme Court judgment. And the first amendment that came out was on compensation and became mandatory for all regulatory clinical trials. Nobody actually at that time discussed much in detail about the compensation issue for the academic trials, for that matter, which actually got classified much later in 2019. But at that time, because it was a gray area for academic, so-called academic trial, biomedical and health research, the 2017 guidelines laid down those requirements. But they were not, those were the mechanisms through which you could work, and it was not mandatory at that time. But now, after the NDCT rules came out in 2019, it made the guidelines indirectly mandatory. That means even for biomedical and health research, it is supposed to be mandatory. The mechanisms are there. People have to take it more seriously to meet the demand.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So the compensation rules as for the academic trials are almost similar to what we have in the clinical trials. The only difference being the institute or the center which is performing has to take into account that how it compensates for these.
Yeah. The only difference between the two is that we have defined the formula for regulatory clinical trials, which is not there for academic trials or biomedical and health research. That's the only difference.
Yeah, and as far as I understand, whatever was talked today, it is for the ethics committee to decide what is the compensation amount, because it does not go to the DCGI for this. So the ethics committee becomes quite responsible for these academies.
That is there, but even the institution has the responsibility to go seriously into negotiations with the insurance companies for group insurance.
Group insurance, right. Thank you so much. I hope the answer is there. So now I go to a query which is related to collaborative trials. So now we have more collaborative trials which are occurring. So the question is, in a collaborative study involving national and international collaborators, if there is a requirement of sending samples or specimens to a central lab in India or abroad, will any regulatory clearances be required? And then if yes, one PI takes it or every center takes it, how does it go when we are talking of an academic study? And whether these regulations are different from a drug trial. So when I ask Dr. Roli Mathur, if you have an experience in the collaborative trials, how do we go about it? Because this is the thing that we are facing every day now.
Okay. So in a collaborative study, there is often this requirement for a central lab, which could be for testing or quality control. And if it is part of the research study, it's already mentioned, there's no regulatory clearance required from my understanding, just an ethics committee approval that is needed. If a common ethics committee has reviewed or other site ethics committees have also reviewed. So depending on whatever the ethics committee, because this is how the protocol is, and that is if it is in national collaborators. And if it is international collaborators, till very recently, for any international collaboration, one had to apply to the Health Ministry Screening Committee.
Yes.
So as per my information, and I am sorry, I have incomplete information because I have not yet seen it in paper. But what I have been told is that now there is no need for institutions to apply for HMSC approval. Only ICMR institutes are required to, like we do research, then we have to apply, or smaller NGOs need to apply to ICMR. All the rest of the medical institutions, research institutions across the country are not required to apply to ICMR, but they are required to apply to DBT. So DBT, there's some new committee has been set up, and I'm sorry that I don't have details of that. I tried to look up on the website also, but I couldn't get much information. So one has to apply to DBT now. So you don't need to apply to ICMR. And yes, it can be done by the PI. I mean, I don't think every center needs to apply for that. And do the guidelines vary for sponsored and academic studies? No, it doesn't differ whether it is academic or sponsored. It's the same thing for both.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to comment on this topic? Or so where do we get this information about the DBT thing? So because Now we have samples which are being taken, for example, next generation sequencing for a disease. So they say that we will be sending to a central lab, maybe in an international collaborators lab.
I have a question here.
That is how it goes. Yeah. So Dr. Ghoshal also wants to, yeah.
Yeah, see, what I'm asking is, let us say now we know India is becoming better and better technologically. So there are countries around us, such as Bangladesh, Myanmar, many other countries, who wants next generation sequencing to be done in certain center in India, maybe government or private. So what is the system for that? How do we bring sample or DNA from other countries to be processed in Indian, either private or government institution?
I don't know of any regulations that's stopping that, and people can bring in samples sent to Indian labs. From the ethics perspective, what we talk is that there has to be kind of an agreement. What is the use of the sample? We only talk from the participant perspective that this sample is not misused. It should be used for the purpose it is used. There should be a material transfer agreement between the labs who are collaborating. So from the ethics point of view, the ethics committee approvals, if it is research, and if, by the way, it is for clinical purposes, like somebody is sending the sample from India to other country or from other country to India, and it is not for research purpose, but it is only for clinical investigations or confirmation of diagnostics, for patient care, you do not need any approvals for that.
I'm talking only about research.
Only research, then the ethics committee approval, the informed consent, material transfer agreement, and agreements between MOU or MOA between these institutions about what the research is all about, the rights of the countries and their samples. I think those are the kind of concerns that we have.
Yeah, I agree. So we asked generally as an ethics committee, we asked for the material transfer agreement, and we tried to find out what will be done with the samples which are left, whether how the analyzed samples will be, and what are the tests which are being done, whatever genetic analysis is being done, what will be the results be. So that is what we do as an ethics committee, that is we are asking for a material transfer agreement between the parties. So that was the question.
Well,
can I just add something here? See, for the question which is asked, whether the samples are being brought to India, or the samples are being sent out of India, especially for research purposes. See, the HMSC or any agency, it was never stopped. So I used to be in charge of HMSC in the early 80s. Okay, if even from that time, all these were allowed. The whole purpose of, especially when it is for a research, the agreement, the MOU, the MTA going through the ethics committees, and then the HMSC for clearance, the purpose was that whatever is being brought in, what is the purpose of bringing in? Is it adding any difficulties to the Indian participants, not only that, or the international participant, or to the Indian researchers? Because we have had a lot of discussions during the time when all of us were actively looking into these things in the ICMR, when all these guidelines were made. There are many collaborations, international, samples are brought in or brought out, where the publications were even made, but even the name of the Indian researchers were not there in that. Okay, so the Indian researcher became a sample provider without giving any advantage of having done that their name is there in the publication, or even when the patents were obtained, IPR rights were there on the whatever is the information came out of sequencing and things, whether the Indian names were there in all the cases was a big, question mark. So the whole idea of doing it is nothing to stop all these activities, because everyone knows that these have to be done, and global research is becoming smaller and smaller day by day. You can't do anything individually in any country, any institution. We need national collaborations, international collaborations, multinational collaboration. The only idea is that why this has to go through the ethics committee. And then, of course, there is a national mechanism, because a lot of security sensitivity angle to this is what is being done with these materials, what is the actual outcome, or somebody is taking the patents, or the publications coming, or how they are stored or destroyed. and what is there, because the whole thing of environmental protection, a lot of issues have come into play, and that's the reason these are being done. So I just don't want any of the researchers to think that, the government or the ICMR with all these guidelines are putting a, stumbling block to all these activities. Absolutely not. The whole thing is to see that it is, in fact, one is participant protection. The more important, which we have seen, and we have come out with a lot of international discussions on this, the protection of our own researchers in this, which we have umpteen examples, real life examples with us, where the Indian researchers have been denied their rights to even get a name out of all these things. So yes, if there is some delay in something, there used to be a lot of delay for various reasons earlier. Now I think it's all streamlined. Of course, what Dr. Oli is telling, new thing about what HMS is going to do, of course, I'm not aware of it. I'm no more part of the ICMR in these activities. But the whole thing is that, yes, to protect our own researchers, that is something which all of you should remember. That's what I thought I would just add at this point.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I add?
Yes.
Now, for the sponsored clinical trials, pharma-sponsored clinical trials, it doesn't have to come to ICMR for HMSC for clearance. It's the regulatory, and each site EC. Sometimes site ECs may refuse to have the samples sent abroad. So there are individual cases on case-to-case basis. They make the decision. The other point is about DBT, what Rolly had mentioned. I have an inkling, like NCCS has been given the responsibility, which is a DBT institution, has been given the responsibility to collect specimens and have a repository. So I don't know whether this is going in that direction. I'll come to know about it next month.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. There's also one more issue of this, quality control and the samples being sent to a global center, particularly. This issue had come up because, there are times when whatever number of samples collected, people wanted to send all the samples abroad to a lab. The whole purpose at that time of sending that quality control is to set up our own capacity building in this country, so that labs will be set up where they can do adopt the advanced technology and do it. It's only for the quality control purpose you are sending it abroad, so that such technologies are developed in this country. This was the period in between, in the 90s and the earlier 2000, when all these regulations were existing. Now, of course, as was rightly pointed out, that we are much more advanced than many countries in the world now. And of course, so there is absolutely no objection for doing it. But one has to be very careful as to what is the purpose of doing something, whether nothing wrong is being done to anybody for that matter. And at the same time, we also have the technology development. And even if you want to help other countries in setting up technologies because of that, it's a wonderful thing which can be done. So the whole purpose is of, for various reasons, and it is nothing just to stop or sending samples. See, when we give permission for 100 samples to be done, we know that people were sending thousands of samples. There were, that there are certain clinical trial samples don't come to the ICMR, and there is a different mechanism by which these samples, after getting approval from the drug controller, that this so many samples should be sent for a particular clinical trial, they were going out. And that was something totally different. So we have multiple systems. Only thing is we have to know for what we will have to follow which kind of approvals. That's all.
So this is also to tell that the central lab for WHO studies, people don't have objections for that. It's only when the pharma companies are concerned, people are afraid that pharmacogenetic studies will be done, diagnostic kits will be brought out, and that will be a commercial angle, which will cause, discussion to be in the direction of benefit sharing and so on. The other thing that I wanted to say, DGFT is actually giving the certification for samples to be sent abroad. And it says that it's not going to, initially it used to send, enquiries to ICMR, to DCGI, DCGI will send to ICMR and so on. It was going round and round. So DGFT now says that it is not going to interfere in that, provided it is actually the responsibility of the sender to see that all regulations have been taken care of, all guidelines have been and they have complied with the guidelines. That certificate they will have to submit.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Can I ask one query
Yeah,
related to this matter?
Yes, Dr. Mohan.
About the HMSC clearance for a simple observational collaborative studies with the international. So is it a mandatory? Because I get a reply from that HMSC scientist, if only technical collaboration, then only need HMSC clearance. But some of the institute ethics committee, they insist to have a HMSC clearance. So just want to know the clarity about observational studies in collaboration with international centers.
See, I don't know the present stand, but the point is, as Madam had actually highlighted, it is actually protection of the scientist and also protection of sensitive information that may actually hamper, the interests of India. So what observation are you doing it? Will that result lead into sensitive political issues? These are the points that HMSC actually looks into, but I don't know what is the latest development.
Did mention HMSC is not required.
Well, I think I mean, as far as what we understood HMSC, unfortunately, we are out of ICMR. Probably Rolly will be able to give a better answer about the current policies. The whole purpose of a HMSC is to give clearance for a collaborative project. Whether there is any funding, even if there is no funding is involved, if it's only academic collaboration, whether any samples or data to be exchanged or no data to be exchanged, whatever it is a basic collaboration which needs the approval to see what is the purpose of collaboration, what is going to be the ultimate benefit sharing between the institutions, and that nothing unethical is being done, no harm is being done. That's all, that's the purpose. So HMSC clearance is not necessarily only for transfer of samples. That's only one part of it. So basically, HMSC clearance is any international collaboration, even without any funding. If you want to collaborate somebody, there's no funding, they are your friends in a lab, you just want to do an academic collaboration, yes, even that was supposed to go through the Health Ministry Screening Committee, because it has a multiple ministries who are involved in that, just to look at the sensitivity and security issues, because there are so many studies which are involved, which people thought at that time can lead to, all these the basic studies which can cause harm to the individuals and the countries and issues like that.
Dr. Rolly wanted to make this.
Yeah, so I was just going through the website, and so the terms and conditions reference of HMSC have been revised. And it is very clearly indicated that as per the revised terms of reference, the reconstituted HMSC will carry out screening clearance of proposals involving international collaboration, funding, etc., only pertaining to non-governmental organizations, and an integrated portal named as Biological Research Regulatory Approval Portal, which is called BioRap, coordinated by DBT, is to provide regulatory information to researchers and facilitate approval. It is one of its kind gateway, and every study has to now register with BioRap. The website is https://biorrap.gov.in.
Thank you. That was a very informative. I think all the people was.
Actually, I remembered that only now when Rolly said that initially that information had been disseminated for everyone. Every institution had to register in this so-called BioRap.
Okay,
so people are rushing to and fro, to get that done.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, do we have any questions from the people who are attending physically? I think they were. Anybody wants to ask a question? I'll go to the second slide, which were asked in the form. Okay. So there was a question which was asked: for a phase 2 and 3 drug trial, is there a prerequisite for the PI and the PI to have an experience of prescribing the said drug, especially for toxicities, moderation of dosage, and what do you think should be the experience of the PI or the co-PI? So this is from young investigators from our institute. So
yes, why not? I mean, I would like to ask why not. This is a fundamental point that investigators, it may not be PI alone, it could be co-PI, study team, basically the team of researchers who are proposing a particular study, whether it's a phase 2 trial or phase 3, they must have experience in that area. So it's not that anybody can do any kind of, I want to do a clinical trial on a particular cardiac condition. I can't do it. I'm not qualified to do that. So it is a basic fundamental question.
See, this is the requirement of GCP 2.8, which talks about qualification, education, training, and experience. So you can't bypass that. That's why we always insist that the students should not be, in the proposal, very often you find that students have been named as PIs. They don't have the experience. And the guides are supposed to be the PIs because they are actually undertaking the whole research under their wing. And when the publication part comes in, then of course the student will be the first author, but we know what happens in institutions. That's another matter actually. So the point is that experience is required, and in the required area, as Rolly was actually saying, that you have to have expertise in that particular area.
Yes, I think that is what the EC also has a responsibility to look at. Whether the PI is experienced to take any project. It may be a clinical trial or anything, which may be even an academic trial. So that point is well taken. I move on to the next point. So the other question is related to the insurance cover, which Dr. Kaul was talking today. So for the insurance cover of the PI faculty or the institute, is it necessary? If yes, who all should be covered, and what are the guidelines for academic studies and sponsored drug? I think we talked a bit about it. We talked about the group insurance, which may be related to academic studies, the institute which is responsible for it. But will you like to add anything which is further to this point?
The insurance cover is for participants' payment for injury related to research. I'm not understanding what is this.
Sometimes
no. They also take it for PI and the institute. Sometimes EC is also included, but that is what I was saying. If you
sometimes
it should be
EC members, they take the insurance coverage.
It is for the indemnity. Sometimes you have the indemnity coverage, and you have the PI and the faculty, which is sometimes covered in the insurance. So that is what is being asked.
I think this is probably in the private institutions, and where they are fearful.
No, they are.
Or I don't know what is the reason for this.
No, pharma sponsored studies have that.
Yes.
But what is the need? I would like to be knowledgeable about this subject. Why should institution and PI and faculty require insurance cover for a study?
So this is because. Yeah, this is because if the study goes wrong for some reason, then it is like a liability. So they are protecting the PI and the institute because everything has to be in order, and ethics committee has to give the right review before it is implemented. But something can go wrong.
So this has nothing to do with the ethics meeting, because it is not a responsibility of ethics committee or
ethics
it is an institution. It is an institution level. If they want to take care and insure their employees.
Only let me speak. Ethics committee actually looks at the insurance policy, who and all they are covering. Some people, some companies only cover participants. Some companies include PI as well as institute. Some people include EC also, but the EC, if it is included, EC should object that they should not be included.
What I'm trying to say is, why should EC look at this? Why should an ethics committee review an insurance coverage or faculty?
For compensation purposes, whether the
ethics committee has no role. No role. Nowhere in the ICMR guideline or any regulation.
No.
We are like, no, it's not there.
No, really. See, when we are talking of we are talking about GCP and the clinical trials, okay? And when you talk about GCP and the clinical trials or clinical research, and when we are talking about responsibility of all stakeholders, When you talk of responsibility of all stakeholders, institution is one of the main stakeholder. They have certain responsibilities. So if a pharma company is wanting to do a trial in a particular institution, and always the intentions are good. You want to come out with a new product, you want to do the trial properly, you want to involve the participants, then whatever is the MOU or the MTA and the insurance policies will have to go through the ethics committees for approval. Ethics committees look into that. That's why you have a legal expert in the ethics committee. And how nicely today, I'm so happy with Dr. Kaul's presentation is, when I spoke about the GCP responsibility of stakeholders, exactly the same thing. He spoke it, linking it with every point of NDCT rules, making it so clear now that when we generally give lectures on NDCT and GCP, and he has beautifully brought in the legal link up between the GCP and the NDCT, rules. So when you talk of institutional responsibility, this is one major institution. They are accepting that pharma trial is going to be done in that institution. Patients belong to them. The investigators belong to them. The institution has also accepted it in good faith. The ethics committee is also giving approval. But say by chance, this product proved to be a product where something like we talk about so many international trials, where healthy volunteers are dying and what all happening. Nobody expects all these things to happen. Say by chance something happens, there is a liability, there is a legal action being taken against the institution. Why did you accept the trial? Why the investigator responsible? Because they are responsible for this death or SAE which has happened. Then they can file a case against the ethics committee. Why the ethics committee's members didn't look into these issues, have given approval? Because in all those old international cases, what we found out was there are some animal studies which showed some complication. Still, the ethics committee probably didn't look into that, given approval. And it's so same thing like lung fibrosis and things happening and people dying had happened. People sued the EC members. So this insurance has become a big issue now, that you take insurance against for they protect the institution, the investigator, the EC members, everybody. There are many trials where EC members are also part of it. They take a composite insurance. The ethics committees have to. So as somebody was commenting in the chat box, ethics is not just ethics. Ethics means the legal issues involved in that, the other regulatory issues involved in that, even the other possible things which are there. So when we are talking especially about the clinical trials, industry sponsored with the regulators, this is the most important component. We can't say ethics committee has nothing to do with that. Ethics committee has to see in that agreement.
I understand, I agree, but what I was trying to say is in nowhere in the regulations or in any guideline has this been mentioned that faculty and institute should take insurance. That is not mentioned.
No, they say
that is not mentioned. That is not mentioned because that is not mentioned because it's an area on case-to-case basis. Those people, those ECs which are dealing with regulatory clinical trials are quite familiar with this.
See, it need not be mentioned, Rolly. Things keep changing. Probably in future, we'll have to mention when something else happens. And there are institutions which are looking into this, giving approvals or even refusing such things are not there. So we are to aware of what's happening at the current moment. Probably when we make future changes, these things will come in, but the ECs have to see that who are all covered. And it's happening even in this country.
I'm also thinking that this could be create some biases, because ethics committee and members and faculty, if they are insured, so for example, they will be very willing to take certain risks and let anything happen. We are all insured. So nobody can take action against us and we are not concerned because they are already insured.
Just because
we don't know what will be the
just because policy is taken, you can't say no action can be taken against them. This is just to protect themselves, they are taking it. That doesn't mean something has gone wrong and the EC has done wrong. Not examine the documents properly, they are liable for punishment.
So actually, they may lose in the court. That is another thing.
Dr. Chandeshwar Nath, I see one.
What I get the impression, the query is related more to the academic trial, where the institution is responsible to pay the compensation as equal as in the sponsored clinical trials. In a sponsored clinical trials, approval is given first by the GCI, only then comes to EC. If EC is responsible for approval and for damage, then the GCI is supposed to be responsible.
So I think the insurance cover for PI and faculty on station, this part covers only for important for the academic trials, and where other provisions also, institute can have a corpus fund or extra fund, they can ask insurance part from the funding agency or insurance cover. That is the institute decision. It is not the part of the ethics. Because if we think that this pharma sponsored clinical trials, ethics committee is responsible because it has given the permission for the trial. It is multi-center. Ethics committee are in different centers, and foremost it is the CDSO, BCGI who has given the permission for the trial. So first they will be held responsible. So this is not the situation. I understand this is required for academic trial only, and rest for the sponsored clinical trials, it is the responsibility of sponsor of the insurance coverage for the participants. This is my impression.
So actually it is for payment of compensation in academic studies. What will you do if something wrong happens? That is why ICMR guidelines have given the provision that the institution either take group insurance or create a corpus.
Yes.
To take
extra media grant, he can ask on the funding agency.
Yes, that also can be done. That is only aims
see the
to provide
ICMR guidelines.
ICMR guidelines not for
very clearly what are the different options, because the whole purpose one has to understand whether it is a sponsored trial or a not sponsored trial or an academic study or an investigative initiative studies. The value of a human being who is a participant is same. That human being's value of life and their danger cannot be different because it's a sponsored trial pharma company can give, so they are eligible to get something. Just because they are in a investigated instituted where there's no funding is involved, that human being's value is different. Can it be different? Ethics treats everybody equally. That's the whole purpose that it has come in the ICMR guideline. Yes, every human being has a right for compensation, either by medical treatment or wherever necessary financial. Where there is no sponsor, the institution has come out with alternate mechanisms. Of course, it's still a gray area in our country. But then we have given the options in the ICMR guideline. Yes, either you create a corpus fund, you ask the funding agencies, if there is a funding agencies, and if there is, or the institution itself can create, or you can go to some, the people who give donations and say that this is the purpose for which philanthropist get some funding and create a corpus funding in the institution. So these kind of discussions were going on even amongst the ICMR institutes by the pharma DG to see how it can be done. But the thing is, it has become part of the ICMR guideline. ICMR guideline has now become part of the NDCT rules. As a result, we can't deny that fact. We'll have to see that how do we come out with a solution. And each institute can come out with its own solution. If somebody comes out with a good solution, I'm sure it will be a learning experience for the other institutions to follow it.
Yes.
Everybody has to think about it, not say that because there is no sponsor, we are not eligible to do anything.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, the funding agency is the third option that is described in the ICMR guidelines.
Yeah. Dr. Amit Goyal from the Department of Gastroenterology has a query.
Yes, ma'am. Nice discussion. My question is that most of the academic institute, most of the time we are doing academic trial. Very few investigators are doing pharma sponsored trial, and most of the time, 90% time, funding agencies either ICMR, DBT, or DST. This is a truth for me also and everyone also. So, can we ask for the compensation money in our proposal? That is one. And if yes, then what is the likelihood that my project will get rejected because I have asked for this money?
Get approved. You have to justify amount. Yes.
You have to ask for it.
Yeah, you have to ask. See, unless you ask, you will not get it.
Ma'am,
under a compensation head.
They may reject your giving you money for them, but they may not reject your project for that. Okay. This is how, you see, I remember I was with the animal committee for so many years, and the issues came up for rehabilitation of large animals of experimentation, and huge sum of money was involved. I remember that at the time there was secretary of Minister of Environment and Forests, he said that we will go to the government of India asking for funds for this purpose, because this is something which we cannot ignore. When you use large animals for experimentations and they survive after the experimentation, it's a responsibility to rehabilitate them for the rest of their lives, not just for 1 or 2 years. And it's a huge money involved. And I know that ICMR institutes have gone through all this difficult period. They said that yes, if government allows certain things, government has a responsibility also to provide funds. So the sponsoring agencies, whether it's ICMR, DBT, DST, or even any other agency, they have certain moral responsibilities. Since things have not happened all these days, doesn't mean that you have to ask for it, you have to justify it, and probably you may get it also. Why do you think you won't get it? Somebody has to make a start in the beginning.
A lot of projects who have asked have got it.
Ma'am, I especially asked this question because
many people are getting it, I understand. Yeah.
Actually, initially, there was a period when there was a lot of confusion whether the granting agency can provide that or not. No, it used to go round and round. What has been approved from, say, DBT or something like comes to NACO, and NACO says that, no, this is not our responsibility, it is DBT's responsibility. Like that, it was being shunted to and fro because people were confused. So that's why, this idea was given that when you write the grant, you write for compensation as a separate head, just like you ask for overhead charges, And if the funding agency refuses to give, you can always write that ICMR guidelines have actually this clause. So how is it going to be, solved?
Ma'am, just I especially asked this question because some time ago, DHR has came out with a call for proposal for trials, and I submitted, and I am thankful I got one of them. But I had made provision, it was a drug trial, so I had made provision for the cost of the drug. And I got an email that DHR will not fund for the drug. You have to arrange from some other source. I was not clear what is the other source I can do. So if the funding agency is not willing to bear the cost of the project, how can you expect that they will bear the cost of compensation?
So can I, so I don't know about your study, but what I'm trying to understand is probably because it's a drug, it's a pharmaceutical product. So ICMR would have, I don't know what committee, but they would have felt that why the, the company from which the drug is to be sourced cannot provide that because it's going to benefit them. So I don't know. I mean, it may be that.
No, that's right.
That is not related to this, the question that was on
the drug, as Rolly said very rightly, if it belongs to a company, there would be a problem. Because that would be like company trial, at the end of the study, the company will actually claim.
It is a general
study outcome. The point is that, whenever you have such a study, if it is a marketed product, then of course your funding agency has to provide it, but probably DHR must have had some other reason behind that. The committee must have thought of something else. So you're supposed to have that drug, marketed drug, and do the study and publish it as an academic research. Some of the companies are very shrewd. They use that for promotion. Okay. But if they are found to do that, it can be reported to the drug controller and they will take action on that company. Because if the company has to project that as a benefit or something like that, they have had no responsibility about compensation, nothing of that. So they just went scot-free. And there are certain regulatory stipulations which you have to follow, and they have not followed that. Without that, how can they jump onto such a conclusion? So they'll be taken to task. So this was my doubt earlier also when we were allowing academic trials using marketed products. Will not these companies take advantage of that? So regulators have taken note of that and they are taking action also on that. On some companies, they have taken action also if it comes to their notice.
We had already overshooted the time. It is already 5:20. There are two small questions. Just a small answer. If there is a question related to this video recording of consent essential in clinical trials, Just a short, I think the researcher wants to ask whether it is essential or not.
Yeah, it is mandatory for regulated clinical trials. But in
And there
certain
are no human
situations, you can actually use that methodology.
Yeah.
Participants.
So the other was related to basically a researcher wants to ask that if you require to collect tissue from disease or normal sites, how do we counsel the patients, because we know that is not required as a part of the treatment. I think this happens in almost all studies. So what the researcher is wanting to ask is how do we go about it and how can we encourage participation in patients and participants.
So basically, if it is a research study,
any one of you can answer, Nandini Roli. Yeah.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah.
I said Nandini or Roli can answer this. Our constant
Roli, go ahead.
Okay. So, so I would say counsel patients, encourage participation. I would not very much be in favor of using these terms because it has to be voluntary. The first and foremost principle that I discussed is autonomy, respect for persons. And these are the challenges which researchers have to face, and that requires engagement. We have to do adequate talking. We have to produce material, understanding, clarify their doubts, ensure comprehension, question, answer. We have to devote time, energy, effort. And we cannot counsel them for agreeing. So that would not be ethical, in my opinion. We have to provide information, then leave it as a choice to them to agree or disagree. We can explain to them how important is that tissue, how relevant it will be for future research. But we should not be forcing them at all.
That is a principle we follow in ethics. Thank you. I think we will have to hear with some small questions. Thank you so much. It was a really nice participation, both physically and online. The attendees had a good time. I enjoyed it completely. Thank you. Everyone of you talk was so nice. It was totally engrossing. We had a really good time together. Thank you for taking despite the busy schedules. Thank you so much. With this, I hand over to our. So thank you all. If there are no other, then we will close the session and we request everyone for a cup of tea. So
thank you. We are missing that.
We are missing the SGPGI hospitality. I said we are missing the SGPGI hospitality.
Yes, and we are missing you come they are saying we will
The voice is breaking. We couldn't hear you, Dr. Vinita, somehow.
So from CBM, from CDM, from GCI, so we had a good participation, and I'm really happy that we can have distinguished speakers like you have to be here. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank
you. And thanks for the opportunity.
CME opens that. So we had good chats are said. Very nice all the sessions. Thanks to all speakers. Good evening, everyone. Medical ethics in context of biomedical research. This clinical trial CME opens up a new way to explore in medicine. Thank you, and if possible, share the PPT. Thank you so much, ma'am. Heartfelt thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Happy Diwali to all in advance.
Yeah.
Diwali to all.
Festive season starting from next week.